Okay, so welcome everybody.
Welcome.
So here we are, and we are about to start our 5th Enchanted tour. So my name is Angelica, and I'm here today with Bela. So Bela is a very, very good player. And please tell me, which Enchanted tour did you win?
The very first one.
The very first one.
Yeah.
I remember this awesome photo of you with a trophy. So, any predictions for today? What decks do you think will be the most played?
I mean, we couldn't expect that many surprises. I guess we are towards the end of this set, so I don't expect many surprises. I think there will be many basics, like as it's normal, like we will be full of steel songs, I guess. Red blues, red purples. Probably some of the popular, like other appearing decks, like maybe Blurple.
Yeah, I think Blurple is still meta. Now it's like a real deck. And so I think we'll have, whatever. I think we'll have a lot of red purples today, probably.
Yeah, I think.
Benny, thank you. I make the ears myself, and also they are magnetic, so I don't know, I'm not sure you're seeing me, but in case you do, that's it.
Sorry.
Thank you. So, looks like we're back.
We are back.
We are back, and so I just repeat in case. Benny, thank you so much. I make these ears myself, and they're magnetic, so it works like this.
It looks like we've got our first pairing.
Yeah, I think we did. So the match is about to start. I think the players are just getting ready to have everything set. Let's wait. So Bela, let's play a little game. Let's predict, I don't know, the winner deck for this tournament. Who would you like to win this tournament, and who do you think will win this tournament? Because probably there are two different decks.
I was looking around whether I will see a lemon lime discard today. I will be totally cheering that one for sure the whole day. But I guess since we will be full of steel songs, I think steel song at the end of the day will take the trophy. Okay. But I'm rooting for lemon lime.
Okay, who doesn't know this? Bela is a famous lemon lime player, discard lemon lime. So yesterday he won the side event with this deck again. Personally, I also think that Steel Song is one of the most powerful decks in the meta currently. But I think that probably a red purple will win the tournament just because it happens all the time.
That's nice. I would definitely watch some good red purple mirrors today. It would be exciting to see some good mirrors.
Okay, so we have Earlmeister against Frank Jakob, and who doesn't know, Earlmeister is the greatest content creator. He makes videos and streams about Laginja in English, and so today he has definitely prepared something a little bit special. And so let's see, because Earl is famous for playing some rogue decks, not exactly the meta decks.
It's okay. It's the ignore. You have here. Okay. Yes, I see. It's impossible not other. Okay.
Shortly we can ask if
Yeah, there is some technical issues. So the players will be shooting soon. Let's go, Earl.
Yes,
I'll wait for you.
wait,
So thank you, Penny.
Flokki.
We'll be starting soon, and I already love the sleeves. Yeah, I think Frank's sleeves are somehow special. I don't know why, but it reminds me of the American Express card. I don't know, like the platinum ones. Bela, do you see what is on these sleeves, the gray ones? What is the image?
I don't really know. At first, I thought it was some kind of Game of Thrones sleeves, but apparently no, I guess.
It gave me these like American Express platinum vibe sleeves. I don't know why. Okay, so now Earl went for the good old classics, just simple white battle sleeves. So we'll soon discover players' decks.
Flokki, check the text list.
Okay. It's always very important to shuffle your opponent's deck. It should be something that you do automatically because, of course, most players are fair play, but you always need to do this. You always need to shuffle your opponent's deck just to be sure that everything is okay, that the deck is fine. So here we go, and we have the deck lists.
Yeah,
Thank you, Bela.
we got our hands on the deck lists. Apparently, we are facing purple steel from the side of Earl,
And we have red purple.
Wow.
Red purple. And so Frank has just started the game. Well, turner books forwards, good old classics. What do you think about this matchup, Bela? Who is in favor?
Well, I think it can be anybody's game, basically. I mean, Earl has pretty good potential with... I'm looking at the list meanwhile we are talking. It's in German. Yeah. Yeah, we got the wrong one, apparently.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
no
now we
worries.
got it. I think it can probably, both players are running the one cost Diablo. Earl has, I think, one more crab. So whoever can trade, for example, with the crab move, and I mean, like Frank also has the Cusco. So yeah, if one of them can pull a trade with these banish and draw and grab moves, it can be lethal. I think for the whole game, it's such a temporos.
Yeah, I think that we have the mid-range version of the purple steel deck. So I would say that the aggro purple steel is probably advantaged against red purple because it's literally doing the same thing but a little bit faster. But in this case, we already see the Calhoun and the Cobra. So like basically, Earl has a better start, let's say so. The question is whether he would or not be able to keep it up during the whole game, because when your deck is mid-range, you need to find this perfect balance between like controlling and questing, and sometimes that is what makes it hard.
Yeah, exactly. We can see that the Cobra is just really a menace. It's a 4/4, like it's
a 4/4, and Calhoun is also a big menace because
Yeah.
she impeaches Frank to
Yeah.
quest, because as soon as Frank quests, Calhoun will take down
Yeah.
one of the creatures and gain to lore and gain also the trade, the board advantage.
Yeah,
So they are just basically staring one at another. Cobra versus Cusco, Calhoun versus Crab, and Genie versus...
Yeah, but we shouldn't forget that the time Earl will turn them sideways. There is a crab on the board, so if Jakob can find one of the bounce tools, then the Cobra can go easily also in the discard.
Yeah,
Earl,
true.
I think Earl definitely got the better starts, but also we can say that the end game of Red is way better. So
yeah, I completely agree with you. I think the longer the game lasts, the more advantages the red-purple deck gets, because you have these powerful tools, you have big preps, Frank runs 2 mains in his deck, so it will be probably difficult for Earl to keep it up if the game lasts too long.
yeah, we can see that Earl was being real smart about, although he could simply just trade with the Elsa, he chose to do it with the Calhoun because it grants lures. And now the Elsa is taken out, and Earl is just left alone with his Cobra.
Yeah, I think that Earl, if you are a deck that is more aggressive, and that's the case of Earl, I think his deck is more mid-range than aggressive. That's why it's a bit harsh for him. He cannot quest that rapidly. He needs to take his time too, a little bit, and that's why I think that this red-purple is advantageous against this particular purple still.
Yeah, probably. I mean, Lady Tremaine at some point can also appear and decide the whole game on her own. Like it's if it's like Earl's time to let alone have I don't know, a genie or something big like a bell on board.
And here we go. Tremaine enters the board and Elsa is gone, and the board belongs to Frank now. I got a question in the chat. Yeah, I'm like French Belgian. I'm from Belgium. And Bela, where are you from? Germany? Austria?
Hungary. Yeah, we can see that Tremaine is still part of the game. It's still a menace. It still can win games alone. And we might see a Lady Tremaine shift onto the other. I would totally love to see that.
Yeah, it's such an unexpected play usually.
And then bounce it. That's my
then you bounce, and then you repeat it again and again.
The
rabbit was bounced, not the Tremaine. Sorry, Bela. The rabbit was estimated to be more valuable here.
Yeah, Frank has chosen to go for the card advantage and not for the stability at the moment. I mean, card advantage is also giving stability at a certain point.
I think when you play purple against purple, you need card advantage. You need to draw, because the one who draws the most often wins the game.
Yeah. But you have to be honest, that Tremaine move was just perfectly timed.
That was perfect timing, perfect Tremaine for Elsa.
See?
And this Tremaine was removed for her sins. For what he did.
Tremaine is MVP. He needed a whole Zeus to get rid of the Tremaine. I mean, he took care of a Zeus and took care of an Elsa and pressed it for 2. I mean, what else you need?
Yeah, that's a great card. That's still a great card. Just the only bad point about her, she's uninkable. And sometimes you find yourself with 2 big preps, 1 Tremaine, 1 Medusa. Yes, I am prepared, but I need my ink.
Yeah, and I think the game is starting to conclude. Frank is just having way too many cards at the moment. Earl lost his early advantage and tempo. I don't want to be really negative here, but I think Red is like making its move above steel at the moment in the late game.
0 lore at the moment.
Clean still. And you still?
We are getting our lifesaver waters at the moment.
Okay, thank you so much. Rabbit against rabbit. And the Elsa, this time it's from Frank.
Yeah.
All right.
Early
So-
slowly losing the tempo over the board, and it is really, really hard to stop red purple at this very moment.
Yeah. The duck, red purple, as I've mentioned before, it has more control tools than the steel purple does. So that's why it looks like pretty difficult for Earl to deal with it. So here comes the small board.
Yeah.
I agree with you that the game, like the match, is looking particularly difficult for Earl, but there is probably still hope. So let's wait. Let's see. Maybe Earl will be able to pull it.
Maybe.
And Madame Medusa is here. That's like Tremaine little sister or big sister. I don't know.
And since steel is not the color with the mass removal, the game is just slowly starts to bend towards red.
Yeah, and here comes the library.
That
the library
can be,
That library can draw him some cards, can draw some cards for Earl, but I think it will be taken down because we already have 8 damage points on the board that will probably destroy this library.
Maybe. Well, let's check if Earl has some shooties. Some shooties for... No, he passed already, so that library will surely be taken out. Or I guess that's what I would do. Like it's without any punishment.
I think in this case, you just destroy the library, and slow and steady is the way for Frank here, because he's pretty much sure you just keep the board, you don't leave any potential outcomes to your opponent, and that's what he does. And he plays his own library, and he puts Charon both followers. It's like one of my favorite combo in the game. I think it's just so strong.
Angelica, I think this game is over.
Yeah, I think it is. But still, let's see. Let's see what happens.
Now we just wait.
All of them, the grab is signed by Earlmeister himself for himself. All right. The board is very menacing indeed.
Wow.
Friends on the other side. Do you know how we say this in German? Friends on the other side?
I'm sorry, no. I won't take any responsibilities doing that.
I can say this in French, les amis de l'au-delà, but in
Can
German,
you repeat?
les amis de l'au-delà.
Ah, nice.
That's one of the best cards in the game. I think one of the best purple cards in the game, because it gives you so much card advantage, because you can sing it, so you literally don't spend any ink on playing it, and you take 2 cards. It's just extremely powerful.
Oh wow. Earl has actually a win condition if Frank is just outdecking himself.
I know.
Wow, another one.
The second library is the second one.
Frank is unstoppable at the moment.
Yeah.
I don't exactly know who is in what library at the moment, but I guess it doesn't really count.
Yeah. If you saw the venue, or if you have any friends who are at the venue, you know that the venue is actually all related to the Beauty and the Beast. So they are playing in some kind of a castle, and here is the library. So it's like the lore is respected.
Oh, we've got the info from the chat. Thank you
not
for the info.
Sorry,
If you think about it, that's somehow different.
Okay, Runde in Schattenreich?
It's the name of the friends from the
Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to I'm like trying to pronounce it correctly. Is it Freunde or Freundin Schattenreich? Okay. I give up.
Yeah, it's a big difference.
All right. Yeah, the card, the crab is not signed by Earlmeister himself. It's signed by the artist. I think I confused this because I saw Earlmeister signing some cards today, and that's why I immediately had this link. All right.
Meanwhile, trying to back in the game by removing some of the libraries.
Some of the library.
Yeah.
One library is out, but there is still the second one in the game. I think what is difficult for Earl here is the fact that he is not actually supposed to control his opponent. I mean, he does because he has to, but he's forced to do this because he has, his deck is more aggressive. And when you are playing an aggressive deck, you want to gain lower points. It was pronounced good. Okay, cool. Okay, thank you. The gold, the second gold. It's so difficult for Earl. It's devastating.
I wonder who is in library at the moment, Angelica, if I have to be honest. It's either can be no one or everybody at the moment, I guess.
Yeah, probably. Well, I don't know who gives off these students' vibes. I think the goat, he studies something. I think Elsa is probably in the library. She looks like the more this kind of girl,
Yeah.
I think Diablo doesn't care about studying.
Yeah, that move was
Okay, Sis is
essential.
gone, and still we have some board for Earl.
Yeah.
But it's still not good enough. My
difficult
crab is
part-
signed by Earlmeister, and he signs differently.
The difficult part here will be Earl will probably dig for something useful because the Chernobyls are not really good for trading at the moment.
No.
And if he finds a bounce tool, maybe with some twist, he could get rid of the library eventually, but then again the board is super evolved. Now we are getting
Everybody
answers.
is in the library. Go study, go win the game, go draw cards. And Frank is already at 12, at 16, and yes, this game.
Oh wow!
Prepared. It's Zeitbereit, I think in German. It's okay, next game.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah. I mean, now we could think of it was Frank going first this game.
Yeah, I think it was Frank.
So
Was correct, Hostas, we're wrong. But Earl will be starting this game, so...
let's look for some lines with what Earl can make this a draw. I think he would really need to go for the aggro line here because if he is trying to go fully mid-range, he might repeat the first game, and it's as we've seen, if mid-range becomes really a long one, then it's better for red. But if Earl is able to find probably maybe he plays 11 one costs. If he would be able to find 2 or 3 one costs maybe, or a SME and a one cost, then come on board with a Cobra discarding hand, then a Lawrence or a Genie, and then put up some Pete in there, he might be able to turn this into a draw.
Yeah, probably. Well, it's best of 2, just in case. I also think that Earl has to go aggro in this game. We'll also see, it depends on players' hands, I think, because sometimes as a red-purple player, I can say that you can find yourself with 2 or 3 big traps since the very beginning, or almost since the very beginning.
Yeah.
If you have too many uninkables, do you know?
11.
11 uninkables. No, 11 is not a lot. I think Frank's deck is not being
No.
It's not bricking. I think
With-
when you just have 11.
With
it's
this
not a-
build, I would risk going up to 17 even if you play enough card draws.
I think 17 is still insane.
Yeah.
I mean, you are like, you have this risk of being like, oh, all uninkables, 7 out
but-
of 7.
I mean, we
All
are
right.
making risks, but Jakob is actually playing many Cuscos, many Diablos.
A lot of card draw,
many
a lot of
rabbits,
card draw,
many
yeah.
friends, so a library. So at this point, I would say 15 is without any risks at all. And I guess the top of this build is 17 at the moment, but that's
Oh
the
no,
ultimate
I
risk.
can't agree with you. I hate playing decks with 17 or whatever in inkables because even if you draw, sometimes you just don't draw cards and you have to ink them because I think that there are also some like false inkables, let's call them so. These are the cards that you can ink, technically you can, but you really don't want to ink them. And the problem of the red purple deck is that it's uninkables, most of them are very expensive, so you cannot just play them without having enough ink compared to, for example, Still Song, where you can play some of your uninkables, just you can sing them.
Yeah, but normally if you build a red purple, you find yourself with the same problems again and again. If you put some rabbits in it, you put some beeprats, you put some six-cost ladies in it, you're already on top of your runnings and that's it.
Yeah, I see what you mean. All right. So yeah, let's see if Earl manages to make this a draw.
Yeah, we could see the
It will
friendly
probably be
sportsmanship
tough.
gesture.
Yeah,
the guys
yeah.
are. Yeah.
Do you prefer the best of 2 or the best of 3 formats?
I guess it's regarding time issues. I guess it was a cool call.
Yeah.
And it's good, I think, so you need to have a deck that can compete in both, because eventually your first goal is always to make it to top cut, but then comes best of 3 and your deck has to be able to cope with that also.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I completely agree with you that your deck should fit both formats because that's your goal. You don't want to stop like before the top cut. So, all right, here Olaf for Earl. A library inked for Frank, and Frank already has a good start. Turnover follows
Wait,
plus Cusco.
Earl was on the play? The
Yeah,
last
I think
round?
so.
Oh, wait.
It's best of 2. It's best of 2. So yeah, Earl was on the play the last round. Yeah, that's what I think. So that's what I think now. It's true.
Then we completely built a false strategy of Earl going first. We need to rethink.
We need to rethink that. The problem is that I still think that it's still important for Earl to go more aggro, even if he's on the draw. Yeah, you need to somehow control the board a bit. Earl has 2 strings of the Raging Fire. He has 2 Zeus. So maybe these will be of some help. But at the moment, the situation looks bad for Earl because there is this big middle, whatever, Sisu, but it's strong. The Sisu is really strong in this matchup because she has 4 health points.
Yeah, but I think with this Lawrence, things are
Yeah,
a
Lawrence.
bit moderate. Yeah.
Yeah, Lawrence can kind of balance Sisu, but still it's probably not the same. And if you want to have a value trade in this case, you have to get rid of your cards and like the cards in your hand to not kill your Lawrence. And I'm not sure that it's possible in this situation we are witnessing.
At this, if I were at the spot of Jakob, I would, I think, dig for the 5th cost Asa, because that could turn things around. Imagine finding the Asa, tapping, for example, the Schmid, take it out with the Sisu. I think that would be lethal at the moment.
Yeah, okay, Peter Pan's comes to the board and the board grows for Frank Jakob. Yeah, let's let's have a look. We have a genie. Do you have 10 box follows probably for Earl in his hand? There is a Madame snake, and he plays a rabbit here.
This will be not a short game, Angelica.
No, I think, yeah, they are against staring one at another, but I think the things are not looking that good for Earl here, because again, just long-term, red-purple will take advantage again because of the beep wraps, because of Lady Tremaine, because of Madame Medusa. So it's really hard. What's interesting about Jakob's deck is the fact that he does not run that many evasives. It's not an evasive base deck. There are no Moe sharks. There is this old good Moe, hero to all, 3 copies of the card.
I think it's still strong.
Yeah. It's just that I see when I see Peter Pan, usually I immediately think Moe Shark now in our current meta. But it's true that it still has some other synergies, and also it's probably just a tech card against Diablo while playing against this card, right?
Do you think Frank has the Elsa 5th element? Can we see that coming?
Sorry?
Yes, he does, and I think he will play it.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I think that's the play.
Yeah. That's really tough to play this matchup in general. Purple matchups, it's about drawing cards, it's about like you both draw and you draw and you draw and you draw, and you need to have the board. You need to keep the board control. Foxes being inked, and Elsa came to the board. So here,
maybe
who will be exalted? No, the rabbit. I think Frank Jakob wants to draw cards and probably wants to avoid any potential meme snakes. I think that Frank wants to stop Earl's draw engines, probably that's why the rabbit was killed.
That's also smart. However, I think it wouldn't be stupid also to remove Earl's tempo with removing the Lawrence, for example.
Yeah, I see. Lawrence is definitely a menace, so you definitely want to like do something with them. But maybe Rabbit was higher priority in this case.
I don't know, because
maybe he didn't want to lose his Sisu or to lose his board also.
Yeah, I get you. But Early's not lacking cards. Early's lacking tempo. It would be, I think, more profitable to remove Earl's tempo a bit more, and then you and your Sisu will be the only important stuff on board, basically.
I think the thing here is that Earl cannot basically quest. He's frozen at 0, and as soon as he quests with Lawrence, Frank Jakob perfectly knows that this Lawrence will immediately be removed.
Can we see a lady? Can we see a lady here? Can we see a lady here? No,
you can see just a bird. No ladies for you, Bela.
It's quite rare to see a single Diablo on turn 6. The players are really counting everything at the moment, probably.
Yeah, I think probably like Madame Medusa, if you play Madame Medusa here, she can remove a genie, but maybe it's not that necessary in this case, because Frank still has some answers to Genie. I mean, if Genie quests, Frank can destroy him with Elsa and Peter Pan, basically for free, so it's a free trade. So I think that's why Frank is not focusing on removing the board, because the board isn't going anywhere anyway. Now it does, and I think it's how many inks does Frank Jakob have? It's one turn before big prep. I guess that's why Earl's quest here.
The pit is there to save.
But the pit is here, of course.
But I don't think it's just working out with the tempo at the moment. Something is missing still. It's just 7 lowers is just not enough for that. We are not even close to concluding this game.
But look, there is a grab from Frank's side, so that's what I was talking about. Yeah. So basically, Frank can remove Earl's board. Yeah. He can make some value trades even without big crabs.
See, it was quite Frank to remind Earl of there is not. I was gonna say it way
Mr.
too fast. There was 1 damage, he pointed out, but then he took him out, so it was totally unnecessary to put that 1 damage.
Yeah,
a captain,
true,
that is
true,
what I wanted
true.
to say, no captain.
Yeah, no captain. Alright, so we still have some board left for Earl. Calhoun is here, 2 olives. What's your take on olives? Do you think it's a valid 1 drop, or maybe you would replace it with somebody?
I see the motivation behind Olaf. I've played Olaf from set 1 to set 2, and after that more powerful characters appeared. I get the motivation to avoid the Steel Song bad moments and avoid Green Steel led the storms. But I think it's just not working out at the moment.
Yeah, in my opinion, well, basically while playing Red Purple, I always preferred Mini. I don't know, because she's good on her. But Olaf is cool too. He loves hugs, he loves warm hugs, just as I do.
And let's see if Frank is having a B prep, because of course
he
has it.
Yeah. Here it goes.
No beats. Here comes prep.
Yeah, and the theme board was destroyed because we had 2 Olafs and an Elsa. It's
but the
like,
game, sorry.
I mean, they are from the same Disney.
Yeah.
I thought I maybe confused something, but not. Olaf and Genie come, and does Frank have any removals for the Genie? Because Earl is still at 12. I'm not sure if it's good enough. Maybe
it looks better than the last game.
It looks better than the last game, but here comes another big prep. That's what I was thinking about.
Earl is now. Earl had a rabbit also that is played now. I see the motivation behind playing the Genie, because he is feeling real close to 20 with that 12. But I think it would be just safer to. Probably he drew it from the rabbit, I guess, because he didn't see that in his hand.
And it's worth noting that actually Earl has only 1 library, and I think you really regret just having 1 library in your list while playing against big preps. So Moe and Diablo enter the board from the side of Frank Jakob. I think Moe is good here because he can basically take almost every card of Earl except for some evasives.
How many?
I think there is a Cobra in
How many
Earl's
Cobras do you think he is holding?
Maybe.
No. The rabbit jumped back quickly from the discard to the hand.
This rabbit is doing some awesome jumps, like from the board to discard and then from discard to hand.
Do you think that?
I see what you're talking about. Like 2 Cobras will give you 4 points of lore, and that will make 17 altogether. Not mentioning the board, so maybe that's the outcome. That's probably the out for Earl here. Probably he can just receive some spontaneous lore. I think that's the strength. That's the force of Steel Purple overall. To me, is the deck that can grab some spontaneous lore points. Here we don't see any roses in the list, but overall they are common. There are 4 giant cobras. There are also 3 Merlin goats. So technically, I think it's possible for Earl here to just try to temporize and to literally
burn his opponent.
and to burn his opponent. But it's true that you do need ink for this. You do need ink for this because if you want to play, for example, 2 cobras, 1 turn, you need 8 ink.
Yeah,
and I think, does he have 6? Yeah.
Yeah, here comes the rabbit probably again.
Yeah. Is it an Elsa? I think it was an Elsa.
Yes, the Elsa game will be too slow, I think, for Earl. He needs to grab those lures, as many as he can.
Yeah. Earl is completely agree with you. That's why he inks his Elsa and he plays 2 characters.
I think
Helga and Diablo.
I think Jakob needs to know that there are cobras in this build. There was already one on board. So if he allows the board to go to 18, he is out of the game, and he must know that and play the B prep in this turn.
If he has, does he have the 3rd one? Because he already played 2 B preps in the game. I'm not sure that he has the 3rd one in his hand. So yeah, that's tough. I think he has a library, but I'm not sure that that's probably the best moment to play it.
Yeah, at a certain point he could be just like, okay, I'm going on with my game, and if you have the Cobra, then you just won this game. But eventually sacrificing all, so for example, that Diablo is ready to go into Snake for some card, but I don't know if we can see the hand.
Okay, there is a brawl for Helga. It's still not so dangerous for Earl, and I'm not sure that Frank can quest. I mean, I don't think that Frank can quest faster than Earl.
16.
It's
Earl
9, 16.
That's the balancing tool to get the Cobra.
To get
it's
the Cobra
16,
back.
It's 18. It's probably over.
Yeah,
wow.
Yeah. Probably Earl is just about to finish this game. Let's check. Let's wait. Does he have this Cobra? Does he have 2 Cobras?
Yes, I think that is.
That's the move.
Yeah.
That's the move.
Yeah, and since Frank is on 9 lures, there is literally no chance to avoid this coming. Earl is just winning.
I just think that Earl can potentially be afraid of the pirate lives.
No, he's doing differently. Why? I mean,
maybe
it's still 18.
Maybe he just does not have the Cobra, or maybe it's like
I
for
think
the last.
it was the Cobra. No, we've seen.
I also think that we saw the Cobra, but let's see. Maybe we confused the Cobra with the guard.
Maybe, but it's still 18. Yeah,
it's still,
it can be enough if he is holding the Cobra. It's like whatever.
Yeah,
but
it's true.
We did not calculate with the goat being enough. It's also enough.
Yeah,
we were so busy with the Cobra.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, the 3rd be prepare comes.
It's 2 cards, 1 lore.
2 cards, 1 lore for Earl, and 1 lore and 1 card for Frank, I think.
The magic of seeing purple decks.
Is
that a Cobra or is it not a Cobra? I think it should be a Cobra.
I see a Madam Mem's Fox. Earl? And it was a Cobra, so yeah, indeed.
It would be the same, like playing the Cobra last round, discarding, getting it back with
It's pretty much the same.
It's
pretty much the same, true. All right. Well played for both players. I think it's really harsh. I mean, purple matchups are harsh to play because there are a lot of moments where you just need to temporize. You cannot play anything, you cannot quest, and you always need to think. You need to think what to do with this character, etc. Because if you make one single mistake, your purple opponent can take advantage of this and win the game.
True. It was intense.
Yeah, it was intense. The second match was really interesting to comment and to observe. Well, the first one was good too, but I preferred the second one.
We cut in 2 minutes to Flokki with an interview with Jakob.
Okay.
Say, we cut in 2 minutes. You must talk 2 minutes.
Okay. So will Flokki be taking the interview of the player?
Yeah.
Okay, so soon we will know more details about Blair's deck, about this probably matchup in particular. As a red-purple player, I find it pretty tough to play against purple steel overall. Especially, I hate this version of purple steel with roses, Calhoun's. You cannot quest. You need to quest, but you cannot do this. Earl's deck is like cute. It's nice. It's still like more of a mid-range deck, but the aggro deck, it's just a nightmare sometimes if you're playing red-purple.
Yeah, probably the Pirate's Life version is better against Earl's deck, because at some point, if he arrives, what we just saw, around 14, anything could happen. Around 14 lures, you can face a Cobra, you can face a Cobra and a bounce, you can face the Goat bounce back a gazillion times. So you need to be very careful with how much you let Purple Steel questing.
Yeah, definitely. I think overall, Grey has better tools for the early game. For example, the 2 drops. I heard this from so many players. They were saying after you play Steel, and if you switch to something else, it's just so sad because without Mr. Smee, without Calhoun, you just have the Madam Mim Snake, who is very conditional. You cannot just play her like this. You have the 2/2s like Flynn, Lumiere, other cards. It's just like sad because Steel has the most powerful 2 drops in the game, I think.
Yeah, it's like that's the case with Snake. It's like on turn 2 you're sad about it, but sometimes on turn 9 or turn 13 you're just the most grateful person on earth to draw that snake because it can do miracles.
Yeah, because you can draw with it, you can bounce back, let it remain, and then you play it back. Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah.
But that's what I was talking about. I mean, that still is better at the beginning of the game, and then Snake is not like exactly 2 drop. You can use it as a 2 drop, but you can use it as a bounce tool.
Yeah.
But of course, for questing, it's not that strong. It's not a Calhoun that like impeaches your opponent to quest because they do not want to sacrifice their characters to Calhoun.
I think soon we'll be having an interview.
Yeah, definitely. Before we do this, let's discuss some other potential probably decks that we can. Let's try to make prediction. What will we be streaming next round?
I don't really know. I think probably some percentage of Steel Songs has just managed to proceed to the second round as it's expectable.
Chances are that there are some Steel Songs, that won their first game, indeed.
So we might be able to take a look at the roster and choose a good Steel Song match for us.
Yeah, probably.
Ich stehe hier mit Jakob Frank. Erste Runde war er im Stream. Jakob, Enchanted, du bist ja schon Stammgast bei uns. Wie taugt dir die neue Location?
Die neue Location ist super. Noch besser als die Folge, würde ich sagen. Einfach geräumig, schön dekoriert auch. Alles im Disney-Look. Beauty and the Beast ist amazing, of course. Also ja, super.
Du hast vor dem Match gesagt, du hättest dir gerne einen Frühstücksgegner gewünscht. Du musstest in der ersten Runde gegen einen Earlmeister ran mit Purple Steel. Geh mal kurz durch die 2 Matches, ein paar Worte.
Also wir haben beide on the draw gewonnen, was sehr eigenartig ist für das Matchup, würde ich sagen. Weil eigentlich der Spieler on the play einen sehr großen Vorteil hat, würde ich sagen. Aber wie man es gesehen hat, es ging eigentlich in beiden Games nur darum, wer die Rabbits findet und wer sie halt auch bounced. Ich habe im Match 1 meinen Rabbit mehrmals gebounced. Der Earl im Game 2 seinen Rabbit mehrmals gebounced, da habe ich nicht mal einen gefunden und das ist halt dann die Entscheidung. Ja. Er hat auch dann noch in meinen Turn 7 einen Pete gespielt, das ist, ich konnte ihn nicht speedpreppen und ja, also es ging im Endeffekt aber einfach um die Rabbits. Wer schafft es, mehr Rabbits zu spielen, der gewinnt auch das Spiel, ja, und so war es dann auch. Ja.
Du bist mit Red Purple am Start, ein Deck, das du gut kennst. Was für Matches wünschst du dir für den restlichen Tag so?
Ich würde mir grundsätzlich, gute Frage eigentlich. Ich habe jetzt gar nicht so das Wunsch-Matchup, weil mit Red Purple fühle ich mich in den meisten Matchups eigentlich ganz wohl. Also ich habe überall meine Outs, ich habe überall meine Lines, die ich spielen kann und deswegen ist auch meine Choice. Ich habe das Gefühl, mit dem Deck bin ich immer zumindest solide aufgestellt. Viele 50-50 Matchups würde ich sagen. Also ja.
Gut, ja, dann wünsche ich dir noch alles Gute für den restlichen Tag. Vielleicht sehen wir sich nochmal im Stream.
Ja, genau.
Und schönen Tag noch. Ciao, ciao.
Danke, ja.
another exciting match for today. So we will be streaming red-blue against red-purple. What's your take on these two decks? Who is favored here? What do you think?
I think this meta is all about, right now at the moment, about surprises. So we cannot ultimately say that it's towards one or the other. We have seen many cases when red-blue was just being really unstoppable. But red-purple, I think we need to check the deck lists. How many Tremaines are in this build?
I don't actually see any Tremaines
No
at the moment. I
Tremaines.
think red-purple, no Tremaines.
That could be a problem.
But there are 4 Imperial Proclamations. Here we go. That's not a very common card to see, and
Yeah.
there is also Scar, Vicious Cheater.
Yeah, it's rather for handling early aggro decks and steel songs, and it might not be the best build against red-blue at the moment, I think. But I mean, Denis is a really talented player.
Yeah, I heard that he's a good player is he from Germany or from Austria? And he's from Mushu Clan,
Yeah.
the new founded team. So let's see. And Ianis is playing red-blue. So is it a deck with Moe Sharks, like more of a burn deck, let's say so? It's not burn exactly. It's the deck that is known as DKP's deck. The guy who played it a lot and who won the tournament in Melbourne, Australia.
Can we see any locations in this red-purple deck? I think not,
I think,
probably.
yes, there are
The Queen Castle.
4 Queen
Okay,
Castles for the
so-
red-purple player against 4 Magdeck Manors.
So at least we can say that Ianis hideaway, that one-off, is not completely blank at the moment. But
Yeah, I think if it has good timing, if it comes when it needs to come, it can help. But don't forget that if you run only one copy of a card, you may not find it at all during the whole game. Even though it's true that red-blue deck has a lot of engines to look for something in your deck. Grandma Chalice and all this stuff.
that was the first 7 with the dices.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 8.
It's 8. It's 8.
The hassle is over. It's
Yeah.
8. We can see the games finally.
All right.
So, Imperial Proclamation, huh?
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
will be interesting.
Yeah, who would guess? So, what is the strategy for red-purple? What do you want to do in this game?
I think you want to end the game as soon as it possible. Like, I think we will see many moments when Denis is just wishing for his Tremaine so badly when the Sharks are terrorizing on their own. And probably that Scar won't be doing many.
I think Scar is definitely a solution against aggro dogs.
Yeah,
You can't kill a Moe Shark with your Scar Vicious Cheater unless he cheats and becomes evasive. But it does not happen every game, fortunately.
Yeah, it's totally visible that Denis' list is so tagged against Steel Song. It's so ready to get all the Steel Songs, but now
Everybody is
it's a red-blue.
expecting Steel Songs again and again and again. And for now, we have purple, and this meta is inundated with purple. Okay, it's just flooded. All right.
So red-purple? No, actually.
It's,
Denis gave.
It's
the
best
start.
of 2. It's best of
Denis
2 for
gave the
those who
start.
don't know or whatever. So Denis decided to let his opponent start, and sometimes it's a good strategy because people say that if you do this, you have the information on your opponent's deck, and when you start, you mulligan. You already know what do you mulligan against. I can't say that I follow this strategy because I always start when I have the chance. It gives this moral boost most you know.
So red purple has find the one drop.
Yeah, that's great, and I think it's pretty much common to happen because there are
Ianis-
8 one drops.
Ianis is at the moment, he got the intel, I guess, that he needs to be careful with how far he let the red purple player. He makes the controversial choice of instead of choosing the how far the sail as right C, he just goes with T-pose.
Yeah, I think I would probably play the tail the other C.
I would also
I
prefer
like
that.
Tipo, and I do understand why Tipo can take the Diablo, right? But I think that Tipo kinda you lose cards from your hand,
This
and
is
you
why.
don't draw any.
Yeah.
That's why
But,
I prefer sail the other C.
This is why Ianis went for the Tipo to take out the Diablo. It's first mission accomplished.
But Lumiere is here, and he
Yeah.
will not be that
Fiery
easy
friend,
to take
Fire
down.
friend from the Beauty and the Beast Enchanted tour. The best character, I think, from the franchise. It's just so, this art is just so live.
Yeah,
He's
I
on
definitely
fire.
agree with you. He's on fire, right? All right, so we see Grammatella and Popsicle, Seal, the Azeroth Sea, Vision of
And the
Future.
Hideaway.
And the
That's
Hideaway.
one of Hideaway.
The only Hideaway is already here. It's not
Yeah.
hiding away. So
Poor Tipo is not going anymore. Angelica.
Tipo is going away. Yeah, Tipo is done. Okay. I'm
Yeah.
just checking if there are any sharks in the deck of red purple player.
I guess,
think no.
yeah,
Yes,
four.
Yeah, because
It will
each
be the
time,
game of sharks.
Yeah, the game of sharks. Yeah, each time I see Peter Pan, now I think like
shark.
Maui shark immediately. Peter Pan, Maui shark. Peter Pan, Maui shark. As a still song player, I think it's been my nightmare. Okay, so here comes the sail and the popsicle. That's such a strong item. I mean, popsicle. Some people believed that it would have been better to ban popsicle instead of removing Faversham.
Yeah, we've got our ramping cards, and Ianis is digging. What do
Ianis
you
is
think
digging.
he's looking for exactly?
Maybe how far I'll go would not be bad here. I think maybe it's too early for the locations. I think.
Yeah, he just can't risk playing a Magdakman or getting himself out of tempo at the moment, but you're right.
Yeah.
Ich bin bereit. The chat will probably tell me if I'm pronouncing it really bad.
Ich bin bereit.
But it should be something like that, I guess.
Probably. Let's see.
I think Denis will be having a hard time stopping Red-Blue at this moment. But Red-Blue is lacking cards.
He's lacking cards. That's what I was talking about. Like when you play Tipo, you have to ink the hand from the card from your hand.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
And all the luxury comes to your hand when you find not one but two sails. Maybe it was still a mistake to just ink one of them instead of playing.
Yeah, sometimes you regret your choices later in the game because Flaversham Hiram is not here anymore, but sometimes when you had like 3 Hirams, you inked them without giving it a second thought, and then you regret it later.
Yeah.
And it's the same with other draw engines.
I tried to look into the hand of Ianis, and I think I can see a Be Prepared, a Maui Shark, and probably that's a vision.
Okay, so
Yeah,
let's
the
see
shark
if your
arrived.
vision is right. Okay, the shark
arrives,
is here. The shark
and
is here.
now, probably when everybody is making this after competition evaluations, this is the very moment when probably Denis is thinking about where are my Tremaines?
Where are my terrains? Why didn't I put them in my deck? Why didn't I do this? Well, anyway, in this case, I can't say that Tremaine would have been extremely useful because there is still Grammatella protecting this Maui Shark. And don't forget that the players, they don't know each other's tech list. So even though the red-purple player doesn't have any Tremaines, the red-purple player still
Denis
has...
is going for the cards. Denis
Find the skippers!
Denis wants to find the cure for the shark.
Yeah.
Yeah, at the moment, I think you just can't let Ianis take back the how far I go because it would be, I think, at the moment, like the best.
Yeah, probably. Okay, so...
Yeah, he is not questing. Yeah.
No, he isn't questing.
I mean, this will be also...
I think it's
quite
too bad
long
of a
game.
trade for the red-purple player here. Okay,
Goofy.
so Goofy's here.
Yeah, he's not particularly useful at the moment, but yeah.
No, probably he's just there to create some kind of boat presence. And as I wanted to say, like, you have to play against Lady Tremaine. Ianis does not know that Denis doesn't have any Tremaines, and you want to protect your Maui Shark. So most of the time, the player will try to avoid Tremaine when it is possible. Of course, it is not possible all the time.
Yeah, and Ianis is not fully aware, as you pointed out, about the deck list, and I think most of the red purples are running Tremaines from 1 to 3 at the moment in their lists, so it will be shocking to realize from Ianis that he shouldn't have been playing around the Tremaines all the time.
Yeah, but yes, you're kind of obliged to do this because
Yeah, of
otherwise
course.
it's very risky.
The proclamation is not... Yes, here comes reading phase.
Yeah, the reading phase.
Here comes reading phase.
All right. What do you think about this card in red purple?
I don't know, Denis always plays some crazy stuff. In the first Enchanted tour, Denis was my only loss the whole day in Swiss.
Okay, so you actually played against Denis?
Yeah.
Was he playing red purple too?
No, he was playing a purple steel, and I was running the stock purple red. And here
The
comes
Pirate's
here
Life. The
comes the
Pirate's Life is here.
And anytime from now on, Denis is finding. Does he play the crab? Yeah.
There are two.
Any of the two crabs, Denis is just wishing to find that savior crab to go
That
into
will destroy the shark.
Yeah.
Crab is like stronger than the shark.
Yeah.
At least in Disney Lacana it's possible. Everything is possible in Disney Lacana. It's
Of course.
Disney magic is
and
here for
everything
this.
is possible in the Enchanted tour itself.
Yeah.
This is the place where magic happens.
Yeah.
Let it go!
Let it go! Let
Wow.
it go! So Fisher Fan is not
Wow.
there anymore. And it's true that Ianis runs 2 copies of Let It Go in his deck.
And probably right now it is better for Denis not to draw the crab and not to go mentally down.
No, it's just like, it's so sad, you know, it's the same feeling, like I always have this, I ink the small robin, I play something else, and then I
you draw
top
the
deck.
big robin, that is how it
deck-
works, yeah.
I top deck the big robin, alright,
Yeah.
so...
It doesn't look really good for Denis at the moment, to be honest.
No, but I think that the situation can change at any moment of the game, and I think the locations are still quite good. They might be good against red-blue, because Maui Shark, yes, he's there, but it's possible to take them down with big preps, and I think that both players.
Here comes Prep, Angelica.
Here comes the big prep. Does it? Yeah,
Yeah.
it does.
If Lumiere went questing with how far ago in the discard against the shark,
I know.
it's be prep time. You
Yeah,
can be
it's
sure
just be
about
prep
it.
time. Okay. So Imperial proclamations are just being inked at the moment?
Yeah, because it's not what Denis has put the deck in. Like, it's definitely not against red-blue. I'm not like 100%.
No.
It's gonna be useless in the other game as well, if we have to be honest here.
All right. Okay, so the red-blue player wants to play some locations here actually, but I'm not sure he has any in his hand. He just found something with develop your brain. Let's see if his brain is developed well enough to find a magnetic manner.
That's really bad.
No, that's bad. That's bad. You need to train more. Like you need to top deck better. Ianis, you need to top deck better.
Yeah,
okay,
and
so
things can turn around for Denis at the moment.
yeah,
I mean,
that's what I was thinking about. It's like
oh wow, things are going cool.
yeah,
at the
I think as a red-purple player, you want to draw and draw and draw in this matchup because as long as you have this card advantage, you have all your necessary tools. You can remove, you can play big preps, you can play crabs, you can play Maui sharks, and they rush your adversaries' Maui sharks. And I think it's about card draw still. And talking about red-blue, I think you need to find some right card, like the right moment. For example, instead of Maui Shark, if Ianis would have found the magnetic manners, it would have been different, I think.
Yeah, especially after the prep, if you can surprise it. Here comes the hideaway. Queen's Castle have a free ride from this game on. The one hideaway is gone. This is what... yeah, that is useful.
How far Elgo
That
is
is
here.
useful.
I think that's why this Maui was still played, because he can sing. Even if he cannot quest, he can still sing, and it's still very useful.
Yeah. Sometimes if you want to play mind games against your opponent with red-blue, it is really terrifying to, after a ramp, it is really terrifying to see even 3 or 4 cards in the hand of red-blue, and sometimes you just keep your Mauis because it's totally useless, but you can give your opponent an impression that you actually hold on to something important. That is, right now, was not Ianis' plan. He played it just to sing.
Yeah, sometimes it's important to bluff because everything is also in your head, and you can pretend that your Maui is a big prep, for example, and your opponent can be playing around it, because often that's what happens. If somebody is holding a card for a long period of time, this card might be something like a whole new world or a B prep.
Talking about B prep, Ianis really needs one.
Yeah, Ianis really needs one. or a Sisu. I think that a Sisu is way better here because it will remove all this big board and all this G's, rabbit stuff.
See, this is what we were talking about at the start of this particular matchup. You can never tell exactly what is gonna be the outcome because it can go sideways so many ways. Like maybe Ianis is out of cards because he has chosen the Tipo on turn 2. We could never know.
Yeah, I think that's what is difficult about playing Disney Lacona.
Yeah, Denis is optimistically counting the cards he will draw.
Yeah, oh my god, yeah. But he just had to play this big prep.
Of course.
That's the strong point of all these purple decks. They can build a board, and even when this board is destroyed, you draw the cards. You still get some advantage. Sometimes you draw better cards than you had.
And the menace is still going. They just keep coming. You can't do.
Yeah, the genius are just here again and again and again. How many genies had he drew? Like three genies. Three genies so far.
This was the third one, probably.
Yeah, I think it was the third one. Yeah, 3 genies so far. Amazing draw for the red-purple player. And the friends on the other
Denis
side.
Denis is not waiting. Denis is going for the hard cast. Denis is just keep on want to hand on to these cards.
Yeah, Denis definitely knows the win condition, his win condition in this matchup.
Lumiere is going to the ink.
Yeah, Lumiere is not very
And
useful at
they
that
just
point.
keep coming.
Yeah, and the rabbit is here. Genie and the rabbit. What card do you prefer? Or
both.
You don't want to choose?
Both.
I take both.
I take both. Take all my money. I take both. I take all my running spots.
Yeah, they are all incredibly useful because one of them is evasive and it's just like questing, and if you don't find something to remove it, it's unstoppable. And the rabbit can give you some incredible draw value. So the Magda Manor enters the game, and so does Mowi Shark.
I think this is the point where players are slowly trying to
The manor is already
Yeah.
out!
Because
9!
Peter Pan and Shark is good together. That is why.
You put a 9 willpower location in your deck just to get it taken down
Yeah.
immediately. It's so sad
Yeah.
for a red-blue player at that moment. It looks really harsh because when red-purple draws, the deck becomes unstoppable.
But Ianis actually made the right calls when building the deck. He plays 4B prepared.
Yeah.
So he's not completely out of the game, but as far as we can see, he's not holding on to any of the B preps at the moment.
No.
And he cannot do anything with the T-pawn either. So
No,
yeah.
Tipo is just a really bad card to draw in
Yeah.
the middle of the game because it's just not a nice top deck at all. And also, yeah, Ianis has 2 Sisus. Sisus are not of any help here.
We couldn't
And
see, but here comes Pep.
we see the third B prep, I guess. 3 Genies?
I think
3
it
B
was
preps?
I think it was the second.
Was it the second one?
I think.
Yeah, maybe it was the second one. I have a feeling that there have been 2 B preps so
But
far
maybe
already.
Denis is asking for the discard shortly to sort of see the build, because there are right now, or was it the second or the here comes the Queen's Castle
Here
without
comes the
the
Queen
hideaway.
Castles, yeah, and that's an amazing card to play right after the B prep
Of course.
was played, and
That is what
also we
Ianis
have.
couldn't do with the Magdak Monarch.
That's exactly this. And the third Imperial Proclamation goes to the Inkwell. Here is that's what card is there for.
Sisu.
Sisu,
yeah,
the big
but
Sisu.
two cards are coming. The big Sisu is not enough to remove the castle,
No.
and Denis is already on 11. And Ianis is holding the Magdak Monarch, so soon Denis. Oh wow!
There is a big prep
He
from
could afford it.
Denis.
He could afford it.
And Mowi Shark. How many inks does he have? A lot of inks. Okay, enough to play. Mowi Shark plus be prepared.
He
Amazing.
has 14 inks probably because he had all the inks. Yeah.
I think that's what happens when you draw a lot of card.
Yeah.
Like that's why you can have all your ink, and basically I would say that red purple is not the deck that inks the most, but when it can ink, it's just unstoppable because you just draw an ink and you draw an ink.
Denis' hand is at the moment looks like a book.
Yeah.
So it will be really difficult. I would say it's nearly impossible to stop this at the moment. Yeah.
Here comes the Pirate Life.
It's a very desperate move, and I think probably, as you pointed out, it all comes down to draw advantage, and Tipo is just bad against this
Tipo,
matchup.
yeah, I think that Tipo is.
Wow!
Oh my god, 2 sharks in the castle! I'm
No.
not sure that they're both in the castle, but they are about to enter
Yeah,
it.
and the
Finders
Enchanted
Keepers!
Finders Keepers
Oh,
is there.
it's so pretty, this card. And yeah, 3 cards. As if he did not draw enough.
Ianis is checking the other win condition is that whether Denis is out decking itself or not.
The
But
mill.
I don't think that this gonna happen.
I
though.
don't think it's gonna
Denis is
happen,
smart
yeah.
enough not to. But I think, it's probably just over.
Yeah, Denis goes to 14 and the castle is still in the board, what is very important because the castle quest for 2 every single turn automatically, and it's just so
Let
powerful.
it go, we are not
Let
doing
it
enough
go.
here.
Let it go.
Yeah.
Let it go.
And at this very moment, Denis doesn't even have to take out, doesn't even need to try to take out the Magdak Monarch.
Because Ianis is
game.
just at 9, and it's pretty much impossible for him to go to quest too low quickly. It's just he just doesn't have these tools.
I
It's
think
not an aggro deck.
Ianis will be digging for not Tipo for the next game. I guess.
Yeah, I probably think he will ink Tipo, but sometimes it was not the case in this game, but sometimes you have to play Tipo because you have to
Here
ramp.
comes Shark.
The third shark.
Again.
Is it the third shark? And be prep.
Yeah, it's enough.
Is it
He won
enough?
the
Yeah,
game.
yeah, he just won the game because 2 sharks gave 2 points of lore because of the big prep. Okay, that was so strong. That was so strong from the part of the purple player because he managed to draw like almost his whole deck.
I think Denis is understanding totally the matchup. He knows exactly what to do with it. And although I can get Ianis' side on why he has chosen the Tipo, so there is explanation for that, I think it still just needs to go towards the sail, ramp heavily, keep your cards direction. It's more affordable against a deck that tries to win so hard, but on the other hand, with the shark line and with the finders keepers can also get back in the game in the late game also. So I think the next game will also be about card advantage, I guess.
Yes, and I think that also the red purple will he be on the play?
I think Denis has decided to give Ianis.
That's what I was thinking about.
Yeah, so Denis will start this game.
Yeah, so also the red-purple player Denis will be starting the next game, and it's even stronger, let's say so, because as a red-purple, if you start, you can develop a board, you can quest quicker, and that's also a great start. Right, so I think that's the main difficulty about playing this particular red-blue deck is that you cannot have a lot of cards. You can choose what cards you will have, but you cannot have all of them.
Yeah.
And I think that was probably not the best decision when the red-blue player inked his sail.
To play the Tipo.
Yeah, and he played the
and
Tipo.
How sad is that this is such a nuance difference, and we are still talking about that call.
Yeah.
Like, this is exactly in professional Lorcana that just separates you from winning a game to losing a game.
Yeah, sometimes when the level is high, and I would say that in this tournament the overall level is high, even one mistake can cost you a game, and so that's why it's like inking decisions are sometimes not very looked into, but they are very important, and especially in red-blue, in the deck where sometimes even your opponent, they don't see what you ink, and so that's why when you ink the wrong cards, sometimes you don't notice it, and even your opponent cannot tell you after the game that probably you shouldn't have inked this. You should have inked maybe something else. Okay, so the game is about to start.
Yeah, and if you think about the recent ban, before Red Blue can hold on to his high ramp, it was really relevant on finding the high ramp, if you think about it. And now, since without high ramp we play, it's really essential to be really accurately around with what time and why for you would exactly ink your card and play the other. And I think it's Ianis is having again the Tipo. I hope.
Yeah, I think there are 2 Tipos.
And he has the sail. And he has the sail. We will see.
Yeah, we will see. Yeah, and Chernobog followers are here, forcing Ianis to play the Tipo again, probably. Let's see.
Come on, Ianis, please play.
Please don't play Tipo. God doesn't want Ianis to play Tipo. No, play the sail, play the sail, play the sail. All right. But there are 2 creatures now. I think he will play the Tipo.
Here comes the Tipo, Angelica.
Here comes the Tipo.
Here comes the Tipo. Oh, wow.
Bela did not want to see the Tipo, but Tipo is here. He doesn't care about your opinion. All right. So, well, I can perfectly understand why Ianis plays Tipo here, because Chernobog's followers because of the Diablo. But the problem is that Chernobog's followers are already gone. They destroyed themselves to draw a card, I think.
Yeah, and Ianis will be facing again lack of card draw against Red Purple, who will have probably all the cards in the world. As we could see the start, it was a really strong one. So Denis has already sacrificed his Chernobog. The Diablo will also be a cantrip. So yeah, but maybe now we are seeing some sales. What do you think?
Yeah, probably. What other choices does he have? Can he? Yeah, it's not a sale because he already has 4 inks. That means it's Grammatella time. Sale gets inked. I'm not sure it's the best decision, but I don't see all the cards in the hand because sale is still a draw engine.
I can see Ianis' hand now. I can see a shark.
More shark. How far I'll go? I guess how far I'll go is for the next turn.
And still there is a hideaway there. So if
there is an occasional Queen's Castle, it will be hidden away. But I'm not sure. I don't think that in this situation Denis will be playing in the Queen's Castle because it's definitely not the best play here. Because the castle can easily get taken down by Grammatella plus Moe. So
but I was wondering if in the last game, we did see the hero to our Maui, so Denis knows exactly that it is there. I'm not sure how many we saw. We saw an enchanted one, right?
Yeah, the one.
And we probably, that was the only one we saw, right? So Denis might assume that he runs only 1 or 2 copies, and that's not the case. He totally runs 2 play sets of all the Mauis.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
that might be
so
something.
the Queen's Castle, like, they are in danger because of the 4 Mauis plus 4 Maui half shots.
And here comes Magdak Manor.
Magdak Manor is here, all right.
So Ianis feels secure with the board enough to just get that Magdak Manor out there, not caring about any other further development of the board.
Yeah, and he has 2 brawls in his deck, just to take care of some genies probably, or some rabbits or whatever. And 2 scissors, only 2 big scissors.
Yeah, I think next round from Ianis' side probably we will see a shark, surprisingly.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I think the shark will come. I think the situation on the board is looking good for Ianis at the moment.
True.
Let's see if Denis
and
manages
the one-off
to reverse
hideaway has gone again. But this might give Denis the intel that he plays more actually, because the other game was also in the top 20 cards appeared the hideaway, and now in the top 15 cards probably appeared the hideaway again.
Yeah, you're completely right. It's completely true, because when you see the card, like the 2 games, both games, you see this hideaway and you assume that there are probably at least 2 copies. But no, there is just only one hideaway that is coming up, that is showing up again and again.
Here's comes reading phase.
Moana?
Yeah, the set 7, and Moana has just been read.
Yeah.
I don't exactly know the other ability. She's evasive and she gives someone +2 or something?
She gives, she gives +2 attack, I think, when she quests, not immediately, not when she...
Any character or just yours?
Yours, I think it's yours. I can't say that I ever tried to give this attack to anybody else.
Yeah, I mean, it could be useful sometimes.
Yeah, if you're playing yellow, if you're playing what's greatest criminal mind, of course it can be useful.
And here comes the shark.
Yeah, the shark is here, and
Poor Moana is just a 4. Poor Moana is just a 4. It's not a 5. That is some crucial 1 damage.
All right, so the situation on the board is really, really good for Ianis, and it will probably be a draw at that point, unless Denis happens to reverse the situation in his favor. So I think to do this, Denis needs be prep probably, or a crab to take care of Bowie, plus remove the manner, right?
On the long run, I don't know if it's enough, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, if Magdak Manor is staying on board for long enough, the game will be concluded.
Yeah, Magdak Manor is just here. It's not going anywhere at the moment. So
yeah,
I think
that one will be
I think
killed.
Denis really wants to take Bowie down, and so I guess in this case you quest with Moana.
I don't know.
No,
yeah,
it's better.
Yeah.
You remove Maui with Moana and with Elsa.
Yeah.
All right.
On the other hand, I don't know, because you also have to think about the Magdak Monarch. Like Moana at least attacks for 4, and Genie can just quest around.
Yeah, I think you have a point here.
You can see your favorite card being inked.
Is it again the Imperial
Of course.
Proclamation being inked? Yes! It's true that you definitely want to take care of Magdak Manors, because I think you cannot just keep this card on the board, because all the time I think you want to take down the characters, because they can sing, because they can attack, they can trade your locations, etc. But you cannot just leave these manors like this on the board, because they will, at some point in the game, they will give your opponent enough lore points just to finish the game with pirate lives, with Moe sharks, etc., etc. Who are the commentators? Who are you, Bela? So, I'm here with Bela, who is a DLC top cutter and a very good lemon lime player, and I am Queen Nyamyabu and also Queen TCG, and I also made some good results in Locana. So, and I like also Purr. I don't think it's very interesting in the context of the tournament, but whatever. All right. So the board still looks very good for the red-blue player.
Yeah.
Grammatelas are there. Tipo is doing something, questing being useful a little bit. Well, singing, more singing than questing.
I don't know how you feel about that play, but for me it's quite desperate at the moment.
Yeah, I think it is. We don't see the hand of Denis, but
we can see the board of Denis.
But we can see the board of Denis, exactly. You're right. Yeah.
Lumiere. Well, our fire friend is just not really useful at the moment.
No, he's just he's on fire without being on fire.
And I think for Ianis, everything aligns just super good, because Denis probably got the intel that Ianis is full of hideaways, because all the locations are currently getting inked. Denis is just looking at the board and thinks that if he would play anything like that after a blank round with the Finders Keepers, it's just sad. But I think it's over.
Yeah, I think it's over, and I think it will be a draw, because the situation on the board is just perfect for the red blue player, and I don't see how Denis could possibly win this at that point.
The best play for Denis would be questing with Genie and playing Be Prepared, and still it's not the best, but that would be
I think it's the best play from what he can play.
Oh, that hurts.
He attacks the manor,
physically hurts.
Yeah, that physically hurts. And here comes Be Prep. Well, let's remember your words about Moana.
What do you think about putting 2 damage on that Monarch? Would you just quest up to 9?
It's so sad. I think he has to do this maybe to be able
Wow!
to finish this later with a Maui plus something probably.
And great
the second Magdeck manner, and
great
it hurts.
sportsmanship from Denis, because he reminded Ianis for taking the 2 lures, which was currently a missed trigger, but the people just repaired that. Yeah, it's 4. Yeah, it's good that the guys 6. Yeah, because all the 2 characters went in. It's just good for Denis at least that the guys are evasive and Goofy cannot trigger the 2, but it's over, I mean, probably.
Yeah.
And there's probably nothing to do here.
Yeah, 2 Magdeck manners are just dominating
Yeah,
this game.
Pirate's
It's just so harsh. Yeah.
Life.
9 willpower. It's just a lot. It's very difficult to remove these locations.
Do you think in the next game we can see a concluded game that somebody actually wins, or we will be having draws all day?
Well, I think somebody will win anyway.
Yeah, somebody must take the trophy home.
Yeah, somebody must make the top card. So I guess it's probably somebody will win on stream. Why not?
This game was like not the same intensity like the first one. I think both of the games were quite obvious, straightforward.
I think not since the very beginning, because the first one, at first you could imagine that probably like the red-blue player could have won, but then the situation turned like completely different, and so the red-purple player Denis drew so many cards that it became impossible for Ianis to win.
Yeah, I hope the viewers don't hate Tipo after this game, because we have talked.
Maybe somebody hates you because they love Tipo now. Be careful.
Maybe. We have to be careful about what we say about people on the menu.
Every time you say, this card is bad, I don't play it, it can be somebody's favorite card, right?
Yeah, but I guess we just have to take responsibility here.
Yeah, definitely.
So
Imperial Proclamation is not my favorite card. I'm sorry for all fans of Imperial Proclamation, if these fans exist, if they are watching us. All right. So, what do you think of the set 8 actually? Do you think these decks will be improved anyhow in set 8?
To be honest, I didn't really have the time to look through all the cards. I have seen some, but so far I didn't have the impression, except for the shift ramp, that is something outstandingly good, but that might be because I didn't see some of the cards, or most of the cards rather.
I also want to say something about red purple. I have a feeling that there is a tendency that at the beginning of each set people try to bury red purple because there are not that many new cards, because red purple already has a lot of good cards from the previous chapters, from chapter 1 and 2, and when people see that there are not so many good cards for red purple, they think like, maybe the deck will not perform, maybe it will be a bit weak, but later, like red purple revives and it comes back to the meta all the time. I think it's it happens again and again and again. At the very beginning, you don't see a lot of red purples, and then they come back.
We got the sign that Flokki is making an interview.
Yeah.
So I guess we will meet in a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
Ich stehe hier mit Denis Gangkofner, der jetzt gerade im Feature-Match zu sehen war. Denis, du bist ja nicht zum ersten Mal bei der Enchanted Tour dabei, warst schon vor einem Jahr bei der allerersten Ausgabe dabei. Genau. Wie taugt dir Österreich, wie taugt dir die Location hier?
Richtig geil, also Wien ist immer schön herzukommen. Und genau, letztes Jahr eben auch bei der ersten Enchanted Tour, auch richtig geile Location. Es war, glaube ich, noch eine andere Location, glaube ich. Aber auch volle Bude und einfach geile Leute, geiles Ambiente.
Du bist ja Teil des Mushu-Clans, das ist ein Lorcaner-Team, das ihr vor kurzem gegründet habt in Deutschland. Wie kann man sich so den Alltag in einem Professional TCG-Team vorstellen? Was macht ihr da so den ganzen Tag?
Genau, also wir haben montags immer unser Training. Das heißt, wir diskutieren Deckstrategien, schauen, ob Turniere anstehen, zu denen man fahren kann, zum Beispiel Wien. Genau, und dann haben wir unter anderem auch die Teamliga, spielen auch eben verschiedene Teams aus Deutschland. Und genau, generell haben wir halt dann Strategien, Decktesting. Das ist das Gute, dass halt jeder von uns quasi seine Lieblingsfarbe, Lieblingsdeck hat. Dadurch kann man halt auch viele Strategien üben und Feedback immer abholen.
Du spielst ja Red Purple heute. Das ist, glaube ich, dein Go-To-Deck, oder? Bei der Ostler warst du am Start.
Genau, ja.
Ja, wie war das Match gegen Ianis jetzt? Red-Blue, Sharkliste. Ja. Wohlfühl-Match oder war das schon hart?
Es sollte eigentlich gut sein, sage ich mal. Also es ist ein richtiges Grind-Match auch. Also wenn man dann Richtung Hase, Finders Keeper, Chini kommt, sag ich mal, läuft es gut. Wenn man dann auch schafft, den ersten Shark rauszunehmen. Genau, also ich glaube, das hat man in der ersten Partie gut gesehen. Da hat er leider den Card Draw nicht gefunden. In der zweiten Partie ist etwas andersrum, dann durfte ich zuschauen. Konnte leider die Männer nicht rauskriegen. Genau, da hat mir dann der Lumiere Ink in Turn 2 sehr wehgetan, weil das wäre dann möglicher Clear für die Location gewesen. Genau, so ist es dann leider zu schnell aus der Hand gelaufen. Ne?
Was erhoffst du, was erwartest du dir jetzt noch für den restlichen Tag, für den restlichen Turnierverlauf?
Viele spannende Decks zu finden nochmal, hoffentlich nicht allzu viel Discard. Aber sonst alles Mögliche gerne. Ruby Amethyst gerne auch dabei. Und sonst, keine Ahnung, einfach den Tag noch genießen und genau, Spaß haben.
Gut, danke dir Dennis. Danke und alles Gute noch für den weiteren Tag. Ja?
Danke. Schön.
Ich habe jetzt noch den Ianis auch da. Ianis, komm mal her zu mir. Erstes Mal Feature heute, hast du gesagt, oder?
Ja, genau, allererstes Mal. Voll. Es war ein bisschen aufgeregt, war ich schon für ein Feature Table, aber wenn man dann spielt, ist man eigentlich locker. Ja.
Rot-Blau Sharkliste. Ja. Ist das dein Wohlfühldeck oder du spielst, glaube ich, seit einigen Sets kein anderes Deck?
Also seit Set 2 spiele ich Rot-Blau eigentlich. Hab Set 1 Rot gespielt, wie schätze ich mal 80% aller anderen. Genau. Und seit Set 2 Rot-Blau. Kurz habe ich Grün-Discard Set 4 gespielt bei Bologna, aber das lag mir gar nicht. Aber ja, Rot-Blau ist das so meine Wohlfühlfarben. Ja. Genau.
Dennis ist ein recht starker Spieler. Wie waren die Matches so für dich jetzt?
Erstes Game habe ich 36 genau das gemacht, was mein Deck hätte machen sollen. Und dann ist nichts mehr gekommen. Also im zweiten Game habe ich genau das gemacht, was mein Deck hätte machen sollen. Und bei ihm ist aber nichts gekommen. Und so ist es halt eben ausgegangen voll. Also on the draw fühle ich mich tatsächlich sogar wohler, wobei die meisten sagen, ja, in Lorcaner ist on the play deutlich besser, aber ich finde on the draw bei Rot-Blau, für mich persönlich, fühle ich mich wohler, weil du hast eine Handkarte mehr, die du inken kannst und auch rampen kannst. Und ich habe jetzt im zweiten Game hatte ich 2 Typos in meiner Starthand und Topdecke den dritten Typo. Das heißt, es war für mich klar, ich werde nie wieder ein Typo sehen. Ich liebe Typo, aber ich hasse Typo auch so sehr im Late Game. Das ist die schlimmste Karte, die man topdecken kann im Late Game. Und dann hast du 3 in deiner Starthand, inkst einen, spielst den zweiten, inkst den dritten und so waren sie weg. Und ich so, ja, okay, ab da sehe ich kein Typo mehr, es kann nur mehr gut werden. Genau.
Wenn du jetzt auf einen weiteren Tag schaust, welches Matchup würdest du gerne sehen und welches möchtest du eher nicht sehen?
Steel Song auf jeden Fall. Also Steel Song ist eigentlich ein Free Win, sage ich mal. Discard in jeglicher Art will ich nicht sehen. Also Discard ist so nervig dagegen zu spielen. Es ist entweder sie hitten Diablo, Shift und discarden sich, oder sie machen es nicht und discarden sich trotzdem und dann bist du trotzdem irgendwie hinten nach. Genau, also Discard ist wirklich sehr nervig und Steel Song will ich schon auf jeden Fall gerne sehen. Also es sollte eigentlich Free Win sein. Ich habe das oft schon gesagt gegen Steel Song, habe dann aufs Maul bekommen, aber trotzdem, ja.
Gut, Ianis, dann danke für deine Zeit. Ich wünsche dir noch alles Gute für den restlichen Tag und vielleicht sehen wir uns ja nochmal im Stream.
Danke sehr.
Das waren die 2 Spieler vom Feature Match. Ich bin mal raus. Bis später.
again, and we're back. We have returned, yeah. And we will have a really exciting match the next game. And when I say exciting, I want to say some special decks that you have probably not seen before, or maybe you did, but not that often. It will not be a red-purple. Any guesses? All right.
I already know.
Yeah, you do. It's true. It's cheating. Is it your deck? Like, is it your lemon line that we'll be seeing?
Unfortunately not.
Unfortunately.
But I hope they are doing good with it, so later we can take a look about
Yeah.
a lemon lime matchup. But right now it's time to reveal, I guess.
Yeah, we'll be streaming a green-blue deck that is currently 2-0. So he has already won his 2 first rounds in best of 2.
And he will be going against a familiar red-blue build.
With Chamaturs happy as clams.
And against cars. Why do you think there are that many people choosing this Scars attack? I mean, just because Steel Song probably, right?
One Scar in Markus's red-blue, yes. I think Scar in red-blue is indeed good against Stillsong, but personally I'm not a big fan of this card because, I don't know, I'm more of a big prep girl. Like, I find Scar that sometimes he just sticks to the hand and you cannot play him because he's uninkable, and like be prep is something more universal, something like you can just play it for everything, yeah, except beat. I don't know, I prefer be prep really.
Yeah, true. It's quite interesting that after the ban of Hiram, we were raising questions whether blue can keep its power.
Yeah.
But
yeah, some people told like next day your deck is dead. But it's still alive, guys. Red Blues are still here, they're still rocking.
I wonder when we can take a look at the meta share, but I think there are quite some of the blue decks going around.
Yeah, Red Blue seems to be popular.
And now green blue.
Yeah, and now we have a green blue deck. So we have, is it Jan or Ian? Jan, who is
probably
playing?
Jan,
I think it's Jan, yeah. Jan against Markus, so Jan is playing green blue and Markus is playing red blue.
Markus is a local player from here, and he's a really talented guy. And I think he's running his red-blue build for a while, so probably he knows exactly what to do.
What to do with the deck.
Except he doesn't know the green-blue coming, so that might come as a surprise.
I think what is great about all these rogue decks, about all these non-meta decks, is the fact that even if your opponent recognizes your deck, they probably don't know how to play against it, because they have probably trained more about some classic decks.
I think we are facing a really interesting build in form of this green-blue. I'm trying to look at whether it runs under the sea or not, which is particularly unusable in this matchup.
No, I don't see any under the seas. I
No,
don't think
there's-
he's running them.
Yeah.
There is the Clarabelle package. There is one Ladich remain.
And guess what? We can face another 8 typos today.
Yeah, probably, but it's not the same here. All right. Do you have any ideas about how this matchup
I
goes?
tend to say that red-blue is favorable here. I think if things really not going sideways for Markus, I think he's favorable here.
All right, yeah, we'll see. I can't say that I played a lot of games with green-blue, just some of them, a very few of them. But the deck still looks strong, and Yeah, I know that I asked, I actually asked Jan about his good matchups, and he told me that the deck can literally be good against everything, but
Yeah,
it
true.
also, it depends on how you play this deck,
Yeah.
and it depends also sometimes on what you draw.
Yeah.
So let's see.
I mean, the green-blue deck is basically has a built-in control motor in the form of the muses, but I don't think that it's gonna be enough against the Tamatoas and the Maui sharks and the big ones later as we are going into the end game. I can see that they are running for your welcomes also and the Clarabelle line to get rid of the threats and then draw it back. And yeah, finally I was able to track it. It's a deck with bend to my will.
Yeah. That's what I also was searching for. And
It's
I think,
here, it's two copies.
Two copies of Bend to My Will. Yeah, sometimes it can be incredibly powerful. And I think that Green Blue had definitely had a good matchup against the Control Red Blue deck. But in the Control Red Blue deck, there are no Maui Sharks. And I think Maui Shark is probably the worst card for Red Blue for the Green Blue here.
Yeah.
Right
so
now,
people.
they are just like slowly beginning
of
to
course.
play.
I mean, it's not a Chernadog deck to rush in.
No,
They
no,
just
no,
trying
no.
to feel each other's weak spots. They probably right now just wondering how to build that card draw advantage and how to deal with their ramps in a smart way. Markus' hand is not the best, I believe. Right now we can maybe see
He
how
inks his
far I go.
Tamator
No,
and
it's the grandma is there.
It's a good
okay.
hand, I think.
I did not
Actually,
see the grandma.
Yeah. So, did he take the manor? I think he take the McDuck manor. And he...
Markus has two how far I go, so in case the grandma sticks, which
if it
she probably
stays, it
will.
if she stays, she sings.
But then we can see the grandma probably from the other side as well.
Yeah.
And whoever will get more use of the how far I goes will have the first advantage. We can see also the 7-cost Clarabelle, which is, I think, a really great drawing engine.
Yeah, so here comes the Grand Metalla from John's side. Oh, sorry, Jan.
Yeah, it's not a how far I go. It's just a grandma, so it's not used ink, but it goes under the deck.
Okay. I wonder what Jan has in his hand. How far I'll
Some
go
bend
to?
to my will,
Bend to my
some
will.
how far I
Clarabelle, I
go.
think.
Yeah.
Is it the big Clarabelle?
Yeah, it is.
All right. And here
And-
comes the Magduck Manor.
Markus is risking going out with the Magduck Manor. He is not willing to put some other board presence because he's probably fully aware that green and blue together are not really high attackers, so that Magduck Manor could maybe stick for 2 or 3 turns.
There
in
is
some
your
cases.
welcome. I think there is
Yeah,
your
I know,
welcome.
but still, then Markus will be having a lot of cards, and since Jan is probably not having the small Clarabelle, the big Clarabelle is not coming yet, so he, with the Your Welcome only, will give Markus some great advantage that with the ramp, because Markus is having another how far I go in hand.
Yeah,
with a-
that's true, but Jan has a bend to my will.
I know.
And he have just
It will
played
come
how far I'll
next
go.
turn, yeah.
So yeah, it can come the
It
next
will
turn.
come next turn, so Markus.
Yeah,
And
look,
so-
you're welcome.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Magduck Manor is gone, and Markus will draw 2 cards, and
But
Markus
he-
will probably lose all his cards just the
Yeah,
next turn to
but
bend to my will.
Maybe he will decide that probably he is seeing that line or the probability of that coming.
Yeah, he definitely sees.
And
He definitely
maybe
knows.
he's because otherwise that your welcome play would at least be controversial.
Yeah.
If it's not for the discard. So Markus, at this very point, we need to be very
He needs to
accurate
ramp.
with.
He needs to ramp, I think, probably.
Yeah, and he needs to be very accurate with how he plays his cards. But there are 2 how far I goes also.
Yeah.
Maybe he sings one, he plays the other one, or there is also a world where you just want to come up with your shark and play the how far I go, but no.
No,
Markus has
it's
decided
just the
not
how
to do
far
that.
I'll go. I think he really wants to ink, at least to have some ink to play his cards further, probably. Also, I don't actually know what's the best play for Jan here.
See, but I don't understand the order of playing these because he had the
I think
shark.
probably it was a mistake if he had the shark.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if he had it
maybe he
in-
wanted to find something else, you know.
Yeah.
Maybe he wanted to find something else
Yeah,
and
but
to play
still, I mean,
this.
playing the
not
shark, and after how far I go, it's not the end of the world. I mean, as soon as any of the creatures is turned sideways, Markus will be having his how far as goes back, and I think it's, although bend to my will is a strong call here, I think this game is not over yet.
It's not over yet, but also there is a choice actually whether you play Clarabelle, the big Clarabelle first, because I think Jan also has the big Clarabelle still.
Yeah, he does.
And like this, you draw a lot of cards and you wait one turn more and then you discard, or you don't take this risk and you discard immediately. So I think that's the dilemma for Jan here.
It's as soon
Clarabelle
as he plays,
or
for
Venturabelle?
example, the Clarabelle, he will be left with 2 cards in hand, right? Because he has 3. No,
Yeah, bend to my
it's
will.
just
It's
for the
here.
obvious.
Oh
It's just
my
for the
god,
obvious.
everything is gone. Everything is gone.
Yes.
And I think he just like took this decision because he still has some cards. I mean, Jan still has some cards
Yeah.
in his hand.
It was
so
the
he
right call, I guess.
Yeah, I also think it was a right play, especially knowing that I saw the hand of Markus.
Yeah.
That was pretty strong.
Yeah.
Now he needs to get rid of the Maui shark. I mean, Jan needs to get rid of the Maui shark because Maui shark can bring back some big preps. I think he can bring back some how far else goes to seek for more and more cards. Okay, Tomato is here and one popsicle is back. There are no other
So
objects.
shiny.
Yeah. All right. So what should they do now? Like Markus just needs to top deck.
Yeah.
Not cheapos, not
Yeah.
top decking cheapos. It's already a good strategy, right, for a Runde player here.
Yeah, I mean, finding one of those bend to my wheels after your ramps against red-blue is just the best thing that can happen to you. I wonder if it was enough because it was really strong. It was
Maui.
that's
All
just
right.
bad.
That is bad because this Maui isn't really doing anything. But
Yeah.
Maui shark still remains a problem because
It is,
I
yeah.
don't know exactly how you can take it down with the green-blue deck because you can play your welcome, but it's not good enough because you don't want to give
You
them
can
cards.
use your mother's knows best, and you can discard.
Yeah, probably that's the best
Or
way.
you can all the 2 Mauis, the hero tools, are good for one particular reason, is that it keeps the Lady Remains apart from the board. Like this wicked.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
the one that gives the character back, right?
Yeah, I think it
the
is.
6 cost.
I think it's this one, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's going on the board meanwhile?
A vision is played.
A vision is played. All right, all right.
And Jan is choosing the card.
Okay, develop your brain. What does he have? Cheapo? No.
I think
Not at this
he
stage.
might want to have a let it go.
Yeah, I think probably you're right. Let it go. I am just trying to check if he runs any copies of Let It
doesn't
Goes.
run it
I don't
either?
think that the green-blue player runs any copies of Let It Go.
That's strange,
That's
though.
why I did not name it as an option for Maui Shark, because here I have the list.
It is put back to the hand.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's for...
And the dime
Yeah.
is here. There is only one lucky dime in Jan's deck, by the way. So there are no hideaways in Markus' deck. So I don't think that the dime is anyhow in danger. Because we have just seen a match with red-blue playing one copy of Hideaway.
Yeah.
And like this, you can lose your dime and it never comes back.
Yeah, and we can all see that it all comes down to cards when it comes to red-blue. So we could see as soon as the hand is emptied, basically red-blue is in top decking mode, and
Yeah, of course. The red-blue, the current red-blue, the one that plays sharks and locations, is not a deck that draws a lot of cards, like contrary to the red-blue item deck. And it's crucial for it to have some draw engines, to have some, to draw the right cards. That's why we have developed your brain. That's why we have a vision of the future. That's why we have grammaticals to choose.
How many cards Markus have at the moment?
I'm not sure he has any cards. Maybe one.
That one on the board.
Yeah, maybe that one is on the board is the card he has.
Did Jan manage to empty his hand so that card will be drawn? Or Jan has his hand beside the monitor? I don't know.
Yeah, probably he has his hand somewhere, because I think he still had some other cards.
Maybe he doesn't actually, because he played the
Yeah,
bell
maybe he-
also.
Yeah. Maybe he managed to empty.
Yes,
Yeah,
he is drawing
yes,
that card.
Yes,
So
yes, that's
Clarabelle
one
is
card.
making some value already here.
Yeah, I can't say that it's a lot of value, but I definitely understand why he went for Bend to My Wheel
that,
before Clarabelle.
Tipo, such
Tipo.
a blank.
Tipo is like your most hated card in
No,
this
I
Enchanted Tour.
I just really feel it, how desperately Red Blue needs the card.
Yeah, and you top deck like this,
Yeah.
and there is a Tipo, and you're like, oh, no way you. Why not another Maui Shark? Okay, but still,
So,
I think
yeah.
it's still kind of difficult for Jan because of the Maui Shark who's back. Because if you let Maui Shark attack, Markus will get his How Far I'll Go back, and he will draw cards. So sometimes you don't really want it, and your Clarabelle also will be banished.
Yeah. But I mean, here, of course, it is unfortunate that you're not having any cards, but here it's also, on the other hand, actually quite useful. You're not giving your opponent any cards on the end of the turn.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Okay, so Tamato, Happy as Clem is here, and okay, so we use the lucky dime to gain some lore points, and Jan is already at 8.
Yes, trading started.
Grammatale into Grammatale, yes, and the others, I think they will not quest. No,
That
they don't
shark
quest.
is really
That
disturbing
shark,
for
yeah.
this deck.
Yeah, I think, at the very beginning, at the very moment when I saw the deck list, I thought that sharks
here
will
comes
be
the
problematic, yeah.
Here comes the scar. Not the worst thing that can happen, but it's. I mean, yeah, we predicted that it's not gonna be the most useful stuff.
Yeah, but he quests. I mean, Scar quests for 2, and the Red Blue player is already at 9. So actually, and he has this Maui Shark. That means that each time he draws a card like how far he'll go, a brawl or whatever, he can gain some lore points, and that makes it useful. Even though brawl will not be removing any characters at the moment.
And Jan, the game is just starting to be really interesting because Jan has decided not to wait anymore.
Yeah, I think he cannot wait anymore, probably.
But I cannot really see the hand. Does he actually have any reply to that shark? Because if not, things can get really wild here.
Yeah, I think that's the problem.
Yeah, he has it.
Yeah, he has
it.
Mardenol's best shark goes back to the hand.
And
And the second Clarabelle.
Yeah.
So does he trade the Tamator or does he quest here? He's at 10. He decides to quest. Okay. And there is the lucky dime that is impossible to remove.
But probably if Markus is getting his hand on a prep, that could turn the whole game around.
Yeah, probably. That's true. He has the shark. Yes, the one that was returned. And what is the second card in Marcus's hand?
It's. I think I can see a Magdak Manor, maybe.
Yeah, I think if it's a Magdak Manor, it's not a good thing here. Yeah, he plays his shark. Yes, of course.
With Scar, you can get
3,
rid.
4, 5, 6, 7. But actually, yeah, you need to get rid of the board because otherwise Jan just wins. But it's totally possible to do this for the red blue player, so that's what he's doing. Two Clarabelles are gone. One Clarabelle is gone.
Yeah, he's doing it real smart. I was wondering, Markus decides not to ink the Manor.
No, I think at that point you don't want to ink your cards because you don't have a lot. But yes, there is Clarabelle. I see what you mean. There is Clarabelle. So if you have cards, it means that your opponent with Clarabelle will also have cards.
And don't forget that Jan is easily on 18 this round, and there is, I don't know if Markus' list is running any hideaways. So that dime will stay.
No, that's what I said. Yeah, the dime will stay. The dime is not going anywhere.
So basically, the only thing Jan needs to do is just go to 18.
The problem is that he's just at 11, and it will be difficult.
No, he's on 14.
Sorry, I was talking about Markus.
Yeah,
Markus, I mean, I was searching for the ways for Markus to win this game, and I thought whether he could rush
Oh no, yes, it is. It was right. Yeah, that's normal. And
16.
No, that's
18.
too much.
Yeah, that was a bit too much.
And let's see if the shark can. Yeah, he's just clearing the board.
Just making the things easier to understand.
Let's see if that You're Welcome is played.
I think yes, because this.
Oh, the pop cycle, nice. Because Jan is needing only a creature that quests for 2 for the next round, and he has enough imps to.
I don't know actually, because there is this pirate's life that can potentially appear.
Yeah, that's true.
That's why I thought that.
But I don't know if. No card draw with Clarabelle.
The point is, if you play this card on Maui Shark, you will still draw with Clarabelle, right?
Yeah.
So I would have played You're Welcome on Maui Shark just to draw the cards with Clarabelle, probably. But maybe
I'm really
wrong.
not sure.
Maybe
giving red-blue 2 cards at this moment, and probably giving him the pirate's life by
I see what you mean. Yeah, chances are that he finds it.
What?
Oh my God, 2 manners and a Tamator.
No, he doesn't have a pirate's life in the discard.
No.
Right?
There is a big trap.
That will not be enough. Any creature that quests for 2 is just okay.
But
there is the Clarabelle. The game is over.
All right. Yeah, here we go. And
I think if
Jan wants the first round.
Jan can find his early ramps again, and then find bend to my will and repeat this strategy, he can be more than okay again. But since he is running only 2 copies of bend to my will, I can't remember he was digging that hard for it. Probably after Mulligan he was having it in the opening hand, right?
Probably yes, but I think you don't really want to run more than 2 bend to my will copies. I probably saw some decks running 3, but the point is you can brick. If you play too many bend to my wills, you can brick. You can have.
I agree with you, but in that match, this was not the case. Bend to my will was just unstoppable and just winning the game.
Yeah, I think it was basically Jan's win condition. I mean, bend to my will, it's just like, it's so strong against the decks that don't have a lot of draw engines. And Markus's deck has a lot of cards to draw cards, but I mean it's most of the time 1 card against 1 card. So like basically if you play Develop Your Brain, you play Develop Your Brain and you exchange it into another card. You don't draw more than you played. That's the difference between this and Hiram, because when you played Hiram, you just played 1 card to draw 2 cards, and that gave you the card advantage.
Yeah, as they pointed it out in the chat, the popsicle went in the wrong place. But he also added that it probably wouldn't matter. Yeah, I think the Clarabelle that was needed to go for the dime with was already in hand, probably, right?
Yeah, I think it was probably that was the case, because it's true that it's an important moment. Thank you.
But if he has ruined the Clarabelle, no, the deck was shuffled. Okay, the deck was shuffled because I remember Jan pointing at the deck whether Markus wants to cut it.
I think if it was shuffled, it's.
But
so
why would they shuffle if the popsicle just has thrown to the discard? Then why would they shuffle the deck?
Yeah.
I don't know. Now it's. I don't exactly know what happened.
Okay, let's move on to the second round. All right, so Develop Your Brain for Jan. Moe Shark Sisu, I think. Roll. Popsicle.
Clarabelle is in the hand. Sail is in the hand.
Yeah, for Jan, we have Cheapo that is inked.
Yeah, that's the right play. That's the right play.
Sail is played. Jan is making Bela happy. Once somebody is inking the Cheapo and playing the sail, Bela is a happy man.
No, Tipo is a complete B plan.
I think
he's the guy you want to play when you don't have the sail.
I agree with you. As a Red Bull player, I most of the time agree with you. Like, back in the time, it was not like this exactly, because first of all, you didn't have sail. Secondly, if you were playing some aggro decks like Purple Emeralds, sometimes you needed to get rid of their Merfolk and stuff like this, so Chipa was useful.
Markus is going wild with the popsicles, so at any point of the game,
summer is coming. You need popsicles. They are refreshing.
Exactly.
Okay, so Grammatala for Jan.
Yeah, so in this game, Markus Tamatwa will not brick with the items as it did in the other game. He couldn't find any. Now it will definitely not be the case. It's quite interesting that although he had to discard his whole hand, he still didn't have any items to get back with Tamatwa.
It was so sad for the Red Bull player.
It was really sad.
But I think that now Markus has his chances, because I would say that the hand is better than it was the previous round.
Yeah, and also sometimes when you meet a deck that you're not meeting every day, sometimes you just it goes to the ink.
It goes to the ink.
So
it's quite a common mistake.
Yeah, because it has from many cards. Like Grammatala is doing it differently. How Fargo is doing it differently. So yeah.
Yeah. That's easy to make this mistake, definitely. Okay, how far I'll go?
Everybody wants to go fast.
Everybody wants to round.
So when you play decks that you don't really play every day,
you can be a little lost during the first round, and then you adapt a little better.
Yeah,
I
you
guess.
tend to forget about, for example, Bend to My Will is not really a common card to meet around the tables.
No, but I think Markus remembered about the card, because who says green blue says Bend to My Will most of the time? If it's not an aggro deck, it is playing Bend to My Will.
Or maybe you can also expect that it's a good metagame call against Steel Song with some sort of under the sea mechanism. Because if somebody is expecting like many Steel Songs, then you might just go for some Muses lines.
Yeah, probably, you're right. But Muses, actually, Jan runs 4 copies of the Muses in his deck, and I think this card is awesome against Stillsong.
But as far as I can see, he is not running any sort of attack minusing.
Yeah, I see Hufflepuff
So
some
that
whistles.
could be one weak
I see
point
what
of
you
the
mean.
Muses.
Yeah, that's true. But I think it's also the only out
Here is the
of
shift.
this deck.
Here is the shift.
shift.
And it's just cruelty at this point.
Yeah. Clarabelle is just so
take
strong.
it back. I will draw.
I will draw more. I will draw even more.
Yeah, Ianis will not risk questing with it because mostly a hero to all is like there is a high chance that Markus has it. So yeah.
Will he draw Bend to My Will?
From the 2 copies, will he draw it again?
I don't see it at the
probably,
moment.
Probably it's not there
Probably
yet.
it's not there yet, but he can always top deck it.
Markus desperately needs to get rid of that Clarabelle.
Yeah, Markus is afraid. You see that, chances are that you will be bended to this will again, and that's not what you want to happen as a Red Blue player. You don't want to lose all your cards. So Maui Shark is here again, and the biggest menace of this green blue deck in Red Blue's deck.
Is there your welcome there to sing comfortably with Grandma? Yeah, we are digging for it.
Okay.
Is there your welcome there? No, but there is Bend to My Will!
Bend to My Will! Yeah!
No! 2 copies! Two copies!
But I think this deck draws quite a lot, and you can also have the same engines that the Red Blue deck has.
Yeah.
So you also have 4 copies of Develop Your Brain. You have, I think he runs 4 copies of Vision of the Future. So it means that you can find your Bend to My Will even if you only run 2 copies of this card.
And it's like so looking into that direction that Jan is not really interested about this turn, what is happening.
No.
Because he is looking forward to the Bend to My Will.
He knows what he wants to do the next turn. Yeah, he knows that he want to play Bend to My Will.
But now in this build, Tipo is actually kind of more useful because you can remove your cards from your hand and then draw something useful back.
The problem
with the
is
Clarabelle.
That you will be top decking, and I think that's the biggest problem of the Red Blue player.
Tipo comes. I guess Jan is not drawing many. Maybe Markus is holding 7 cards probably. So
I don't think he will draw. I don't think he will draw a lot. But the point is that
Markus
He already
is
has
having,
a lot of cards.
Yeah,
I mean,
Markus
they both
is
have a lot
having
of cards.
his last real turn in the game.
Yeah, but there is again another Maui shark, and
Yeah.
like it's still a strong card, and
Yeah,
like,
Markus is totally aware of the situation.
yeah.
And
I
it's
think
just sad again.
yeah, but these sharks are still quite like dangerous.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's the problem that Markus doesn't have a lot of lore just yet. Why 3?
It's 4.
It's 4.
It's 4. It should be
For
4.
for two sharks.
It should be 4.
Maybe we should make a sign or something like that. Yeah, because it definitely should be 4 for 2 sharks are in the game. I think this is automatically.
The sun. Follow. Okay. Thanks.
Okay.
You saved the day, Angelica.
All right, yeah. Now I will be disqualified from the stream as I interfered in the game, not being a judge. All right, but yes, it's 4. Okay, so 2 Maui sharks to remove. What can we do? You're welcome to give more cards.
Not yet.
No. Happy as a clam. All right, so here comes the popsicle. And another popsicle. Okay.
Would you just play the Bantamai build at this point?
I don't know exactly, probably
Because
yes.
that was
probably
a quite
still.
good recipe in the first game. I don't
Yeah,
see any
probably.
real reasons why not to do that.
Probably because you want to draw more cards with Clarabelle. Probably
But do
Ianis
you
not a
really-
fan of his hand or something like this.
Do you
I don't
really
know.
need more cards that desperately? Like,
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't know exactly. I don't know why he didn't want to play Bantamai well. Are we sure that he has one? I think we saw it.
we saw it.
Yeah. I really don't know. I can't say that I played green blue that many times, but
Yeah.
the answer to your question is yes, I would definitely play
See?
Bantamai Will. Yeah.
Now every spell that Markus is playing is punished by 2 lores.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know exactly. I am sure there is a reason behind all this. I think if somebody gonna interview Jan,
Yeah,
it's a very
we
good
will
question
ask.
to ask, yes. I think he will trigger be prep and after it ban. Yeah, so in the chat, people say that probably Jan wants Markus to play be prep first to get rid of his own sharks
But I
and
mean-
then
I mean,
yeah.
if you have 2 sharks and you see the other deck struggling with your 2 sharks, why would you just play B-Prep at this point? I wouldn't. Like, I see the motivation, like Jan is trying to desperately get the prep, but I mean, on Markus' side, why would you do that?
Why would you do this? Yeah, that's true. I don't think I would play the big preps to remove my own Mauis, my own board.
Or that's what he wanted to do, just put at least 1 shark back and then do the bend to my will
Yeah,
move.
I think probably
but
that's
I
also the
don't
answer.
really know. I don't really know. It was already a bit punished not to put the hand out the other round, because now, yeah, you've still got 7. He can still do it.
Okay. Yeah, so you're welcome.
And now we will definitely can expect a bend to my will, I think.
Yeah, I think that was the answer. That is correct. I play exclusively green blue. Yeah, yeah. So actually, it was a correct play. The chat people in the chat says to us that you like want to get rid of the sharks, and then you like play bend to my will. Okay, great.
It
Top
also
64 at DLC with bend to my will. Oh, that's great. That's really a great result.
Yeah,
Thank you for this explanation.
Yeah, but now it's a prep.
Yeah,
I don't know how many cards Jan is having too.
I think he has enough. I mean, like, yeah.
No, it just looked too probably. Tomato. Okay, there will be more cards coming.
All right, so Tamator and 2 popsicles. Yeah, I think Jan has a lot of cards here. Like already, even without playing Tamator, he still had something like 5 probably in his hand. So the things still look really good for Jan here. And will it be the 2-0 for the green-blue player? Here comes Clarabelle, which is signed. I think it's signed by the artist. Do you have any signed cards?
Yes, I do. I have,
Okay,
but
Clarabelle
it's rather for me. It's like memories. Like after a couple of interesting games, we signed each other's cards.
Ah, yeah. I see. I think it's a great idea. Yeah, you ask your opponent to sign your card because you want to, keep this memory of the game. Yeah.
And another is coming probably. Yeah, that's nice. That's a really nice play.
Yeah, indeed. Happy clam. Temperature.
That's a really advanced level how Jan is playing this game.
I think Jan is just an amazing, green blue player because
Sorry?
the deck is difficult to pilot.
It looks like it also, and I'm still thinking whether at that point Jan is, for example, not finding his You're Welcome or Mother's Knows Best for the 2 sharks. I think it bears a lot of risk to leave the hand and the 2 shark. Still. But I also get the point that if you can dig for your Mother Knows Best and You're Welcome at the very same time and can either put it back in the deck or the hand, then this was, as it turned out, this was the most amazing
I think
play.
the point is that you must remove these sharks and you don't have that many tools in your deck to do this. So Bend to My Will is one of your best tools to remove these sharks, when they're not on the board but in the hand of your opponent.
But I mean, if Markus would just be full of small smells, then things could have gone real ugly for Jan at that moment with the 2 sharks, playing. Maybe the guys were already ahead of inks, so it could be really problematic, playing 4 or 5s.
I think I got what you mean. I think Markus could have gotten a lot of lore with his 2 sharks.
But apparently this is not what just happened, and the game is proven. Jan is just unstoppable.
And he's at 3-0 now.
And
it was amazing to see this green-blue. It's amazing to see somebody piloting this difficult deck, and also the deck that we don't see that often, right? So I want to thank the players for this awesome matches, and
I think we will have an interview with the players.
We have some time left.
Okay.
We'll bring music after round 4. We can make a feature match. We have 30 minutes.
Okay.
Do you have a deck here?
No.
I have to blurb.
I think I can run Blurple.
Yeah.
But
what are we doing now? Are we calling Alex for the interview?
Okay.
Just attach it to your sweatshirt. Just turn it on.
Yeah, okay. No, I will just turn it on. Cool.
Okay, so we have Jan with us now, the victor of this round and the player of this amazing green-blue deck.
Thank you very
congratulations.
much. Thank you.
So you're at 3-0 currently.
Yes.
And how long have you been playing the deck?
Since end of set 6, since the end of the last set, and it was a very painful experience because at that point there were a lot of blue steel decks, aggressive ones, and you had to play like under the sea, wonky stuff I didn't like, but I just kept pushing, kept losing, and basically get better in building as well. And now the monstrosity you see is a result of 1.5 sets playing. Yeah.
Okay, that's great. That's just not the deck that we're very used to seeing, right? And I think it has some huge potential probably because when I see like great players like you performing with the deck, it makes me like it makes me want to play this deck too. So what advice could you give to players who want to start this deck? What strategies should you adopt?
The honest answer is don't play the deck. Because it has like a lot of bad matchup. I think there is not a single good one.
Okay.
Like, everything is 50-50, I think. But I love to have 50-50 because at my first DLC I had some auto-lose matchups and I lost to them. Like, yeah, it's auto-loss, and from that point I said I will never play a deck that has an auto-loss, and I want to have 50-50 into everything, and that's what I achieved with the deck. And if I lose, I know that my player played better, or if I win, I play good.
Okay. Yeah, I think I got your point because when it's 50-50, if you play better than your opponent does, most likely you will win.
Skill checking your opponents all the time. But there is a thing, here are a lot of the great players. Like at least 5 top tier players are here. And yeah, that will be my downfall because it's very hard to pilot the deck and my head is burning and it's only 3 rounds and there is 5 more to go. So at the round 7, 8, I think I will be very tired and...
Yeah, still we'll see. I hope it will work out well for you.
We will see.
What decks would you like? Do you still have any preferences or you just don't care if you meet a red blue or a red purple or a still song or whatever?
I mean, red purple is okay. Red purple I actually like. Because they don't have answers to everything and the whole point of their deck is to draw cards. So yeah, sure, draw the cards. Here's 2 more, take it 2 more. Bounce everything, and then as you can see, you bounce the whole board, bend, and as it was round 1, when you play this combo, opponent should scoop, and if they scoop, it's a fast game, they go to second one, they scoop again, let's go.
Okay, all right. And so set 8 is around the corner, and what do you think of the future of this deck? Are there any cards you'd like to add?
Yes, because you asked me if I would recommend this deck or some advice. I would advise to try the deck next set because there are a lot of beautiful cards coming in. Basically only 1. Well, 2 are good, but the one is like the breaker, and that's a Basil.
Yeah.
There is a 6-cost Basil, which costs 7, and it's basically Genie, Inkable Genie, will bounce something, on quest, discard a card because you sometimes get to a point where opponent is top decking and they keep that 1 card and you don't want to play band on 1 card, you have the Basil. Then there is a Raya that can untap the Basil, you can do it twice, and basically it put opponent on the clock.
Yeah.
And because you start questing, it's quest for 2, it's very aggressive, and if you chain like 1 Basil into another, because the second one will bounce something, the first one will discard it, the Basil, for me, will push the deck like tier higher, maybe 2. That's crazy start.
Okay, great. Thank you for this insight.
Okay.
So, if we're still live, the other question I have, it's the lucky dime you played game one, I know that in some Red Blues there are still some hideaways hiding in the deck. Were not you afraid of this hideaway incoming, or you thought that it was probably like...
The Lucky Dime is a meta call that nobody plays a hideaway, and that's why it's in the deck. It's also put them on the clock. And the other way you can beat the Red Blue is by playing manors, but it's not like 1 mana or 2 mana, you have to play 4. There is no way around it. And I just didn't want to cut so many cards to fit 4 manas in. And actually the Lucky Dime is a deck that we figure out with my friend Bojan in yesterday, 1 in the morning. So it's like the latest edition, and it's making a work. It's like when my friend told me about, like, dude, just play this, just the 1 card, you got it, and my head exploded. It was like, okay, cool. And I didn't even have a Lucky Dime with me, so I have to type to my friend who was still in Czech Republic to bring me, like, are you still
my God!
And we just meet here in the morning, like, do you have the stuff? Yeah, I got you. And I got the Lucky Dime and start playing, and it's doing the work.
Are you from the Czech Republic
Yes.
too? Okay, all right. Thank you.
Oh, right. Do I win? Yeah. Perfect.
Okay. The other play, we, like Bela and I, we were wrong about it. The other play, it was about bend to my will, game 2, because you did not.
On the 2 shots,
but there were also some people in the chat pointing out the fact that you needed to get rid of this Maui sharks.
Yes. Exactly. Well, what's the point of playing a band and they not having a card if they have 2 sharks? They will just top deck visions into develop, gain 4 lore, into something, and they will just break your bag with just the 2 sharks. So I was just waiting, I was cycling the deck, going through, I needed to get bounce or you're welcome, or chain something, and then just everything just click, and I got the bounces, bounce everything back to a band, and I win the spot.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, and good luck for the next round.
Thank you very much.
So we are back with Flokki.
Hi, Bela.
Hi.
Nice to join you here at the casting table.
Nice.
We have a very interesting match coming up.
Yeah. It's Amethyst Steel against Purple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of our local heroes, Stefan.
And one of our Hungarian guys.
Yeah. Will be an interesting match.
Yeah.
Will be an interesting match. Actually, all those purple matchups are like very equal. They're very grindy, so it comes down to who is more careful with his resources, like rabbits, genies.
Yeah.
And looking at the deck lists, we see purple steel dock. It's like more low to the ground, faster.
Yeah.
I hope like Stefan can keep up with the tempo with his purple deck.
Yeah, probably if we can see the deck list is in German, so I might.
I can translate. It's the new list, which came up like 2 or 3 weeks ago from JDR with no one drops, with only Popsicle, Bell, and
We start with the, we wait for 2 minutes.
and he has some interesting tech choices in his deck, Stefan, in his purple deck. He runs 2 Peter Pan Shadow Finder.
It's against Diablo and.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's not specifically against purple steel.
But you played a lot of Blurple.
Yeah.
Does Diablo concern you in any way?
An early Diablo concerns me because the first answer I have is like the 5-cost Elsa in turn 4. And so an early Diablo can be a problem for purple deck. But what's interesting here, I see 2 copies,
Cogsworth, right?
2 copies of the big Cogsworth.
Yeah.
It's a pretty interesting tech against steel decks. So
Yeah, especially Steel Song is in trouble when it got the clock.
And also purple steel, if he can establish 1 Cogsworth. The damage songs from GerGely, they won't do much damage.
Let's see the shooties from GerGely. It's 4th strength of the. Oh, it's okay. Still, they're mulliganing. So we can take a look at the shooties. It's 4th strength of the Raging Fire for Fire the Cannons.
Yeah.
And it's
And
probably that's it.
I think that's it. That's it.
So
And he runs interesting choice. 3 copies of This Is My Family. This is the new Madrigal song. Gaining
the
1 lower, one lower, 1 card.
Yeah.
So card draw shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully it's when you choose cards like Fire the Cannons, it's always a risk being uninked that you draw them at the worst point of the game. Hopefully GerGely will not break with the Blurple player coming out with the clock and GerGely keeping Fire the Cannons in the hand.
Yeah.
Because Blurple can actually be there quite fast if he's on the play, like Cogsworth can appear and be part of the game from nearly the very beginning. It could be interesting.
What's very important for the Blurple deck is to find the turn 2 ramp. If you're on the play, you want to find Sailor Azure at Sea to keep the hand cards fresh, and if you're on the draw, you can also play Tipo on turn 2. But that's important to get access to the bigger cards faster than the other one, and then you can outvalue him. And that should be the game plan for Stefan. I just see that the color combinations are mixed up. GerGely is playing purple steel and Stefan is playing Blurple.
Yeah.
But we see 1 Cogsworth going into the equal.
Probably, 1 is left. So Cogsworth is not the biggest risk here at the moment. And have you been deep into this new build lately? Like, what's the point? Because with Sail, for example, like that's the certain exact case. You've got 1 mana often you can use for a Diablo or a Vandro, but this deck doesn't run any at all. What's the motivation?
The motivation behind this list is to like have late game power with big cards like Hades, Gaston, And the issue with Blurple decks running a lot of one-cost characters is like late game, you often draw into all those one-cost characters and you don't want to see them late game. You want to have a Hades, you want to have a big Elsa maybe, the Gaston, bringing a big body on board, 3 lore, drawing you a card, filtering through the deck. That's what you want to see at the end of the game.
But GerGely actually had a hunch of Stefan is not having a one-cost stuff because of if he would have it, he would played it when he played the sale. And since he is not keeping any of one-cost characters, he was not afraid of the fox. Like this is why it's just an unpunished quest from the Chernobyl, and I think it's also a good call not to run these one-offs. But on the other hand, Fox gets worse in this deck, right? This is why he cut one copy of it, because it's not always the most useful stuff for you to have in this build, right?
What you want to do with Fox late game is like play a Hades. And then turn after, return it to your hand, because this is your only spot.
And we can see the vanish effect of Iago.
Yeah, and this is what I don't like for the vanish characters. So they're so easy to remove for steel decks.
Yeah.
And now Stefan is very far behind board wise.
Yeah, and see if I think Stefan is holding onto a Fox. See, if he would have had a one-cost character or something, he could have just punished GerGely for going all wild and questing, but apparently I still think that Fox is not gonna see played because
he has a friends on the other side in hand also. Oh, he's inking it. And there's a manner.
Ah, that's weak. That's probably just saying, please don't quest.
Yeah. The problem Blurple decks have are whiteboards. Like GerGely with 4 characters on board, Stefan has no character on board. It's hard to deal with that, because you only have Hades as a removal, you have Elsa to like force a challenge, but...
Yeah, but still, GerGely is having roses, and I was wondering, see, he still want to just get the cards back from the small creatures, just get rid of them, because there is no motivation behind. And I think this will be punished.
The quest for quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it's awfully lot, and GerGely is still not feeling the smallest, as you can tell from the gestures.
No, he's not popping
he's not popping anything. He just say, let's do this, let's rock.
Yeah. Even an Elsa comes down right now, the 5-cost Elsa, he can take out like
he can take out the Smid, but and I think
or he denies him 1 card draw with popping
exactly.
The broom, but
it's not looking good.
No.
It's not looking good.
He's healing up the Elsa, but I think GerGely will go to the like 14-15 lore range, and then it's very hard to stop him, because he runs also the big Cobra.
Wow, Cobra.
Where he can instantly get to lore.
And I think it's high time that Roses is singing that. Exactly.
This is the play you want to see.
It's now probably time to pop the Chernobyl, see what you draw, and then. No, he's still not popping it. He is still not popping it.
And he's playing friends.
Hardcast.
To get more hand cards for the
Cobra.
For the Cobra next turn.
Smart.
To put a nail in the coffin.
Apparently, GerGely has quite some nerves to still not pop them.
No.
Yeah.
I think he knows the deck from Stefan, and he knows there's only the Elsa who can take out
but
character at a time.
At a certain point, after like seeing the colors and still no Fox, at a certain point after, you just expect Foxes to come.
Now 6 ink, I think Gaston is coming
but it's
down.
not helping in any way.
No.
It's.
I mean, you can filter through 3 cards, like take what you need, then turn after, but I think it will be too slow. And he's not running any Let It Goes. So Will be tough. GerGely will be go to 17 with the
And,
Cobra to
the
19,
Cobra, it's-
and then it's probably
it's-
GG.
It's and GerGely can also like at this point. GerGely can also just pop the Chernobyl
Exactly,
and look
draw,
for
yeah.
because he has Doc. It's this game. This game is just turned so
But
sideways.
I think he's only at 3 ink. So
maybe he
can't-
doesn't need more.
So he can
Maybe
play
that's-
Cobra and Doc in one turn. That is just insane. He's playing Smee. Okay, he doesn't even play the Cobra.
what for? I mean, Cobra can always be a surprise.
Go to 17 and
GerGely
he
is
just
still
doesn't
not
care.
popping. GerGely is not popping. GerGely is not popping anything.
He knows that he's at 17. He will be at 19 next turn with the Cobra, and
Yeah, he does it awesome. I mean, he's got the nerves like it's just crazy good play from GerGely at this moment.
I think there's no out for Stefan here.
Yeah, probably. I mean, GerGely is holding on to the Cobra. Like, he could pop anything he didn't do. That's like also mind games. Like, here I am, I'm just questing, I'm just going forward, and let's see what happens.
That's dominance, yeah. At the best, he can take out like 3 characters now with double Fox
Yeah.
bounce maybe, but I think
It's probably too late.
it's a high Hades coming for
and,
Smee,
and yeah.
but it's still 3 low on the board and the Cobra in hand.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
I
That's
guess,
unfortunate.
I guess it's like whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 20. What do you think? Can we expect the same thing happening? Or?
I think next game Stefan will be on the play.
But I mean, GerGely by now must know that either Stefan's draw was like terribly wrong,
Yeah.
or he lacks the early drops in his deck. And if he comes to the second conclusion, then he will be not anyhow motivated to pop things again.
No.
He will not be anyhow motivated to fear massively from the Fox. So at certain point, maybe you just want to repeat the first game, right?
Exactly. I think he knows that Purple struggles with white boards, so he will go white, he will play his one-drop characters, build up a board, and goes from there. So, okay, this was a showcase of how to play Purple Steel actually. I mean, like, at no point Stefan could keep up, unfortunately,
Yeah.
for our local hero.
Yeah.
But let's see. The god hand for this purple deck would be like popsicle turn 1, shift the small bell, shift it, like play it with a popsicle, banish, ramp turn 2, sing friends with bell. So like you have all the hand cards you need, and then go from there. Turn 3 you can play your 4-cost characters. I think Yago isn't the right call against this deck.
Well, of course not, because of the shooty just
Yeah. I mean, even a goat would be good play because he has 4 health. He can take out other things on the other side. But let's see.
Looking at GerGely's last table, I pretty much had set 5 vibes.
Yeah.
Like he went wild with just the brooms, the Chernobyls, and then Hades come, and it was so cool to see. Like,
Basically, if you look at the purple steel list, it's a set 5 deck with 3 Cobras and 3 Calhoons.
yeah.
I think Stefan only mulliganed 1 card or 2. Have you played against purple decks recently?
Yeah, in Ravensburg, I was still in game in the last round, and then I got blurpled.
You got blurpled?
Yeah.
You played against the exact same list or like similar or different?
No. I played against the list with libraries and dominating amount of big Azas, and I was playing this card, and a big Asa on shifted on to the small Asa was the final answer to my.
Okay, so it's
my board.
my mistake. GerGely is on the play.
It's even worse.
It's even worse for Stefan now.
And of course,
If he doesn't find the popsicle Bela combination this game, I think if he can't keep it. Oh, and I saw the Bela first before the mulligan. I saw the Bela. I think he will. Yeah. And this could be a game changer.
this could be a game changer. But Stefan is right now trying to, I think, put GerGely in a trap because he was inking the fox, and if you are in the chair of GerGely, you could think of, you already know I don't run the early drops, fox will not help me at all, so I just ink it. But he's holding on to 2 other foxes, so this might be interesting. But I mean, GerGely just quest and put it back with the snake, probably. No!
He will play a Shmid.
More one-offs are coming. No.
I think he
Then
will
just
play
the
Shmid.
Shmid.
Yeah,
But the original plan was, I think, play the broom, because he couldn't have known, right? Like he just drew the Shmid, so.
This is the play you want to see?
Yeah, of course.
I think he doesn't have a ramp.
I mean, it's...
he does. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he has another popsicle in hand and another bell.
And he just inked.
And he has inked another fox. He doesn't care.
Right now, GerGely must think that the
And
opponent
see it?
is
And then
not...
another bell is coming down.
Yeah, but, I mean, why do you need the foxes when you can just bell like this?
Exactly. They can sing all the 3 cost songs you have, the friends, and trades well into Shmid. So now Stefan is back into the driver's seat of his deck. In the first game, he just was a passenger.
I mean, GerGely could face really serious troubles if next turn a genie is arriving from Stefan and then a Cogsworth for the 2 bells and the genie, and still can only shoot, and it's gonna...
It's doing nothing.
Wow, this gonna be... I don't know if GerGely can keep up with this, like in terms of the tempo. Yeah. Probably it will be a bit slow.
So he's singing France again, drawing more cards. That's what purple decks do.
I think he's not even motivated to ramp anymore. Exactly, just play the genie and next turn the Cox first. That's
and
it.
Then it's... I think he will trade here, yeah.
Yeah, because you wouldn't want to risk GerGely going to 10 and then get Cobra'd, maybe. But I think, as you pointed out, Stefan is sitting in the driver's seat right now. So.
Yeah. And I think we can predict next turn the Cogsworth coming down.
I'm quite confident about
so the steel songs are doing nothing. And what can be a play here? GerGely is running genies. Yeah.
It's an aggro build. And I think as we...
He's singing, okay.
Yeah, maybe he... No, I think you cannot really expect Cogsworth at this moment. And I mean, from GerGely's side, you cannot just assume even that Cogsworth is coming. I don't know if...
Or is he playing another genie and going the evasive route?
Yeah, probably this is a slight of change of plans when you think about your bell is just lost.
Oh, he's playing. And he's... they're both going into the white rose.
Yeah, it makes sense.
And now he's playing the evasive game.
It makes sense because Diablo cannot just go challenge something to get the card out of it, the value. And probably Stefan knows that there are worse options in GerGely's deck with just Diablo questing and questing.
Yeah.
So.
And the dog is coming, drawing 2 more cards.
That might be something that GerGely wants to see in the close future also.
That's what you're so strong about of the dog decks. You just dump your hand, draw 2 new cards, bring another body on the board.
I wonder what GerGely's deck does with the evasives in general.
Only shooty.
Only shooty as it seems.
Yeah.
And if only shooty is the plan, Cogsworth is again can be MVP here, I guess. But not now, probably. Yeah. He just wants to
Are we seeing a third bell?
I don't know.
I think he has a big bell in hand. He could move the damage. Take out the grab for maybe. I think this would be a good play actually.
Yeah.
Take out the.
Yeah.
Oh no, he's taking out the pit. Okay. Oh, forward.
I think it's high time. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
But still, Stefan's characters right now at the moment are more valuable than GerGely's.
And he's playing another bell.
Wow. Yeah, I guess it's just. Can you draw better with this deck?
No.
Okay.
I think that's what you want. You want Popsicle, draw into a bell, and he had it 3 times now.
Yeah.
I built this deck myself, and it's like, okay, out of 10 games, you have bell, Popsicle, opener like once or twice.
Yeah. And I mean, of course, Bell is a great card. I mean, the purple. But I mean, it's not the most frequent thing that it actually gains value of this exact 3 damage moving.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just 2 or 1, but 3 is like really massive. But this high defense creatures like Genie as you can easily just
see a Sail, another Gaston. Actually, at this point, you want to see a Hades maybe to have some sort of removal for Stefan.
Yeah, but I think that at this point, I don't know which card to choose because I didn't see, but since GerGely's creatures
he picked another Gaston.
Is 3/3/3/2/3/3. Yeah, so Gaston and the purple bell is once GerGely is taking his creatures into quest, they can just trade quickly and just end the whole game probably.
And he can do nothing against those evasive characters.
Exactly. So Kohun is not online at the moment. I think GerGely's only chance is probably to find card draw and just go wild and let's see if I can make it before you make it. But
or find another Strength of a Raging Fire to sing with Pete again, take out Gaston, take out Genie to get a hand at the evasive characters.
Yeah, I mean, he could go up to 10. This is my families and Cobras can grant you all together in this deck the 9 lore you need. But I mean, can you find them before this table of Stefan starts questing for 5, 6, 9, 10? No, you can't do that.
I don't think so. And if he starts questing right now, GerGely,
it's over.
Then Stefan will take care of his board.
Yeah. It's just. Would you return the dock? I would.
I probably would have returned the dock, draw 2 new cards. If he knew the list from Stefan, he wouldn't play Pete over and over again.
I was thinking about what, because GerGely probably is fearing some blue or purple spell.
Yeah,
that is bad for him. Let's just think about that for a moment. The
only thing comes to my mind is let it go. Because Finders Keepers is drawing cards, but it's doing nothing to the board, nothing to GerGely, but.
I do think that I will ask GerGely because I just simply know he has something in mind. But I would probably take back the dock. And now he will lose the dock because Stefan will, I
I think he will trade with the fox and
Yeah.
the crab with the
Yeah.
bell into the dog. This will be my plan to quest with the rest. Go up to 11.
I'm really curious right now what spell did we
See?
fear. Yeah. Yeah.
And I think he will quest with Gusto, Elsa, and Genie. And he still has 3 ink left. And he's raising.
I think it's over.
Oh, he doesn't quest with Gusto yet.
Yeah, because he just
Yeah.
simply doesn't want to. Like the fox.
Oh yeah. So now GerGely must decide. Do you take out the manor? Or do you take out...
You can't yet.
Not yet, but
Yeah.
maybe...
Yeah. I mean, I think taking out Gaston is a must at the moment, right?
Yeah.
So Fox into Gaston probably.
It's a tough decision actually. You have 2 low on the manor, you have 3 low on the Gaston.
Yeah, but GerGely is holding the
fire
fire
cannon.
cannons and yeah.
And what is this?
It's a Cahoon. It's
doing nothing.
It's just yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I think he will
Yeah.
take up probably Bell and Gaston. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that manor will stick for a couple turns.
Yeah. This game
And I think
is,
it will slowly win Stefan the
this
second
game
game.
is starting to conclude.
If he can't get rid of Genie, it's over in 2 turns.
Or the manor.
Yeah.
It's 4 lords in turn, so yeah.
And another,
It's really painful. It's really painful.
And then
And he
it's
can
made-
grab the Finder's Keepers also if he wants
Yeah.
it, so I don't know what can save GerGely at this moment.
It's completely different to the first game.
Yeah, exactly, because if you are completely relying on the bell line, and this is why you are not using any other one cards, then both of the games were like showing how this deck can work with and without. Like it's a risk you take by not playing one-offs. Sometimes you get your bells, sometimes
okay,
you
then-
don't get anything.
That's it.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it. Wow.
Yes. It was good.
This was a good showcase of Blurple. Second game was
Yeah. Yeah.
it's really good. Kapitel, what do you think?
I think in this game, probably, of course, GerGely was like playing, I think, wonderful in game 1. On game 2, I will ask what was the spell exactly, but probably Stefan's list is so tricky that we won't even find that spell here. But I think we could gain the conclusion that it's like up to the Blurple deck how he draws, what he does, because mostly we have seen 2 lines. On the first game there was literally no one drop and no bell. On the second game
he's on
they were
every-
free.
Exactly, that's the difference. And the big bell coming in turn 5 was a game changer.
Yeah.
Taking out, building up the board,
Yeah.
completely different match.
What's the shift cost of the bell?
Three.
It's a good synergy. I think.
But sometimes it's better to like have another character, additional character on board,
Of
not
course.
taking the shift.
Of course.
Not taking the shift.
Of course.
So
Yeah, but I mean, if you miss only one particular lore to end the game,
Then-
that can be a nice effect. You know, to come up with the surprise of me just shifting, and the opponent is like looking at goats, how much in the discard, how many you ink. Yeah, and then you just shift. And
But he played only 3 goats, so and he inked quite a few both games. Cool. Was nice seeing a Blurple deck in a stream actually.
especially for you because you are really into Blur.
Yeah, I really love this deck. I'm looking forward to the next set. We get a few additions, very good additions, and I think even post-rotation Blurple will be a top 5 contender for the best decks.
Yeah, I mean, you have Sail, you have Tipo.
We have Sail, we have Tipo, we have 5-cost Elsa. Okay. Bela, we're taking a 20 minutes break now.
Okay.
And I think I will grab Stefan for an interview for a couple. Ask him a couple questions here, and yeah, it was nice.
I will try to catch up with GerGely and ask him the magic spell we are fearing.
And we can talk about this later, maybe.
Yeah.
And this was round 4. And I think if there's time, we can do a feature match. Ich sitze hier mit Stefan, unserem Local Hero, der gerade das Purple Deck pilotiert hat. Stefan, wie warst du das erste Mal im Livestream?
Wunderbar, wunderbar, überhaupt kein Pressure da gewesen. Wirklich nicht, also nicht ironisch. War wirklich super angenehm. Ja, Kopfhörer sind gewöhnungsbedürftig, aber als alter Gamer macht man das nichts aus. Gegner war nett. Was will man mehr?
Purple, das ist dein Go-To-Deck, glaube ich, schon seit ein paar Sets.
Yes.
Erzähl uns mal bitte über deine neue Liste.
Meine neue Liste ist ein Brew, den ich eigentlich so nicht spielen wollte. Das Ding ist nach Ravensburg, war meine große Angst, dass Aggro und Steelsong dominierend sein wird. Und bin deswegen direkt nach Ravensburg leider von meinem Matchup, von meinem Deck Purple komplett weggegangen, habe mich neu orientieren versucht. Das hat mehr oder minder gut funktioniert, der Hero ist dabei rausgesprungen, aber ich habe mich nicht ganz wohl gefühlt. Dann ist noch das Leben ein bisschen dazwischen gekommen und kein Playtesting mehr möglich gewesen. Und jetzt habe ich mir gedacht, bring das, was dir Spaß macht, was du kannst, und nimm mit, was geht und hab Spaß. Und das läuft heute wahnsinnig gut, würde ich mal sagen. Ich habe es getaggt auf Steelsong, weil die letzte Enchanted Tour schon der ganze Saal voll war. Hat sich ausgezahlt bisher. Habe 2 Steelsongs gefaced, 1 gewonnen, 1 gedrawt.
Was will man mehr mit Purple, oder?
Was will man mehr? Aber ich muss sagen, die Cogsworth 5-Drop, Resist Ward, du kannst on Turn 4 mit einem Turn 3 Genie mit 2 Damage drauf den Steelsong einfach locken, ist wunderbar. Hab mir heute zweimal den Hintern gerettet und auch der Peter Pan kam bis jetzt noch nicht zum Einsatz. Diablo Tech.
Die Männer haben wir gesehen im Game 1, nicht unbedingt das Play, was du machen möchtest, aber wenn die Hand gerade nichts anderes hergibt, oder?
Ich wäre eigentlich schon weggegangen von den Mainers auf eine Location-freie Liste, aber Steelsong kann damit nicht umgehen. Wenn ich das Board habe, was ich brauche, um überhaupt gewinnen zu können, mache ich den Win-Ding fest, indem ich die Mana lege.
Führ uns kurz durch dein Feature-Match. Purple Steel, ich habe so die aller lila Matchups, die sind relativ ausgeglichen. Es gewinnt der, der besser mit seinen Ressourcen umgeht.
Genau.
Wobei der GerGely eine sehr schnelle Variante von Lila Stahl gespielt hat.
Ja, war in dem Fall relevant.
Ja, du hast im Match 1 dein Popsicle nicht gefunden, du hast zwar den Ramp gehabt, aber dann unglücklich den Jago gespielt.
Ich habe heute noch keinen einzigen Turn 1 Popsicle gehabt.
Im zweiten Match hast du es dann gehabt?
Überhaupt nicht. Ein ganzes Turnier bis jetzt, keinen Turn 1 gehabt. War auch egal, es ist nicht so schlimm. Aber es tut halt weh, wenn dir dein Gegner Turn 1, 2, 3 One-Drops hinlegt und du nicht hast. Ich hab das Ramp gefunden, das muss so oder so sein, das habe ich heute noch nie gemisst. Ich glaube, verfolgt soll so bleiben. Aber ja. Also, weil du sagst, Purple Steel Matchup, nicht alle Purple Matchups, würde ich sagen, sind favored. Wovon ich mich schon noch ein bisschen fürchte, sind klassische Ruby Amethyst Control Bounds. Hasen können dir ordentlich wehtun.
Absolut, ja.
Und wenn die mal
mit dem Bounce
anfangen,
genau,
dann wird es schwierig. Aber Purple Steel muss ich eigentlich 2-0 gehen, aber ich kann mich jetzt super drauf ausreden, dass ich eine Shit-Hand habe.
Das hat jeder gesehen.
Ich habe es extra in die Kamera gehalten. Ich hätte es nicht anders spielen können. Er hat es auch richtig gemacht. Er ging breit, er hat nichts gesackt. Er hat alles richtig gemacht. Und das war ungewinnbar. Für mich.
Das erste Match war wirklich
vollkommen okay.
Ja. Und Game 2 war komplett andere Richtung eigentlich. Du hast dreimal Popsicle Bell spielen können.
Es tut so gut.
Die große Bälle, die du gespielt hast, den Damage moven konntest, du konntest selber dann in die Breite gehen.
Ja.
Du hast den Evasive War gespielt mit Genie und Elsa, die sind relativ lang gelegen.
Ja.
Und dagegen hat er nichts machen können. Er hat keine Evasive Creatures in seinem Deck.
Nein.
Die Schüsse, die er gefunden hat, die waren nicht da oder die andersweitig eingesetzt.
Es lag nicht mal wirklich an den Evasives. Es war so viel Value da.
Absolut.
Es war heute meine erste Bell, die Friends gesungen hat. Es war das erste Friends, das ich heute überhaupt gesungen habe. Alle wurden bisher hart gecastet. Und es war, glaube ich, die erste Bell, die ich für einen Popsicle-Sack gespielt habe, war meine zweite heute überhaupt. Im ganzen Turnier, also da lief alles richtig.
Vielleicht das ist ja jetzt ein Turning Point oder so weiter. Jetzt im Turnier geht es weiter so, oder?
Jetzt bleibt so.
Ja. Wenn wir jetzt noch die letzten 4 Runden uns dann anschauen, was wünschst du dir noch für Matchups?
Kein Stilsong.
Kein Stilsong? Ja, hattest du schon 2?
Hatte ich schon 2, wird aber leider nicht dabei bleiben, befürchte ich. Ist aber okay. Wie gesagt, ich habe getaggt. Ich fühle mich normalerweise on the play sehr wohl gegen Stilsong. Ist okay. Das Draw, das ich heute geholt habe, habe ich auch on the play gewonnen. War aber auch eine God-Hand von Stilsong, das war so oder so unwinnable.
Ich glaube, da hat jedes Deck Probleme.
Also ein Turn 3 mit einem großen Robin, ohne was abzuwerfen, das Will kommt. Da kannst du nicht viel machen.
Danke, gehen wir ins nächste, oder?
Ja, war dann tatsächlich nach 2 Turns dann wirklich so, aber die 2 Game Losses, die ich heute hatte, habe ich mir nicht selber zu verschulden, musste ich so nehmen und ist auch okay so. Die nehme ich gerne mit. Alles, was ich gewinnen konnte, habe ich gewonnen.
Ja.
Und das, was ich verloren habe, konnte ich nicht gewinnen. Besser kann es nicht sein, oder?
Perfekt.
Genauso geht man gut in die Mittagspause.
Absolut, ja. Stefan, ich wünsche dir eine gute Mittagspause. Noch weiterhin viel Erfolg für den restlichen Tag. Vielleicht sehen wir uns ja später noch mal im Livestream.
Schauen wir. Der ESC wird nicht live unterleiten, aber
ich drücke dir auf jeden Fall die Daumen.
Vielen Dank.
Ja, danke dir.
Alles klar.
Let's go.
Do we need that?
No, we don't need that.
Okay.
Yeah, Bela. We rocking feature match, fun game. You never played Blood Bowl before, right?
No, I did actually.
You did?
Yeah, but it was a version with 4 Mufasas, 4 Big Azas, 4 Ursulas, and just Ram.
Okay. I'm playing like low to the ground, red steel, location, dark, whatever list. Let's see how it goes. Let's see a high roll. 6. Oh, that's exactly what I want to see. No,
It's good to hear.
no, it's not.
It's good to hear.
I will change 4.
2.
So the new set is coming in 2 weeks, Bela. Have you looked into the new cards already?
Not really, but I have seen that the dog factor is something.
The dog factor is insane. Channel Dog or the Lady and the Tramp decks are going through the roof, I think.
I've heard some misunderstanding regarding the Lumiere. What was that? So that it was misprinted or what?
The English one had only one lore, and they had evasive and ward.
Okay.
But I mean, like, how do you get rid of an evasive and ward character at all?
I don't know yet.
Okay.
It has 1 attack?
What?
It has 1 attack?
No, it's like, I think it's a 4 or 5 or so.
Okay.
And when you like dump items, you get lower.
Okay.
Well, it's basically like the win condition, not touchable. Okay, let's start. I will ink a happy. Bring along. Draw a card.
Go.
I will ink a happy.
Happy is good.
I will play happy. Oh. West with. I'm very happy actually today.
Nice one, Bela.
You have so many M cards.
Yeah, because
And there's the ramp coming.
Of course it is.
Oh,
Go. Okay.
Sisu is like 8-4 or so. Okay. Super good. Then go to 7. And your turn. I can't even challenge your genie anyway, so there's no point of not questing. Okay. Now you get to the range where the block drawing more cards is always good. Oh, come on!
Test.
Just give me the card draw.
Go.
Challenge this. Destroy a card.
Yeah.
And request for 2. Go to 9 and... Still so many end cards. Like Caesar is... Oh, they say, oh, come on. I think you pressed it before, right? With Genie last turn, so you had 5.
I don't think. He sang Friends.
Ah, he sang Friends, yeah, that's it. He sang Friends. Draw. I try it again.
Okay.
And a request for 2. Go to 11. Your turn. You bump. Yeah, okay. May I extract my piece? I will try again, okay?
And it's your turn.
I'm with 3, I draw your answer. Go.
No hand cards.
No hand cards. That's the daily business for a Red Steel player. Come on. What's going on here? Sure, why not?
Go.
Magic from his help?
Yeah. You like shift?
Okay, no.
Okay.
I tried a 3rd time. Let's go.
Yeah.
No, you're taking him without.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Oh, this is the top deck you want to see.
Exactly. Do you have shooties? Because it's 21.
Actually,
The magic shooty.
I have this.
Yes, and the chef can sit and kill no one.
2 damage here, and the Mulan will finish him off. And your turn. It's only 19. You need a goat from the top. Or you already have one in hand.
How many inks do I have actually? Oh, 11, okay. It's 19.
19.
Go.
Good one for the...
What a decent card.
Oh, it's like... It's too late. It's too late for that. No, I can't do shit. Thanks, man.
Thanks.
Good. That was a feature match, a quick one.
Okay.
But it's fun to play
Yeah, I
in
mean,
between.
we've got the taste of looking at this blur pool list,
Yeah.
the other game, so...
It was fun. And we will take a break, break now, and we will be back in the stream later.
We will play some music, right?
I think we'll play some music
We
now.
both love good music.
Yeah. I don't know what Thomas is our DJ today, so I don't know about the music selection. Italo disco? Yeah. It was fun. Thank you, Bela.
Thank you.
Ich stehe hier mit den beiden Brüdern Noel und Leon Komjenovic. Noel, wie geht's dir so? Wie taugt dir das Turnier bis jetzt?
Ja, ist ganz cool. Macht mir Spaß, hier zu sein. Coole Location.
Ja, was für ein Deck hast du heute mitgebracht?
Ich spiele mit Lila Stahl.
Lila Stahl?
Funktioniert bisher, ist okay.
Ja. Was hast du bis jetzt für Matchups so gehabt?
Bis jetzt einmal Steel Song, einmal Lemon Lamb und das andere Mal Rot-Lila.
Gut. Und Leon, was spielst du heute?
Stilsong spiele ich.
Stilsong? Ja. Und wie läuft's für dich?
Im steht 2-1-1.
Okay. Und,
so schlecht.
Ja. Und wer hat wen zur Lakana gebracht? Der größere, den kleineren oder beide gleich zu einem?
Den größeren, den kleineren.
Ja, spielt sie daheim auch viel, oder?
Ja, geht.
Gut. Was erhofft ihr noch für den restlichen Tag? Leon?
Top 16.
Top 16. Noel, du?
Ja, ich hoffe, dass mein Bruder und der Colin Top 16 kommen und vielleicht passiert eine Überraschung, ein Wunder.
Aber du stehst auch nicht so schlecht, oder? Also ich habe dich zuerst vorne auf den ersten Tischen gesehen. Das war nicht so schlecht. Ja, dann wünsche ich dir noch alles Gute für den restlichen Tag. Gell? Danke für die Zeit.
Okay.
Wir sind wieder raus, Thomas.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
Okay. And 3.
It's ready.
Wait.
It's great. Go.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, so here we are, and I'm back, and we are ready for some next exciting games. So.
Because we are having a lemon lime discard.
Yeah, and we have a lemon lime expert here with us, so I'm sure he will definitely make some predictions and maybe explain some moves. And who is he facing? Is it
It's
green purple?
Green. Yeah, it's purple green.
Green purple. Is it discard green purple? Yeah, I see that. It seems to be this.
It's not the best matchup for the deck. I would also be able to tell you that it's a really bad matchup.
All right.
Because dealing with your opponent's Diablo is really not something you want to do
What's your win condition? What do you want to see in your hand? What do you want to see to win?
in this matchup you want to just play your Under the Sea.
Yeah.
Real bad.
All right. Yeah. So, what are you searching for when you mulligan?
Of course, at certain point you want to have your Diablo shift, because if you have it and your opponent doesn't, then it automatically grants you an advantage.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, since we will see the opening hand probably, I don't think that the people playing know each other's build, not even the colors probably.
Yeah, you can maybe think that the sleeves are yellow and probably the deck is yellow too.
Yeah, and it's not even a mistake because there is yellow in it.
Yeah, that's what I told you. I remember there were Sunset Champs and I was playing with a deck, and on my deck box it was written red purple, but it was actually still song or something like this.
Oh, that's really mean. That's really mean, but I mean, of course you can have the deck box you want to.
Yeah, but it was not even on purpose, because just I actually did this for myself, but then I changed the deck. I
think Martin is having the shift line as far
Okay,
as I
so
can tell.
yeah, I see two Diablos, I guess.
But I'm not sure about the spell. Maybe I have seen the green Wankos spell to shift the Diablo actually.
You mean they
sure.
improvise this one?
Yeah, improvise. It's quite
Improvise,
interesting choose at the moment, but I guess
it's played in this deck. I mean, basically, you can play improvise. Many people.
And Dao is not having the best hand.
Okay, so we don't talk about Bruno, Ursula, so Ariel. And what hand would you like to have?
I mean, knowing that my purple-green opponent is like shifting probably the Diablo the next turn, I would just dig for the Ariel.
I think, is it the D23 Ursula? It's really pretty.
Yeah, it looks good.
I have the box that's like, it's not open.
So
the Diablo is
is already seeing what is coming, and I'm afraid from that moment on Dao will need to dig for the Under the Sea, which he has probably
three Under the Sea
in the deck, which is coming with how many Kidas?
3 Kidas.
So it's a
three big Kidas, yeah.
So let's see if Dao can keep up with the shift line. You have terribly difficult thing to do with that.
Okay, so this Diablo, it's just killing the game for you, right?
Yeah. But I mean, probably we can see an Ariel coming, and then we will see what he is getting.
All right. Yeah,
mean,
I think
there's-
probably he will probably be playing aerial. Yes, that's what he does.
It's an Under the Sea.
Is this?
As I think I've seen it.
You
think I have
recognize
seen it.
Under the Sea from the first
I
glance.
think I have seen it. No.
No.
What, that one, I wanted it to be. It's so hard. So look at this family in this build. It's also quite interesting. You can find your Kidas, you can find your one of Chernabog, you can find your muses against the decks you need it, and you also can find the tramps with it if you want to completely recycle your hand. But this
Friend on the other side,
this is just too much tempo. I mean,
Yeah, too much tempo and too many cards. I think also it's difficult to discard the whole new hand of your opponent.
I mean, against this deck, a single Under the Sea can be enough sometimes. But it's always a matter of question whether Dao can get it before. Okay.
Two Diablos Under the Sea is like desperately needed.
I'm afraid Under the Sea is the only option we have here.
All right. Is it in Dao's hand? Do we
I
see
don't
Under
think
the
so.
Sea? Because no, look at this family.
We can choose from
Cricky, Prince John,
area,
Bare
right?
Necessities, I think.
It's 2 characters.
Yeah. I just mean what was revealed, I think.
Okay. I think at this point.
Because, I mean, if you take Under the Sea from this, it's so sad. I mean, that you reveal it and you cannot take it.
Yeah.
It's so sad.
Yeah, it's really. But we still got the hope.
Yeah. Okay, so Ariel, I think I saw one copy of You Have Forgotten Me, and I don't know if there are any songs to take.
Yeah,
it's Bruno, but it's not enough, Bruno.
That's not enough. You Have Forgotten Me and Bruno's combined is just way too less at the moment.
Yeah, because I think Martin has too many cards, way too many cards in his hands. So yeah, it seems to be tough indeed, the matchup. But green-purple discard is a very good deck still, it remains such, and I never played this matchup because probably Lemon Lime is not that popular. And I don't play Lemon Lime. But yeah, I see what makes it a bad matchup. Alright, so let's hope to see some Under the Seas maybe top decked.
Or maybe if Dao is like having enough time with Martin's pressure, he can just go for singing the Look at This Family again, finding a muses, and
and then he can start bouncing that ruins the plan.
That cove needs to be dealt with before the Under the Sea could get online, or Dao with one occasion when
the problem is that the green-purple player will just trade here to make sure that the cove still stays alive.
It's not looking good at all.
It's just so difficult.
And
Martin manages to protect the cove.
And the difficulties are you need to grab your
sword! Grab your sword!
Exactly.
Yeah, you need to grab your sword and kill all these Diablos! Unfortunately, it's not the same deck. Yes.
Even that, it's not enough. I mean, you need
Are they all in the cove already?
Yeah, I guess. So.
And anyway, yeah, for 2 Diablos out of 3, it would have been enough. But anyway, we don't have the still songs.
Yeah, and always just going for the singers and finding, I mean, no songs, just breaking the area. It's just not Dao's game, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's just like, it's not the draw that Dao really wanted to see here.
Because even if he could like find the muses and the Kida with the same look at this family, he could start to like build up the boards first, then start bouncing the areas back, eventually gaining access to the under the sea, and then play Kida.
Yeah.
But that's probably too long, although Martin is still only at 3 lores. I don't know, maybe at some point you're just happy with the creaky and removing the cove, yeah.
Yeah, okay, here comes the Ursula.
I think the Bruno is not disturbing at all, so he
yeah,
Martin
probably
will
look at this family,
yeah,
probably
Martin
will be removed.
remove
Yeah.
the look at this family.
No, he still prefers to remove Bruno.
Look at this family is not dangerous, apparently. We keep it.
So you would have removed look at this family?
Of course.
Okay. Could you explain us why?
Yeah, because if you think about what could save this state for Dao is either a Kida, a Creaky, or Muses, because finding your under the sea line is super essential.
Yeah.
But if I take a look at the board and I think about how dangerous right now against me a Bruno is, and I would soon realize that it's a nothing.
Yeah.
So I would probably just would remove the look at this family.
Yeah, I see your point. Thank you. Yeah, probably I would have done the same, but also I think overall, how to say this, people see Bruno as a menace because they probably got punished by this card in their lives much more often than they suffered from look at this family. So I think if you have this choice, you just like basically want to get rid of the Bruno because you remember all the times when you had one single character on your board and it was like discarded.
Yeah, the thing is right now is that it might. Oh, yeah.
Oh my God, Genie's here. Things are getting more and more complicated for Dao here. It's literally like he's suffering. I don't know if it is possible to play Under the Sea plus something else, but everything will literally be in the cove, I think, and. Yeah, six willpower is just too much for this little board to remove.
Yeah, the thing is that Martin is usually the decks are running 2 hidden coves. But it was, we couldn't even say that like it was part of the Diablo game because he drew at some point around mid game, so it's not.
Yeah, he just drew it like this, and it was just such a good card in this matchup.
2 new cards he can get for the Prince John because he played the You Have Forgotten Me just now. But I think it's probably just too late. 10 lores. We need something next to Under the Sea for it to be effective.
We probably need a big prep, but unfortunately we don't run any big preps in our lemon lime decks.
There is just more and more Diablos to come. 2 more in the hand. It's
and the Fox and Jakob and everything. Like Martin has a lot of choice what to play.
I mean, if Dao inks, which I think he didn't yet, and all the characters next turn, grab the hidden call. You can, and in the spot of Dao, you can pay for the Under the Sea.
Yeah, probably. I think it's like the only out you have anyway.
We decided to go for it right now.
Yeah. Let's hope that's not the second, that there is no second code.
I'm quite sure that the Diablo will die.
Yeah, I'm pretty much sure too. Because I think from where Martin is, you can just trade safely. You can get probably rid of the aerials, or maybe you can even just quest. He's at 10 and he can go up to 15, 16, 17. And so then if you, I don't know, if you trade or quest in this situation, he chose the trade.
I think the crucial point playing against Lemon Lime is that you need to remove the singers so that it wouldn't add up to 8.
Yeah.
Because as soon as you're having the singers up to 8, you're always under pressure.
You're always under the sea potentially. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So that knowing that your board can go under the sea with the Kida is not a nice feeling to have.
No, exactly. You're very right. Yeah, that's what my first thought. That you just need to destroy these aerials, and like this you are like securing your game probably. But also you don't really want to sacrifice your board probably completely. So
maybe
one Diablo probably will go into one aerial, but the second aerial I think probably it will stay.
I think it will be a victim of a fox probably.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah. Sorry, I forgot that he had a fox in his hand. Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's just a victim of a fox. All right, well, things are getting really complicated.
Things are not looking good.
No, Lemon Lime, no. But yeah, this green-purple discard is a very strong deck, I think, especially if you have this good draw, if you have your Diablo line, it's just great. It can like
last time call for Under
do
the
miracles.
Sea. Last
time call, please. All the passengers called out of the sea. Proceed to the hand.
Under the sea.
Proceed to the hand.
Yeah, and Dao is just not finding the cards. I mean, he has 3 characters. A tramp is also good for him to see many cards. He would be able to get on to some muses, but apparently just the cards are not coming. Sometimes it happens with the deck.
Yeah, sometimes it happens. It's some kind of brick, I think.
And
no targets, no songs in Martin's head.
Exactly.
It's just like
They always just decided that nothing works.
We will just wrap it up and we will start it again. All right. Did you remember who was on the play or who was on the draw?
I'm really not sure.
I think probably Martin was on the play and he played his Diablo turn 1.
Yeah. So it's time for Dao, I think, probably.
So probably that will be on the play, but I don't know if with this deck, with this deck Lemon Lime, is it crucial to be on the play?
Not like crucial, but if your opponent is also running the Diablo shift, of course it's essentially better. It's
not like you absolutely want to start, but you absolutely do not want your opponent to start, I guess.
Exactly. It's the other way around, and it makes more sense. Yeah. So
along with the DC specialty deck. Okay, specialty deck.
So it's like an absolute problem for this deck to have your opponent, your Diablo shift ready, and then it's just, if you can't handle it for turns and turns, it's just you remain with the single hope of getting your hands onto the Under the Sea. This is the only tempo swing. If your opponent has the Diablo shift for turns, then this is your only option. I don't know if is there any Sir Hisses in Long's deck?
Sir Hisses in Long's deck? I
Yes, one.
One.
Okay, so
There is one.
we cannot really hope that Sirhis will save the day.
Well, we saw some cards like one-off that were coming up, that were showing up, so maybe we will still see this. Do you know what Dao's score is?
Both of the players are at the moment 3 wins and 1 draw, 24 points.
3 wins and 1 draw, yeah, it's a very distant start.
Yeah, so even if the things are not going around with Dao, I really hope to see him in the top cut, because I just really love to watch some good lemon lime plays in the top cut.
Yeah, I see. I feel you. All right. So if he's on the play, probably it will be more complicated for Martin to build up his Diablo line. Well, we'll see.
We'll see, yeah. And I'm afraid Dao doesn't have the best hand again.
Are there 2 Diablos again? I think I saw 1 Diablo in Martin's hand, the one that costs 3. Alze is being inked and the small Diablo is coming, but actually what is good about this discard deck is the fact that you are very likely to find your Diablo shift line, because there are like 7, I think he's playing 7 Diablos, 7 small Diablos in his deck.
It's the Maleficent Spy, it's the Spiteful Raven, and it's there's more?
I mean, I think that the Spiteful Raven is probably the worst one.
Yeah, but I mean, does he play the 2-cost one?
He plays purple small Diablos and also green small Diablos.
Yeah, and so there is another that's evasive. And
sorry, I forgot about this one. Yeah, so you're like incredibly likely to shift the Diablo.
And it's there
are so many Diablos.
But the one of Sirhis for Dao is here.
Sirhis is here. The one and the only one. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Prince John is also here, so
Sirhis, I can tell you, Sirhis is an MVP right now.
Sirhis is just like the boss to take down
it will be, I think,
Diablo.
Prince John coming down, because you can see a nice "You Have Forgotten Me" next round probably.
I think it probably will be the best play.
None of the decks are like rushing towards victory, so we will have some time.
They're crawling towards victory.
We have some time, I think, to establish some "You Have Forgotten Me" play.
It's better to draw some cards and give, provided that your opponent will have less options, because maybe even if Martin does not discard the cards that he finds essential, still he will probably lose some inkable cards. So it's still good. It's still good. It's always good to discard your opponent. At the beginning of the game, also after Mulligan, you know that your opponent is trying to, they have tried to find what they need, and you are getting rid of it.
But Dao is not going for there.
No, there is Nursulus,
runs the safe way.
Sudden Chill, and we have a Cove again, Elza, Prince John, and the small purple Diablo. Okay.
Nothing really bad over there.
I would say that this genie is probably a bit bothering.
Yeah, maybe we can see a Vanessa play. So the singers are ready for the undersea.
The singers are ready to song already, and but I think is it necessary right now? Would you like to get rid of this board if Dao has Under the Sea?
If he plays the Diablo, then without hesitation.
Definitely. But yeah, the purple Diablo is
coming.
inked, yes. And
Elsa.
there is also Elsa.
Elsa will come probably, and
What about the Cove? Will Martin play the Cove?
I don't know, but first I think they will take care of Vanessa. Yeah.
No, there is the Elsa, all right.
So we are left to single
5,
5 again.
only 5, yeah.
But, I mean, Dao still has the area.
Yeah, so he can find even more songs, he can find more things to do, but I don't know what he's searching for like right now exactly, because like Under the Sea would have been perfect here, I think, but it's impossible to play it, so here comes a sudden chill, and like this dial will draw one.
I hope that we can get the info of the leftover cards, is 2 probably. Because then you have forgotten me is might timed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably you're right. It's important.
And
it's
from
important
now on,
to know.
It will be really hard to Martin to catch up with that was hand size.
Krisztian is inked. All right.
Yeah, maybe
How
he
many
has
cards
another.
does Dow have? Something like 6
like
or 5, I think.
5 to 6,
and Martin
is on top deck mode.
Oh my God!
But
Diablo is here.
But I
Okay.
think, he has the muses and he has the aerial also.
So you think he will just be bouncing these characters back?
It depends on the first area what is hitting.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, he's doing it real good, like removing all the symbols in the world.
Yeah, because true. If you leave Ursula be, then she can potentially sing
Let's see.
Sudden Chill and everything.
Let's see.
Are there any songs at all?
Yeah, the Look at This Family.
Look at this family again.
but you don't want to look at this family. You want Under the Sea.
You don't. Exactly. You don't want to look at this family. Kid is being inked, and another Prince John enters the board. Yeah. Daryl is still in desperate need of Under the Sea.
Yeah. Next turn he can play Muses and Ariel at the same time, so it's not all lost, but
yeah, Under the Sea would have just finished this game, I think.
yeah.
It's just the ultimate play for Daryl.
Yes, it does that. It does that.
So 2 genies, Elsa, a Diablo, and this vicious Prince John.
Yeah, it's
going
2, 4, 5, 6, up to 13, I guess, from 7. No?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 plus 7. Yeah, normally it's 13. Yeah, exactly. Let's pray. Let's pray that the top decks.
I mean, even if he gets his hand on it now, it's probably not enough because so he needs to top deck.
He needs to top deck, that's what I told you. He needs to top deck because otherwise it would probably be too late. He will, I think he will still try to manage the board with the help of the muses, but it's not the same.
I mean, even if he draws a tramp, he can still...
What is it?
The 7 cost ramp, so he plays.
No, I mean the card he has drew. I mean, like, what is it? I'm afraid that is not Under the Sea because he would have just played it immediately. You don't think it's a no-brainer, like up?
But I don't know if he has the tramp or anything.
Yeah, that's I don't think I saw there is the muses like this plan B. That is not a very good plan.
Yeah, at least he can remove like I don't know some genies probably.
Yeah,
but
genies being
why
removed.
that one?
Why the one that is damaged?
I don't know.
I don't know exactly. Maybe
because there is no more Sir Hiss in the deck, to challenge.
Yeah, probably that's the answer. Okay, Ursula is being removed.
2 cards you can
Two
draw.
cards for Martin. and yeah, 2 new cards.
Yeah, but it can work. I mean, for a while to put back muses, put back characters with muses. But if you're choosing the Elsa, you are in trouble because it can get your area tapped in the wrong moment.
Yeah.
If you're choosing the genies, you're giving him cards. So thou should just eventually find one of his Under the Seas from the 3 cards. I mean, from the 3 copies he's using.
Yeah.
Does he
Yeah, I
have any
think-
leftover songs to sing and return Ariel, or we can say hello to Ariel because it will be dead?
Yeah, that's true. I think he's still desperately in need of Under the Sea. So
And at this point,
Ursula
he
comes,
yeah.
and there are no songs, nothing. A Diablo, another Diablo, and a genie.
unfortunately at this point, yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Ariel
Ariel is dead.
Sorry.
Ariel is dead.
Yeah, Ariel is dead. But it was like he had to do this.
Yeah.
He had to
Yeah.
trade because green purple is at 13 already,
Yeah.
and he will be at 16 if he quests, and like 18 is a number like it's too huge of a number. The chat supports. Yeah, let's go.
It's not like we don't like Martin or anything. We're just rooting for the lemon lime.
I actually like the discard deck a lot too. I think that's like it hasn't been there since a very long time. I mean, this discard version, green purple itself, of course, existed since chapter 3 or maybe even chapter 4, chapter 2.
I mean, the sequences in Lemon Lime is just just so
Yeah.
wonderful. Like you can be like creative to the moon with this deck.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's
Okay,
see if
so-
we have any songs to use with the muses.
Yeah. 7 ink for Dow. Ariel.
We've got the area.
We've got the Ariel, but the problem is if we find Under the Sea right now, we cannot play it.
Yeah, but we can bounce Ariel again. I hope Dow is not breaking with Ariel again. That would be so painful.
Problem is also that Martin is at 13 and he will be at 17 next turn if you don't do anything with the board.
Does he play any goats?
Yes, that's what I'm checking. No, I don't think there are any goats. No Tomagos either.
So nothing really aggro.
So yeah, nothing really aggro, but yeah. I think goat is normally not played in this list, so
Yeah.
it's just quite
Yeah, I
normal.
was just quick checking if we can expect some from 90 to 20 effect. But
Yeah. All right, so yeah.
So,
Kida is being inked, and yeah, is it another Bruno? Yep. What do you want to choose discard in this? Okay, 1. Was it the genie? I think
And
it's not the worst
it goes
discard you
back.
can get.
It goes back in hand. Yeah, there's a world where it's like
Maybe it is still possible. Maybe Dao still can come back.
Yeah.
Even though it's incredibly difficult. Like it puts pressure on you. I mean, having an opponent that is actually dominating the game since the very beginning.
yeah, and there is another aspect that it's repeating the genies back to the hand. It's not something you want to do for a long time.
Because like this, your opponent draws again and again and again.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But then on the other hand, you also cannot let genies just questing around because your opponent is already on 13, so it's like, yeah, Dao is needing his favorite cards.
Yeah, desperately. No, Under the Sea, like, where is this song? I can't say that now it's so useful because there are just Genie and Diablo on the board. Even though if you play Under the Sea right now, at least you finally get rid of some cards, the draw cards, again and again and again. Okay, so Bruno is here again.
We are repeating the process.
We are repeating, the same thing. But the problem is that you discard and then he draws.
Yeah.
You discard and he draws, and it's like, Genie is always there.
I wonder if area got returned.
Ariel gets returned.
Cool. And now it's
it is. Oh. That's a big break.
Not the end of the wow.
Jakob is on the board. Wow. All right, that's huge. But I think that Chernobog can also be removed with Martin's Bruno. Unfortunately for Dow.
Yeah, but Dow has enough cards to but again. Then you will not have the creatures in the discard to play it against.
That's the problem. Even though I think he has he has 18, so probably he will be able to play Chernobog anyways.
We can see the bare necessities probably for the Diablo to go back.
Yeah, no songs,
or
nothing.
Area to go back.
Probably for the Ariel, I think. Even though there is a shift Diablo line, so that's why, you need to make a decision. Yeah, I think that Dao really needs more songs, and that's why he chose Ariel.
Of course.
Because I think at that point of the game, Dao just tells himself that his opponent already has quite a lot of cards, and that probably this shift Diablo will not do that much. Maybe that's why. So Genie is coming on the board, and probably it will be balanced again with the muses. Well, we'll see.
But from that point on, I think right now we've got our singer in front of Chernobog.
Chernobog can definitely sing Under the Sea if it is finally found.
See if we can finally found.
No, it's not Under the Sea again. Why? Where are they? But
it's good to... Yeah, now it's return time, return city. Would you like to get a return ticket and
that will be, but I guess he will return this Genie again. Because
I guess it's 14 wars, it's not a joke.
It passed for 2 each time, so it's
and
amazing.
you need your area back to move on with this game,
I think that's it. And so the muses, did they hit the Diablo or?
Oh, yeah. He thought it was a Bruno and started shuffling.
Okay, And Chernobog quests for 3.
But the
we move from 0 to 3.
Although we arrived to Return City, but I think the game is starting to be really dangerous for Dao because it's now 15 probably.
15, it's 15. But the only good thing for Dao is that there are no goats, there are no Thelma goats, whatever.
Yeah, but does Dao know that? I mean.
I think he can. Well, I guess he didn't see any of this during the first game, so probably he knows this. And also, just in this deck, in this discard deck, it's not very common to run these cards. I mean, there are some decks with Tamagos, of course, but Gold, I'm not sure it's super common. Of course, some people played, but not 4 copies, etc. So you can still hope that there is nothing.
And here comes Genie. Again.
Again. Genie is just bouncing all the time here. I remember this card. I think it was called something like Maleficent Scepter, that each time that your opponent bounces back, you get the lure. Yes, it's a purple card.
Let's see. I cannot really believe this. I cannot really believe this.
That's just not possible. How can it be? Where are they under the seas? How many areas did Daryl play? I mean, how many times?
It's just unbelievable.
Like unbelievable. It's such bad luck for Daryl here. Yeah.
It's evasive. Yeah. It's so painful to watch when
you play this deck and you know the pain. Oh my god, yeah, it's just so sad, Ariel.
It's 19, Angelica.
Oh my god, not even a song. Not only Daryl did not draw a single Under the Sea, but also not a single song from his last Ariel.
I need to count the songs actually. 4.
There are
7,
so many
11,
of them,
15,
and like
17.
Daryl has already seen, like, I don't know, the 3/3, the 3/4 of his deck, something like this, and no Under the Seas. Elf is coming, and yeah, we are at 19. Oh, that's your last chance now. You need your Under the Sea. No. And there is no Under the Sea. It really hurts. It really hurts.
Dow plays 20 songs in his deck, and the area
20 songs and no Under the Sea. Oh my god.
It's not just that it's not under sea, but the area
no songs.
3 times.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry for Darrow. The deck just failed him because I didn't think that he did anything wrong. It's just, yes.
No, he played super good, yeah.
Bela, make a switch with Alex.
Alright, so now we'll have a short interview, or maybe not a very short one, with the man behind the Enchanted Tour. So Bela will have to leave his place. So see you soon. All right.
Hello, Angelica.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Alex. So,
hello, viewers. Hello.
So, would you please tell me the background of the Enchanted Tour? How many Enchanted Tours have there been that far?
We are now at the 5th Enchanted Tour, and the idea was growing where Ravensburg has no competitive play.
Yeah.
We started with the first Enchanted Tour.
And when was it?
It was for 2 years. When was the first one? In February
2024, I think, yeah.
Yes, of course. It was beautiful, and so I decided we make it periodically, each 3 or 6 months.
Yeah.
We have normally a summer break.
Yeah.
This year not. We have a summer Enchanted Tour.
30th August, yeah.
Yes, of course, at the fabled pre-release.
Yeah.
We won't get the biggest pre-release in the world. And on the next day, we make the team trios sealed.
Yeah.
And with the theme of Lilo and Stitch, we created on the stage like we are in Hawaii with sand and a palm and lots of other stuff, a surfboard, and also a good decoration in the venue.
Yeah, it sounds amazing.
Yeah,
I would be so excited to attend it.
Yeah.
So, what's your favorite thing about organizing such events?
I think my favorite thing is to bring people together that have the same passion, and creating an atmosphere that everyone that comes here leaves us with a smile.
Yeah.
That's the most important thing for me.
So that's the ultimate purpose of the Enchanted Tour.
Yes, of course. So we have not only in the top 60 prizes, we have also a big lottery.
Yeah.
Today we have, I think, 55 prizes in the lottery. We have the con playmat, we have some tickets for the next Enchanted Tour. We have the Willingness with the promo cards, we have a lot of pins, a lot of promos, and a lot of other stuff. So for me it's really important that the people see that is that I make it not for the money, I make it for the community, that we come together, have fun together.
Yeah, I think it's very important.
Yes.
And I think the community is very thankful for you because currently, as you mentioned, there is a very huge gap between the official challenges organized by Ravensburg.
Yeah.
So yeah, thank you for doing this for us, for players, because it's so important. You want to play, and I also think that even for Lacana, for Ravensburg, it's also very important to have people like you, because you make this game live, because something is happening, and I think to make a game alive, you always need to have some events, you need to have something. And
but we get so much back from the community. Today we speak to a lot players here, and all said it was a nice venue, we have nice decoration, they're feeling really comfortable here. So for me it's really honest that I can have the chance to bring so much people together and celebrate with them the card game, because I'm also a player. And I'm playing Locana at the beginning since first chapter. And for me, I see the growing of the community, and that the trading card game Locana stay on the market and get this huge impact on so much people, so much families, so much women play Locana. No other trading card game has so much women in the place. That's really fantastic, because I think Locana takes the whole family to a trading card game.
I think that's the thing that is special and maybe a little bit unique to Locana. The fact that you can bring your family, you can bring your sons, etc.
Yes, of course.
And so
good thing, because my son is also participating in the tournament. Yes, he's also really good player. It's hard for me to beat him. Sometimes it will happen.
It sometimes happens, right?
So for me it's a big family thing. My son plays as participant, I organize the thing. My wife makes the gastro, so we work all together as a family thing, and for me it's really nice.
Look at this family!
Yes, of course.
That's really great. So also, are there any funny situations that occur? Anything that's maybe memorable? Something some moments from the post-enchanted tours that you want to share? Something that's got stuck in your head?
I think the moments when we make the lottery, when we see that the people that not come in the top cut, but at the lottery they go home with such nice prizes, and when you see the smile when they get some prize, they're not in the top cut, but they're going home with some prize, with good memories, and that's for me the best scene of the Enchanted Tour.
So I mean, seeing some people who were disappointed because of their performances, and then they have a smile again.
That's really important.
That's awesome. Thank you. All right. Okay. Thank you for the interview.
Thank you, Angelica, for being a caster. It's a really pleasure to have you here, and I hope you will be joining on some Enchanted Tours afterwards.
Thank you. And thank you for the invitation.
And viewers, have a good time. Bye.
Have a good time. and soon we will be watching the 6th round of our tournament, and we will have a Stillsong player, and I think it's a blue-purple deck. I'm trying to read the cards because they are all in German, and when I saw Azur-Blaues mehr befahren, I think it's sail the other sea, so I guess it's a blue-purple deck. And that would be a very interesting match for me to see, because I play both decks, and generally it's considered to be a good match, good matchup for Stillsong. There are 3 Miss Biancas, and what is interesting about this version, we are about to watch that we also have 1 copy of Grab Your Sword. I think that's a technical card that was added against some aggro decks, and also we have 2 Beast Tragic Heroes that are not very, very common in Stillsong nowadays. So other cards, we have the Ariel pack, the Cinderella pack, that are more common for Stillsong. And talking about the blue-purple deck, I'm still trying to figure it out exactly, because everything is in German. For example, there is Tagliatella, and I have no idea what this card is about.
I heard German. I'm joining you. I can help translate.
Okay, thank you. So Flokki is back. What is Tagliatella?
Tagliatella is the popsicle.
Popsicle. Oh, okay.
It sounds Italian, actually.
Yeah, it sounds Italian. Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you play any of these decks, Stillsong or
actually both.
Bubble?
Actually both.
Me too.
And Harald is a good friend of mine. We have a podcast together, and I also run the purple deck, so I know.
Is it his signature deck, or it's just one of the decks that he loves playing?
It's one of the decks he loves playing.
Okay.
Actually, his signature deck, his comfort deck is Stillsong. And
now he will be playing against this deck.
Exactly. So he knows what he's against them. And recently he participated in the big tournament in Ravensburg.
Yeah.
He made top 4 there with Stillsong, and he decided to bring another deck for today. So a little bit of surprise.
Yeah, I think it's very important to know the deck you're playing against, because in this case you can make better moves. You can know what exactly will hurt them, what of your moves will have a good impact on the game.
Exactly, you can anticipate what your opponent will play.
Yeah, exactly.
You are actually in the mind of your opponent, because you know what cards are in his list, and you know, okay, what would I do?
Yeah, there was a guy who gave me this piece of advice that if you want to win in Locana, you need to get inside the head of your opponent.
Playing the mind games.
Yeah, mind games. Yeah. All right, so best of 2. Yeah, let's see, because I think the previous set, Stillsong had this as a good matchup, and I would say that it still could be a good matchup anyways, but it could be a game changer, the fact that the blue-purple player usually plays Stillsong.
Actually,
also the Bela is already here with a popsicle. That's good draw. That's what I call good draw.
That's what you want with blue.
Yeah, of course.
With this kind of list, because you want to see the list has no 1-drop characters. So you want to see the popsicle turn 1, play Bela with.
And then you seeing friends on the other side. Yeah, that's what he does. That's exactly what he does.
And now he just needs the ramp on turn 2, and I think then it's a good start for Harald.
Yeah, it's a very, very good start. I think blue-purple is one of the last decks that can really take advantage of playing Bela, because there was not so many impact with Verissiomo getting banned, maybe.
Actually, an interesting choice. He inked the Sail the Azure Sea.
Yeah.
Played the Tipo for ramp.
Yeah.
And not the other way around, because he was on the play, so he's removing hand cards, but there's the genie getting hand cards back. And
would you also play Tipo here, or would you go rather for the Sail?
Probably yes, because you have a body on board and not target that your opponent has to remove, and Tipo is a good choice here.
Yeah, probably because I think I would have played still the Azure Sea just because like it's so easy to remove Tipo for Still Song. When playing Still Song, it's just like it's everything does this.
But what Tipo does is like it's a potential target for Fox Bounce, maybe.
Yeah, you're right. You're right about this.
And
It's true
that's
there
probably
is a
the
Fox.
reason Harald chose Tipo over Sale.
Yeah, I think considering the fact that he had enough card draw, maybe it was a good option.
So Daniel is thinking
Yeah.
his next move. Playing
Daniel's
Ariel.
start is also quite fine, I would say, because there is 1, 2, 3. I think there is a whole new world, but maybe it's it's the first one, I guess. Okay. I'm searching for any Hadeses in
He has 4 Hades.
Okay,
and
yeah.
what he also has is like, okay, he's taking down the bell with Troubadour, Strength of Rage and Fire. A potential move could be the 5-cost Elsa now, exert the Ariel, and take out the 5-cost Singer.
Yeah,
maybe
I think it's maybe the best move here because you really don't want this Ariel.
Yeah. And
Yeah, and that's exactly what Harald does. Okay, so no Ariel. I don't know. I didn't see a Robin, but maybe there is one, or maybe there will be a top Robin because Robin can also sing.
I can see there is a Robin.
There is a Robin.
The first card in his hand is a Robin.
Yeah. But I'm not even sure that he wants to sing the whole new world here because he has a big hand. He has just drawn the Beast, and the Beast is also a source of cards. So I'm not sure that it's like the best move for Still Song playing.
I think he has a Zeus in hand, the Rapunzel.
Yeah. There is a Rapunzel.
You definitely don't want to shift Robin and play Whole New World right now.
No.
Maybe shift and sing Zeus on the Genie would be a good play because he can't challenge into Genie and Elsa because they're evasive.
Yeah. I think probably it's the best thing to do here.
He inked the Rapunzel, knowing that in like 1 or 2 turns he will play Whole New World.
Yeah.
So,
but actually, in some cases, what you do, maybe not against Blurple, but overall, even if you have a whole new world, sometimes your opponent starts inking cards, playing cards, just waiting for you to play this whole new world, but you don't play it, and you play Rapunzel, and like this, your opponent runs out of cards because they inked everything playing around a whole new world.
Exactly. That's what happened most of the time. You're anticipating the whole new world, and your opponent is holding it back, and you're like dumping all your canned cards, and then you're not playing the wheel. And
especially if they play Rapunzel, it can really hurt. Okay, so Genie and Tipo for Harald here.
He decided to get rid of the Elsa.
Yeah, I think probably also because he doesn't want to see Shift Elsa.
Yeah, and maybe she's a potential singer for Let It Go.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
What he doesn't know, Harald doesn't
there are no Let It Goes, I
know.
think. I don't see any of them. And Elsa the Fünfte Geist is the Elsa we have just seen.
I think I know what's coming. The 5-cost Bell. Yeah, moving the damage onto the Troubadour. Removing him, because if you move the damage counters, you can game past the resist.
Yeah, and the resist rule does not apply in this case, exactly.
That's a very strong play from Harald here.
Yeah. So Daniel is left with his Robin, who cannot challenge Genie, and
now
he's playing Whole New World because he has 2 in his hand, and I think he wants to avoid bricking.
And now he has 5 ink available to do all the things Two-Song decks do, like dropping 1-drop characters, dropping singers.
Probably something like this. And I think there is the 3rd Whole New World in his hand.
I see 2 small Robins, I see a Cindy 1-drop.
I think overall spamming the board is like efficient against blue-purple because probably it's one of the weak points of this deck. If you have the board, there are no big preps arriving. There are not so many ways to remove the board, but like for this you also usually need to quest fast.
Exactly. If like going wide is a viable option against Blurple, because you only have point removal with Hades. Maybe if you consider the 5-cost Elsa as a removal card, you can extend character like force a challenge. Bell is a viable option for removals, like moving damage counters, but that's it basically. You can't remove multiple.
Yeah, there are no mass removals.
Exactly. And that was what I was worried about, like going wide now, dropping all those high lord quests with Daisy, Smee, a potential shift. Robin.
I would say that the problem with Daniel here is still the fact that he didn't quest at all. So, and Steel Song, I think it's still not a control deck, so you need to advance in lore. And I think that can create troubles probably for Daniel here, because I would say that Blue-Purple is probably more of a control deck if we compare these two decks.
Yeah.
There are more late game like mechanism. There are 2 Hadeses, so that means that you can remove 4 Hadeses, sorry.
And now Harald established a big Cogsworth on the board.
Yeah.
Which is a very strong play.
Everybody's resist.
Yeah. And he's removing the Robin Hood.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a great play. That was a great play. Are there any locations in?
Yeah, he's playing four manors.
For Macbeth Manors, yeah. Which are also very difficult for Steel Song to remove, because Steel Song doesn't have any any boosters like Crab. They only have this, and you can attack with your Robins or with your Smees, but it's not what you want to do with your Smees.
It's not effective.
Yeah.
And the Cogsworth is already doing his work. Because both characters only took 2 damage. And now all the Steel Songs Daniel is playing, they don't do what they would actually do.
Yeah, I think that Cogsworth is like such an amazing card against everything that is like steel. And I remember this card being played in blue steel, and it was also just so strong, because exactly as you mentioned, Steel Song can still can sing their songs, but they lose their efficiency. Okay, so a bit is coming.
Harald is running 2 copies. Maybe he finds another Cogsworth, and I think if he can establish another one, then he can't do much with his songs.
Yeah, it's just such a nasty card for Steel Song, because it's ward and you cannot remove it with basically anything. There is a grab your sword in this Steel Song decklist, but it's extremely useless in this game.
Oh, he's finding a grab. Okay, this can help. With grab, Tipo taking out Daisy could be a potential play next turn. That's what the Tipos are for.
Yeah. It's true that they have the synergy with crabs.
And Tipo not even taking damage because of the resistance.
Yeah, because of the resistance. And how many crabs does Harald
3
run?
3 crabs.
Okay, 3 crabs.
3 crabs. Let's see what route he's going. I can't see Harald's hand, but potential play could be taking out the extorted Daisy or going for the Ariel.
Yeah, it looks quite harsh for Daniel. I mean, the situation on the board.
He has enough ink to do a lot of plays now, and I think he has enough hand cards.
Yeah, it's just that he cannot sing songs, but he doesn't even play any Let It Goes. And for drawing cards,
he plays
he has Finders Keepers,
and of course Friends on the other side, but.
I think it's not that bothering because it's not obligatory here, because Harald already has quite a lot of cards.
And there's the crab, and there's the T-boat,
yeah,
the Daisy.
For free, because of this Big Ben. In French, he's Big Ben.
Big Ben?
Yeah. Here in German is von Unruch.
And there's another big bell, not Big Ben, Big Bell coming, moving the damage from Genie onto the Robin. Removing the Robin, and he's questing with Genie and Tipo, go to 3. That's actually a very strong board from Harald right now.
Yeah, it's a very difficult board to remove full Steel Song. Exactly.
We know that Daniel has a whole new world in his hands. We saw
the third ones, but I don't think you want to sing a whole new world here. I don't know, do you? Because I'm not sure it will save you.
I don't know, Harald is at 8 ink, I guess. He has a strong board. He has only 2 cards he would discard, so I don't know if Hole in One is the right play here, but what other options does Daniel have?
Yeah, it depends on his hand. As soon as we see the hand, I will tell you. Okay.
It's making it hard.
Show your hand, show your hand, show your hand. Okay, so...
There's a Miss Bianca.
There is a Miss Bianca. Miss Bianca is a good card, but at this stage...
I think he doesn't have an ally on board
No,
right now.
there are no allies. No. He used to have one, this Daisy, yeah. But she's gone now.
So he's playing
Bianca for 6. That's a really expensive Bianca.
He has Holy Word and I don't know what's the other card.
Yeah, I'm also thinking about some potential outs for Daniel. So what does he want to do here? Even if he like has any card possible, because you really want to get rid of this Cockworth, but it's impossible.
It's impossible, actually.
It's impossible. It just like as long as Harald doesn't quest with Big Ben, with Cockworth, it's impossible to remove him, because I'm just trying to check is there any big Cinderellas, but I don't think I saw any big Cinderellas.
And he's playing Holy Word. Okay.
Yeah. It would have been the only possible out. Like you put Cinderella, you shift Cinderella, you sing something, and you finally banish this Cockworth. And like this, you are able to destroy the board with your songs. Yeah. But that is not the case. Daniel is not running any copies of Big Cinderellas in his deck. I guess that's the price to pay for playing a whole new, sorry, grab your sword.
But the grab your sword does nothing, because not even
but I mean when you put it in your deck, you have to replace something with it, right?
Exactly.
So if you want to play grab your sword, you probably don't play a lot of Big Cinderellas, or like we have here, like 0.
And he passes on to Harald. And Harald has 10 lore on board.
6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, exactly. He can go to 13, but I think he will play it safe and control. He will banish the aerial, and I think it's the right move here, because Harald is in a very good position, and all he needs to win is just to continue to keep it this way. So
there's another Elsa coming.
Okay, right. So yeah, to take Bianca down probably. Is there probably Fox or something like this? No, that's the second crab, yeah. So, yeah. And Elsa is still alive because of Cockworth, right?
Oh, that's a huge board from Harald.
That's an enormous board, yeah. That's tough. That's tough.
Usually, Blurple against Silsong is the other way around.
Yeah, that's what I was like telling you at the very beginning of the game. But I think that this concrete Silsong list is not that strong against Blurple because of the lack of these bigger cards, probably. Even though you can still ink Cinderella with a Hades, so probably it's not even this that makes the game.
Go to 10. Wow, and he has lethal on board.
Yeah, next turn.
So now Daniel has to find some damage songs, get rid of some characters on Harald's side, but it will be hard.
Yeah, because I think he has 12 on the board and he needs 10 to win. So you need to remove 3 points of floor, and usually at that point when you are still song player and you just have 2 points of floor and you're trying to control your control opponent, it doesn't sound well.
Okay, Singing Storm on Elsa, okay. Draw another card. So there's one lower.
11, yeah.
2 more lower
Two more lower, yeah.
To remove. I mean, he could challenge with the Pete into one of the T-pose. This would be an easy play.
Yeah,
but still, there's still a threat of the shift bell in the next turn.
Yeah.
So this will be not only 1 lower, rather 2 lower.
Yeah. It's true exactly. If Harald plays
still running 4 goats, so.
Oh wow, yeah, it's true. I saw the crabs, and yeah, there are also 4 goats, and we haven't seen that yet, I guess.
No, I think that's it for Daniel.
Yeah, the goats are very likely to come.
I mean, he's taking the Jesus, but he can't sing it with Pete.
No.
And I think. Oh, he's thinking
the
that's
strength of the raging fire. Okay, on Bel, I guess.
Bel or Genie have to go.
Yeah.
Then we would be at 9 lore. But
9 lore, but just a goat and it's done.
A goat or shift Bel would be enough for Harald to win the game.
I don't think we saw any goats. Maybe he inked some goats, but still, for Cop it's incredibly like.
Harald counting his lore on board.
Yeah. Here we go. There is a goat.
Wow.
Of course.
Wow. I didn't expect that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't expect it to happen in general, but when you told me that Harald's main deck is Stillsong, I told myself that probably he will be very good against playing against Stillsong.
Exactly. He anticipated the plays from Daniel very good. He built up his board, and as soon as he established the Coxworth board, it was actually going into Harald's direction, and he sealed the game in 2 turns now, and wow.
Exactly. Playing against blue-purple with my Stillsong, I noticed, let's say, 2 types of players. There are some players, they just cannot do anything against you, you're just destroying them, but there are also some proficient blue-purple players, let's call them so, and they show you something you don't expect. So it's so strong. Sometimes this deck is like an amazing deck.
Second game, Daniel will start, and I'm curious which direction you want to go, like the aggro line or establishing singers to keep Harald's board small.
I think maybe you need to follow the aggro line more or less.
Yeah.
If possible, of course, because it also depends on what you draw. Also, it's worth mentioning that Harald has a very, very good start during his previous game. Bel, Popsicle, and Friends on the other side.
It was just like looking forward.
It was like the best start possible.
And you can't remove Bel immediately with Stillsong.
Yeah, no. It's like Cinderella, but better.
Exactly.
Like the boosted version of Cinderella.
Exactly, in a different color.
Mine also sings, but she's also 3/3.
So let's see.
Rapunzel, a troubadour, I think maybe 2 storms of the raging. Two let the storms.
I see no 1-drop yet.
No 1-drop yet. 2 let the storms rage on.
I think he's keeping only 1,
Yep, and a Smee. I mean, there was a Smee, I think, and he changed it. Yeah, I guess he wants to do something like play the board and then play his whole new world, hoping to find some good singers such as Ariel or Shift Robin, or maybe Bianca.
Actually, the turn after the wheel wasn't that bad for him. He dropped like 4 characters.
Yeah, exactly.
Harald was able to manage that and handle it. So.
Yeah, Harald just had this. I think it was maybe Coxworth that won the game because like it became unmanageable. It became impossible to deal with the board. Okay, so
I see some 1-drops now. There's a Robin. There's a Cindy. Okay.
Yeah, so
I think this is the start Daniel was looking for, like going 1-drop into Troubadour, having songs.
Yeah, Robin.
Yeah.
I think he has a Shift Robin too because it kind of.
There's a Daisy as well.
Yeah.
Harald is keep on finding his popsicle.
Yeah. Does he have the bell? No, not this time. 2 Rapunzels, I think.
Yeah, he's inking 1, I guess. Yeah. And there's
the Troubadour coming up, and then Robin Quest because it's safer for him to quest. There is nothing in Harald's deck that can remove him. It's a common mistake of some newbie players They don't quest with Robin, for example, in this situation because they want to shift it later, and they don't take it into account that there is nothing, there is no menace.
And that's why it's important to know a big variety of decks.
Yeah.
To know what can the deck do.
Yeah.
And is there a chance my character gets removed? No? Then I quest safe.
Yeah, because you definitely don't want to lose these like lore points. Okay, so, but is there any big Robin here or not really?
I think he doesn't have a big Robin. He's going for the Daisy in turn 3, which is not actually a play you want to
No, exactly. Exactly, it's not the perfect
and
play.
he's passing.
There is still one Rapunzel left, so probably he will be able to take advantage of Rapunzel. Sometimes she's more useful than a whole new world because you don't give your opponent any cause. However, what is also Robin is here. Yeah, what is actually great about a whole new world and about playing it early, not only you remove the hand of your opponent, but you remove the hand he was searching for.
Exactly.
So you remove the hand that your opponent chose to have after their mulligan.
He's cutting like 7 cards now.
Yeah.
Wow.
I see that.
That's huge.
Madame Mim Fox is gone.
I saw France, Madame Mim Fox, but it was too quick. And then Elsa, he just draws.
I think there is probably Crab.
Wow, that's a huge play actually. Discarding 7 cards and seeing that Elsa go is not what you want to see for Harald actually.
Yeah, that's true. Not against Tilson.
And he still has 1 ink left and the Troubadour, but he's passing. Okay.
No, I think he didn't find any Zeus to take the genie down, so.
Okay,
yeah, Hades. Coxworth.
Hades. Oh my god.
He must have been very happy to see one of the Coxworths gone because it's just such a strong
only one left.
Only one left in the deck, yeah.
Fun thing would be if Harald had find it now off the weekend.
Everything can happen. It's Disney magic.
He's inking a McDuck Manor.
Yeah, I think McDuck Manor doesn't do anything here because
he's questing, and I think he's playing a fox now.
I think he needs some like
taking out the Daisy.
Board presence and also like this.
Or he's
you
taking
get
out
rid of
the Robin
Daisy.
Hood because.
I think the Daisy probably.
And double ramp.
Probably he has a Hades for Robin further.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly what's better to do here. You give a card to your opponent. He's taking down Robin. Yeah, okay. Like this, he gets rid of the Singer 5, but there is still Troubadour that can sing most songs like this, Strengths, etc., etc. Okay, so.
Strong play actually. Even though I played his deck, I would have gone for Daisy maybe.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I think I agree with you.
Quest with Genie and go for Daisy, but what do I know?
Yeah. All right. Yeah, so Ariel.
Searching for songs.
There is a Storm,
And is it a Sue? Yeah, that's a Seuss as well.
Yeah.
I think that's a Seuss.
Yes, I think it is, you're right.
Bianca.
I don't know if he wants to privilege the draw or getting rid of Genie. Because he can already sing this on Genie with Troubadour if necessary.
And he's establishing
Senora is here.
Since Harald doesn't know the deck list from Daniel, he must always reckon with Big Cindy.
With Big Cindy, yeah, but if you have Hades, like most of the time, I think you rely on them, kind of. You think like, if there is a Big Cindy, probably I have Hades, but of course, if you don't have Hades and the small Cindy is already on the board, but I'm not sure that Harald can do that much to prevent it. Anyways.
Drawing of a Iago of Daisy, which is not the best card.
Not the best card against Stillsong, yeah.
Usually it's ink against Stillsong.
Yeah, because you don't want to take the Storm. Yeah, it's Ink, of course.
So let's see. How is it? 7 ink. He could play.
And just one poor Tipo staring at this army.
Let's see what he does with his 7 ink. A good play would be Hades on the aerial, get rid of the 5-cost singer.
Yeah. The goat.
Maybe Fox bounce and take out
Daisy or
Troubadour.
Troubadour, yeah. Daniel's at 5 points of lore, so yeah, maybe Daisy is not that dangerous yet.
But at this point, actually, I would bounce Tipo to have two 4-strength characters on board.
Of course, yeah.
To handle Troubadour, to handle Daisy.
Yeah, I think there is not a world where you bounce the goat and you keep Tipo.
At this point of the game.
At this point of the game, I mean, of course, because you are not questing here, you're mostly controlling here. So I think what is very important in Locana when you play is to understand what position you are at the moment. Are you controlling the board, or are you questing, are you rushing for the victory?
Exactly.
Because if you're doing the wrong thing, it can easily cost you the game, and it's also as bad if you have a lot of lore and you control your opponent. It's not the right thing to do.
And he's playing another area, finding
another whole new world, yeah. So Rapunzel is getting inked.
So Harald can play actions next turn.
But actually, I don't know if Harald. Yeah, maybe it's about let it go. Like, it's the only.
There's a Grabby Sword coming.
Grab your sword. I mean. Yes.
It's the one of Grabby Sword and now
the strength to finish. Okay.
Wow, it was a strong turn by Daniel.
Yeah. What do you think about Grab Your Sword in Still Song? Do you like this deck?
Actually, with the return of the Lemon Lime aggro decks, I think it's a good call actually.
Against Chernadog, you mean?
Against Chernadog, exactly.
Isn't it still too weak because Chernadog decks usually have 4 willpower characters?
They do, but they also run like Gogo Tomago, Piglet, and stuff like that. That would be easy Grabby Sword fodder, but
I see what you mean.
I don't know if Harald can recover from this.
It would be difficult.
Let's see.
It would be difficult. I mean, considering the fact that we know that there is a whole new world in Daniel's hand, it means that the brick is not here, right?
The brick is not here, but at this point, do you really want to play another wheel? Because Harald doesn't have a board, he has a lot of ink.
No, I don't think that you want to play it immediately. I just mean that usually how to win against a really successful Still Song, you hope that they break, that they just don't have any card draw and you get rid of their current board, and like this you can win.
The
second Cogsworth, it's like, a very good card in this matchup, but still. The point is that Cogsworth himself is not that strong. He doesn't even have any resistance. He's just ward, and he's strong when you combine him with your other characters.
Exactly.
So you actually need to have a board to make the most of your Cogsworth, and I'm not sure that's the case in this game for Harald. So the Beast enters the board. Daisy. Yeah, probably it's the Daisy, and he quests with his other Daisy.
There's a Hades.
There is a Hades, but there are too many menaces.
Oh, he's not drawing.
No.
Did you see? Harald didn't draw the Hades of Daisy. He put it under the deck. He has to reveal the card, but he can't decide if he takes the card in hand or
not. Was it this Hades or
he
discarded this one, right? Okay, yeah.
The wheel is coming and it's actually a good call.
Yeah, but I'm afraid it will not save him in this situation.
I think we have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're lethal here. On Daniel's side.
Yeah, there is just one poor Cogsworth against this army of all these characters, Daisies, Cindy's, Ariels, princesses, like Robin Hoods, etc. And
so
the Beast is here. It's nice to see this card here because you don't see the venue we are in right now, but it's like there is the Beauty and the Beast theme. It's a castle, and the scene is also there are lots of decorations, so it's like it matches the atmosphere.
I think there's not many outs Harald has. Find the Hades maybe. Get rid of one of the 2 lore questers. Take out a Cindy with the Cogsworth. That's basically what Harald can do right now.
22 right now, so yes, you need to get rid of 3 points of lore, I guess.
Yeah, to buy himself another turn, but I think it won't be enough. Oh, he's playing France. I think that's it. Maybe with 2 foxes he can do some bounce shenanigans.
I think it will be complicated, especially consider that Robin can theoretically be shifted. Yeah. No, I think we will have a good old draw. Yeah.
Harald told me before the game, at least I want to draw against Steve, so then I'm super happy and.
Right. So, what about their scores? Do you know how many wins?
3 wins, 2 draws, Harald.
Yeah.
And Daniel is also 3 wins, 2 draws.
Okay, 3 wins, 2 draws, yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
Here's the handshake.
Yeah.
Scooping up.
Yeah, that's the draw. Do we have any time? Would you like to interview?
I think I will interview Harald.
Yeah.
We used to sit in front of the cameras together. We recently started our podcast, and I'm happy to talk to him a bit, ask him a couple of questions.
Okay, definitely.
Cool.
So I think soon we will invite him here.
Yeah.
I think we still have some time in the round, so.
Yeah, they played very quickly actually.
Yeah, exactly. It was not. These games were definitely not long.
No.
So I think
compared to the others we saw on stream today.
I think it's also important in Locana because sometimes you don't want to go up to time. You want to have some breaks again, like between your games. You don't want that anybody always sees what you play because it gives them the advantage, like they can know it later.
And you want to get a fresh hair between the games.
Yeah, definitely.
Relax it a little bit. That's
I'm saying all this, but I actually played a lot of red blue, and I'm just describing the things I did not have a chance to have. I mean, fresh air, what food? You finished the last one, like while playing red blue.
You always go to overturn. Extra turns, and it's.
Well, in my case, it was like often finished right before the turns, but it still was like. You have like your new game is ready. Just immediately you finish, and then you just have the time to enter your results, to be happy if you won, be sad if you lose.
Okay, we make a break.
Okay, we're back in a second with it. Ich sitze hier mit Harald. Für ein paar Zuschauer wird das wahrscheinlich keine Überraschung sein, dass sie uns zwei vor der Kamera sehen. Harald, du hast die Saison überlebt, hast du gerade gesagt. Vor dem Match hast du gesagt, ein Unentschieden. Ja. Wäre das Schönste? Jetzt hast du es erreicht. Erzähl mal kurz über die 2 Matches.
Ja, das erste war ich halt eigentlich die ganze Zeit in Führung eigentlich. Er hat wenig machen können. Ich habe halt eigentlich fast die Perfect Line gehabt. Ich weiß gar nicht mehr ganz genau, ob ich Genie oder was auch immer gehabt habe. Und er hat auch nicht die perfekten Antworten gehabt. Er hat mich nicht gestilsongt. Zweites Game, muss ich sagen, war bis zu einem bestimmten Punkt auch sehr knapp. Aber er hat dann halt den Robin Hood from the top gezogen, den Shift Robin Hood into Holy World. Hat er mir dann sogar gebeichtet, dass er den großen gar nicht hatte. Also es war recht blöd, sag ich mal, wenn er den nicht gezogen hat. Aber selbst dann, glaube ich, wäre es noch playable gewesen. Aber er hat mit dem anderen Holy World schon ein Holy World abgeworfen.
Ja, genau.
Und er hat dann mit der Ariel noch eins gefunden. Also das dritte Holy World war einfach too much. Ich glaube, ich hätte es noch rumreißen können, hätte er nicht den Refill nochmal gehabt, aber das war dann...
Der hat dann mit dem ersten Holy World, glaube ich, ein Hades abgeworfen. Ja. Dann hast du mit der Daisy und das Deck gelegt. Mit dem zweiten Holy World hat er nochmal ein Hades abgeworfen. Das heißt, du hast nicht wirklich Antworten gehabt für seine großen Charaktere. Ja. Aber wie stehst du jetzt, Harald, nach dem Match?
3 Wins, 3 Draws.
Okay, das ist eigentlich recht solide, oder? Also
ja, ich muss jetzt in den nächsten 2 Runden noch 1 gewinnen. Ne?
Ja. Was erhoffst du noch für Matchups jetzt mit deinem Purple Deck?
Kannst du sagen. Am besten, aber Stilsong ist fein. Also,
du hast es jetzt überlebt, du weißt, wie es geht. Also du könntest es wiederholen, oder?
Nein, ich habe recht viel geübt eigentlich, weil ich ja wusste, dass viele Stilsong spielen werden. Aber er ist ja natürlich auch ein sehr guter Spieler, er ist ja auch vom Musho-Clan, also von dieser deutschen Truppe, die zu uns gekommen ist. Die sind ja auch alle sehr nah an den Top-Tables die ganze Zeit dran. Ich habe gegen einen schon gespielt davon.
Gegen seinen Bruder?
Gegen einen von seinen Brüdern. Er hatte 2 Brüder, es sind 3 Brüder.
Vielleicht triffst du auf den dritten heute auch.
Der erste Bruder hat mich bei der ersten Enchanted-Tour komplett in der Luft zerrissen. Der zweite Bruder, gegen den habe ich schon in Ravensburg gespielt, im Topcut, jetzt nochmal heute. Und jetzt habe ich den anderen Bruder auch noch einmal kassiert.
Also die ganze Familie Gangkofner einmal kennengelernt.
Ja, also...
Ja, dein Purple Deck hat ja einige Spices, wir werden es jetzt nicht verraten am Stream.
Ja.
Du hast es nicht gezeigt im Stream.
Ja, ich hätte jetzt am Ende es zeigen können, weil ich es gezogen habe, aber ich habe mir gedacht, in so einer Position brauche ich jetzt nicht meinen Spice.
Ja. Der von Unruh war im Game 1, glaube ich, der Matchwinner, oder?
Ja.
Also von dem Moment weg eigentlich...
Den hat er mir auch mit Holy World weggehauen.
Ja, den ersten und der zweite kam halt dann einfach zu spät, oder?
Ja, nice. Sobald sie so ein fettes Board haben, es geht noch, also so wenn sie so 5 bis 10 Creatures, lustigerweise geht das teilweise.
5 bis 10 Creatures?
Gehen sogar noch. Aber, weil du hast dann halt so viel Ink irgendwann, ich habe schon mal mit 2 Foxes ein ganzes Board aufgeräumt. Du hast ein paar Fox Bounce reinrennen, Fox Bounce reinrennen. Mit einem Unruh stirbt der Fox auch fast nie, also gegen wenig Sachen. Und dann bouncest du die ganze Zeit und räumst halt weg. Und du musst ja oft nicht das ganze Board wegräumen in einem Zug. Das ist jetzt, wenn sie weit vorne sind schon, aber in dem...
Es war sehr chirurgisch das erste Match, wie du sein Board zerlegt, auch im zweiten Match immer wieder sehr überlegt, was nehme ich jetzt raus und so weiter, was ist spannend. Also, das Interessante ist, ich spiele das Purple Deck auch so ähnlich wie du. Ich hätte fast immer eine andere Entscheidung getroffen oder ähnlich, manchmal die gleichen, aber oft habe ich gesagt, ich würde jetzt das rausnehmen. Und okay, jetzt tappt er die Bianca und nimmt die Bianca plötzlich raus mit Grabe, Elsa und so weiter. Also zum Beispiel, weißt du?
Ja, da habe ich daran gedacht, das ist sein einziger Sänger und Holy World ist sozusagen sein einziges Comeback, indem er Holy World und 5 vor allem Smies, seinen 5. Smith spielt auch. Nein, aber er spielt halt als Board voll und questet dann irgendwie. Ich wollte einfach nicht, dass er irgendeinen Out hat in der Situation und wenn er das Holy World spielen will, muss er es hardcasten und...
Ja.
Genau.
Ja gut, Harald. Danke, dass du dir kurz Zeit genommen hast. Ja. Genieß noch ein paar Minuten Pause vor dem nächsten Match. Ich wünsche dir alles Gute für den restlichen Tag.
Danke.
Und wird schon gut laufen. Wir werden schon
Schauen wir mal. Vielleicht sehen wir uns wieder.
Ciao. And we are back. Bela.
Welcome everyone. Here we are, Flokki, with a Ruby Sapphire mirror.
Yeah, we haven't seen that before today.
No.
Could be a long day for both of them.
Yeah, at least we have the time, like 45 minutes is fixed. So.
Yeah. And both of the players are competing for top cut.
Exactly. Both of the players have the chance still to make it. Let's see the list while they are mulliganing.
We have Paola against Krisztian. And looking at both lists, they're looking very similar. Both are Maui half-shirt list. And they're pretty similar.
Yeah, Krisztian has also have the scar, the one-off scar. Yeah. Oh, actually, I found the difference. Krisztian is running more Sisus, that is a complete garbage in this game, in this matchup. So we will see. Oh, nice one.
Nice opener.
Yeah. But yeah, the symbols are just not correct.
The symbols aren't. It's red blue against red blue. We will
change the symbols because of its being not a red purple mirror, but
it's
a red blue mirror.
Red blue mirror.
So Paola is starting. She has a good start actually with Popsicle Bell.
Yeah, I mean, is it really good to come out with your bell? I mean, you can quest for 2 or 3, but I mean, it's not the end of the world after all.
And there are no songs in the deck she can sing actually.
Yeah, but I can see the reason why it's attack at the moment. It's mostly against aggro stuff, but against, I think in mirror it's not the end of the world that it's your opponent is just doing that. Yeah, of course it will be able to take out the Tipo, but then it gets vulnerable to the Goofy that Krisztian is already holding.
There's a Grammatala filtering through the deck, and unfortunately we don't see her hand cards.
Yeah.
She's questing with Bell. And yeah, you mentioned Super Goof, he might come in now.
Might, but if Krisztian is holding on to the Gramma, that will probably be the same play.
Then it's a complete mirror.
Yeah.
Oh,
yes,
he's inking the Super Goof.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That makes sense though, because as the chat points out at the moment, we have many blue decks actually. So as the expectations with Hiram, I think were like, what do you think about the ratio of blue at the moment? Like I think we are crowded with blue at the moment, no?
Actually, Blurple is the room is full of Blurple decks.
Yeah.
We see a lot of red blue decks as well because they adapted, and the shark list, they don't miss Hiram that much, so they didn't get hurt that much of the ban of Hiram, and we're seeing a lot of Sapphire decks. The reason why we picked this specific matchup is because we haven't shown the women on stream today, and Paola is having a good opener actually, establishing a Magtag manner, taking out the Tipo with Bell, what you pointed out before, and questing with Grammatala.
Yeah, I mean, there is no point in not questing. Paola clearly has the board under control now. The Magtag manner on the long run can also be a threat. The best thing probably is a hero to all if we have it. I don't know.
There's a Maui.
A hero to all.
Yeah. He's definitely a hero to all.
Yeah.
Set one card.
I'm pretty sure that was not the last Maui we can see in this matchup.
No, there are quite a few in the deck. Paola is only playing 3 Maui hero to all, both playing 4 sharks.
And I think it's sometimes just all comes down to your less useful cards, how you just handle them. Like in this case, this hero to all was like not useless at all, which normally in this matchup it's not the best thing you want to get your hands on, but in that case removing the mana was good. Now, yeah, that trade totally makes sense. And now it's up to Krisztian to deal with the shark.
What options does he have? Like, let it go? He can sing Let It Go with, and there it is.
There it is, and now we are, like, Maui became the hero to all.
Yeah.
Like
he has already removed the location, he's removed the shark.
It's sometimes it's just complete garbage in this matchup, but now he's doing a lot of work, I guess. And see, if there wouldn't be any sharks here, you could just simply sing the How Far I Go as well. So Krisztian is really making the use out of the Maui.
And he can also ink for turn.
Yeah.
And what I learned during my time playing Ruby Sapphire is the one who ramps first, draws later, is usually the one who wins the game, because you want to have more ink available, play more cards than your opponent.
Yeah. But I mean, the players basically had the same lines till turn 3, so they all ramp, they all use Grandma. Now the Let It Go is like,
It's going back and forth with the Let It Go.
The difference can be though with this usage of Let It Go that Krisztian is actually removed something really important, and now Paola is just removed something like
see, there's the difference.
There is the difference.
And now she probably has no answer to this shark.
How many Let It Goes?
2, both playing 2 Let It Goes.
Maybe that's a net deck that they completely just...
Maybe they met up before and said, okay, let's do
this. Let's do this. And now they're just being secretful about testing together.
And we see another shark on the side of Paola. Let's see how Krisztian will respond to that.
With the Let It Go.
Are you kidding me? I give you 6 lettering numbers and you will pray for me, okay?
Yeah,
you can predict the future.
Yeah.
And there's the manor. And this manor... Let me predict something. I think Paola is holding up a Maui here to all.
That would be really funny, actually. I'm not sure how many cards Paola is having at the moment.
No, I don't see it. How many hand cards Paola is holding? And he's moving the shark. She has 2 hand cards. Now 3. Let's see. B-Prep isn't probably gonna help much here, because then the mana...
Absolutely not. But the hero to all would help.
The hero to all would help, but then the shark could challenge into Grandma maybe next turn.
Yeah.
And get back and Let It Go or another action.
I think I would probably take the manor out with only hero to all, like 2 times, and not turning sideways to Grandma.
So the shark has to trade?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But apparently that will not the case here.
And we are seeing...
Probably a hero.
A beep, okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That makes sense. So next turn, if she sees a Maui,
that
she can
sense,
take out and the 2 lore doesn't hurt that much. at this point of the game at least.
Yeah. I mean, on the long run, this Magdakmanar can be decisive, but we are not feeling anything about that right now.
And there is...
that is something to look for, though, yeah. Yeah.
And the Guardrum engine is running.
Yeah.
So now on Paola's side, you have to decide, do I go for the Manor or do I go for Tamatoa? And...
yeah, I mean, she has some difficult choice to
seven
make.
ink again? Or what? And there's a scar. Oh, he can take... we forgot completely about the scar. He can take out the Manor.
Yeah. And I think probably it's now Paola's time to get use of a card that will normally not be useful in this matchup. Now Scar did the job.
Yeah. We don't need a hero to all.
Yeah.
Who needs a Maui when you can have a Scar?
Yeah. We have Scars at home.
I have a Scar on my chin, actually.
A ramp from Krisztian.
He's ramping.
Never enough of the inks in this matchup.
In this matchup, you can never have enough ink.
And now with the Hiram run, we don't need the balls anymore, so it goes straight into the ink.
There goes another ball, and there's Pirate's Life.
Just a sneaky Pirate's Life.
And he probably...
he will
just quest. Okay.
Does he have something like in form of an item? No.
No,
actually
he only plays... Krisztian actually plays only 4 items, 4 popsicles. Paola on the other side has 2 Vitalisphere in her deck as well. And I think he will,
I don't really get
Scarlet?
the point why Krisztian did.
She could re-ready her Scar because she banished the character.
Yeah, that's true, but I was thinking about why Krisztian made the quest move with the Tomato H. It was just a free gift to Paola at this moment.
But actually, she should ready her Scar because otherwise a Maui could take him out.
Yeah, but I think it's too late, right? It's a May effect now.
I don't know actually.
It's a May effect probably.
I think you can, I think the card read you can.
You can probably, but it's...
I don't know why she's not ready, and they're okay.
It doesn't matter
anyway.
Okay. Yeah, so that is one way to explain why the Tomator would go questing, but I guess if Krisztian wouldn't have gone questing with the Tomator, that prep could have waited a bit since Paola is only on 2 lores, and some builds are just not running 4 preps, so prep can actually be a surprise in most of the cases, and I feel like we handled this with really big ease from the side of Krisztian. But who knows, maybe he has 2 more, we cannot see the hand.
We don't know. And it was the first B-prep on the Krisztian side, I guess?
Yeah. It's, however, for every case it's good that the Scar ready was not a matter because because it got prepped.
But thanks chat for pointing this out.
Yeah.
We actually have 65 viewers right now. We're getting more. Spread the news. There's a big tournament going on in Austria today. 150 plus players, co-constructed.
And you can spend time with Flokki the influencer.
Flokki the ink-fluencer.
Oh wow, nice one there. Nice one there.
And we're starting again with the Grammatala.
Yeah, I mean we've got 30 minutes left. Do you have some good jokes?
No, I suck it. You told me a good joke once.
Yeah, not just once.
What was it with a balloon and Elsa?
Why can't you give us a balloon?
Because she just let go.
Yeah, now you have to clear for the chat that we are not really thinking that these are good jokes because.
No. Oh, the views are dropping.
No, it's actually 67. They are coming for the bad jokes.
And there's another manor coming on the board. And the Maui.
And the Euro too. Like it's seemingly it will be the same sequences, right?
Yeah. We're going back to turn 4 and starting it over again.
It was turn 4, but with 15 inks. Yeah. Yeah, so if nothing else happens here, then Maui will take out the grandma, the other Maui will take out, yeah, exactly.
And then we're back in turn 1, with only popsicles on board.
Tipo. In this game, Tipo questing might make the difference, you know.
Yeah. But gaining 1 or 2 more of Tipo could be the difference in winning or losing in this matchup.
Yeah.
We only have seen like 2 sharks yet, right?
Yeah.
There it is.
Exactly.
There it is. And Maui is taking out Maui.
Now all the board can see is a boy, a shark, and the candy shop.
I expect
it's the beach itself, you know.
The beach?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a little boy eating 5 scoops of ice cream.
And then
there's a shark coming. Hold my eyes.
Hold my eyes.
So Krisztian is thinking what he can do against the shark.
Some let it go. No, they run out of let it go.
Oh, he just passed the turn. He did nothing.
Yeah, probably.
He did nothing. Of course, he don't quest with Tipo because that would be easy lunch for Maui half shark.
Yeah.
So this gives Paola the chance of establishing.
Yeah. You know, how can we see more let it goes as the game's on? With the shark?
With the shark, yeah. Gaining it back. So actually the shark is locking the board right now. And there's the drama is trying for 2.
Let's check how many B preps Krisztian has. I think 4. Right?
4, they both play 4.
Okay.
Actually, the only difference I see in the list is the bell, the super goofs.
And the Sisus for sure.
Sisus, yeah.
And probably Krisztian is holding on to Sisus.
It's okay. You have all.
We have 71 viewers. Guys.
New record for today.
And I mean, the boards are quite the same.
Now they're staring at each other, waiting to see a B prep maybe.
Yeah.
Because
can we have the first 45 minutes round today where nobody is gaining a victory?
What are we doing if it's a 0-0? It's a 0-0 draw.
No, it's a 0-0.
And they're both not going to the top cut.
Yeah. So somebody should really just
speed up the game a little bit.
Speed up this candy shop because
that's what you always have to keep in mind with the Ruby Sapphire deck, the time. And I know what I was speaking about because I played a set championship 2 sets ago and I had 3 mirrors in the Swiss rounds and always went to overtime. That's why I dropped the deck.
Yeah, but I mean, it's sad in a way, but this matchup was never like a 5-minute thing. So But actually, I totally understand the guys, because if you think about it, the first to go questing or do something will be traded, and the other will have how far I go for free or some useful stuff.
Let it go for free and
yeah,
get rid of the other shot.
or a vision from Paola's side can also make the difference, right?
And now we have a complete mirror. We just need a third ice cream on Krisztian's side.
Yeah, I mean, it's totally understandable that they are digging for the answers and let it goes. Oh, okay. That's important, yeah. That's really important.
Going 5 cards deep into your deck can find you the answer you need.
And actually, Krisztian, if he draws into the Sisus with the vision, it would be really important for him, I guess, to get rid of them before anything happens, because it takes out a tipo, but it does nothing. So
I mean, it quests for 3, but it does nothing.
yeah, but they are not questing at the moment, so. Can you read what the chat says in German?
That game reminds me on Ziegen, die auf Wolken starren.
What's that?
Goats staring at clouds.
Ah, cool.
I think that's a movie.
Yeah, maybe they are just digging for spells and they want to play 12 spells to gain the victory, you know?
And the first.
Oh, Paola is playing a vision also. That's the same exact thing is happening again and again.
Is she taking Pirate Slap? Was there a Let It Go? I think this was a Let It Go.
Yeah.
I think it was a Let It Go.
Yeah, yeah.
And now
it's Paola's second Let It Go.
Yeah, it's the second one.
And Krisztian already played 2 Let It Goes, so that, in case the Sharks are not getting them back.
Is she aiming for Tipo now?
No, I think she should definitely, yeah. And that can mean trouble for Krisztian from now on.
And now actually you could quest with Grandma, or
you could quest with everything. I mean, it's not, because if he wants to trade efficiently, I mean Krisztian, then you will have something to attack with Shark, and Paola is just getting back her vision and stuff, and then she will be able to remove the other Sharks from Krisztian, because that game will probably come down to whoever gets the more use out of the Sharks, right?
Exactly, playing more actions, gaining lore by lore, and that's probably we need a game here. We are down to 22 minutes.
And I think at this moment, if Krisztian's Shark do not work anymore, then only Paola will have the assets of Let It Goes. And in this matchup, and in this board state, I think it will be crucial to just remove the Shark, whatever it takes.
Are we seeing a board wipe now? I think there is no other end.
Yeah.
I think there's
it has arrived.
Yeah.
Okay. You know when Tipo and Grandma are collecting points in front of a Shark that the prep is coming. So.
And the thing is, why didn't Paola quest with the Shark and the Grandma last turn? Because there is no rush evasive sting. Do you have an idea?
That's a good question.
Because
I think
she could have anticipated the B prep.
Yeah, true. Yeah, exactly. I think Krisztian must be holding a CISO also, because he passed a turn.
And there's another Shark.
No. Yeah, it's like, here is the red, where is the red?
Yeah. It's Sharknado time.
But actually, Paola is holding on to, I think, 2 B-preps at the moment. So...
Playing a Develop Your Brain, gaining another lore of Shark. Playing another Celia, gaining another lore, drawing a card.
None of the players run not even one copy of Lucky Dimes, so this game will be solely based on the shards and the Pirate's Life, probably.
In German we say, mühsam ernährt sich das Eichhörnchen.
Bless you.
It means like the squirrel eating slowly, so and she's eating lower slowly, gaining up to 20. And with some action shenanigans and questing, Paola could close the game in 2 turns actually. If Krisztian doesn't have an answer for Sisu for the shark.
Do you think that it's possible that what they write in the chat is true, that the card from the vision went back to the top of the deck?
I didn't pay attention to this.
Yeah, and I was paying attention to you. Yeah, that will remain a secret forever.
But I think it happened before also. Krisztian took like 7 cards from top and put 2 back for visions, and she took a pile from top, counted the top 5 cards and put the others excessive cards back on top. I think that's what happened.
So from now on, we can wait for Paola to win, basically, with questing and some action shenanigans, or Paola can end anytime this sequence with a big prep, but I don't think that Paola will decide like that. It's just like that 5 question power
17
and
with 1 or 2 actions.
With
She could make
it.
She could make it.
With a Pirate's Life or
when
something.
she quests too early, he can channel his Maui Shark, get back a Pirate's Life, and there.
The Pirate's Life
There's
is
a Pirate's
great.
Life.
It's free. Okay, so somebody in the chat said that it wasn't put back on top. So
thank you, Subandita.
So we might get our comfort back with this.
I always have an eye on the clock. Bela, we have 18 minutes left.
Yeah, I mean,
and it doesn't seem like this game is coming to an end soon. I wonder how far Krisztian has already gone through his deck, because he has like 11 ink and 15, 20 cards in his discard.
I think the players are slowly realizing that this is probably something misfortunate, that the game is not looking like they would be able to play another one, and they are still sticking to this game because it's not concluded in any ways. So they both would like to desperately win this. Yeah,
oh,
Pirate's
this is strong. This is strong.
Pirate's Life.
13,
11.
maybe.
Yeah. 16, 17.
17, and now a prep.
And now probably a prep is fine because you're on 18. Yes.
See?
Yes, you're on 18. And
this was awesome turn by Paola.
Yeah, true. And
she's playing
she
a bell,
just plays a bell to go to 19 and slowly finish the game if Krisztian is not holding on to another
any sort of removal.
Yeah.
She's checking her discard. There's one prep, one let it go, another prep.
Yeah. I mean, there is still everything in Paola's deck that she needs, and the rest is in her hand. So Krisztian can and have to think about every possible aspect of Paola's deck because she's still having of everything. Maybe her last Let It Go is probably in her hand, right?
No. I just checked her.
Okay,
while
then
Krisztian
both.
was checking her discard. Both
both
and
of
he's
the
playing
players.
Pirates Life, and we're going back to 16.
Yeah, cool. So, so the only card that the players are both out is Let It Go.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Pirates Life, they both round 4, and
Yeah, it's nowhere near 4. I think none of the size.
and we also have only one shark left in each deck. Because I think one of each shark is in the inkwell. I see 2 sharks in the discard. So
it's so funny. It's so funny. But oh my god, yeah.
I think
I don't know what Krisztian can do about this. Pirates Life, probably.
Another
like
Maui and Pirates Life. He's scooping up.
Yeah.
Game 1 goes to Paola.
14 minutes is left for Krisztian.
Okay, now they have to shuffle
this
fast. I think that's not enough time for
14 minutes to go for Krisztian to draw the game.
Yeah. Okay, Bela, what do you think about the Ruby Sapphire mirror? It's hard.
I don't know. It was 30 minutes. We have. Yeah, it was Paola who have won. Yeah. So basically, in 30 minutes, we have seen the same sequences. On the long run, I think it all comes down to whether you are making the smart decisions with. Even with less useful card of yours, you really need to be patiently waiting for the perfect opportunity, because, for example, we could see that Krisztian played a B prep after went questing with the Tamatoa, and the Tamatoa was just taken out.
Yeah.
So I guess it's.
So it was a fast shuffle, fast mulligan.
Yeah, because they are.
They know that a draw probably wouldn't help each of them, and Paola knows she needs to win a second game and probably plays faster now to secure the 2-0 to have an edge to make the top cut.
The chat is asking if it's a rule. Technically, both players can concede at any time, but if that's not the case, then if the time is over, then the result is just written. Yeah.
But you see, when you look at the speed of the hands moving now, it's faster.
Yeah. Now I think we can feel a different paced game right now. Both of the players feeling like it's really important at the moment to.
You don't need the brawl here. Do we see the bell? We see the bell
We see
again.
the bell.
And that could be actually quite good.
Yeah,
Sneak of 1 or 2
It
lore.
could be something that gains a couple of lures. Here comes Tipo.
Now they have to play more risky actually, if they want to win.
Yes, but I mean,
they can't play like the staring game like they did in the game.
yeah, but I mean, if you consider that they have basically 10 minutes left, and 30 minutes was the late game basically, because the late game was basically we got there real quick. Yeah. It's the late game also that took 25 to 30 minutes. So in 10 minutes, I don't know what can happen, because both of the players can alter the lore with the Pirates Live.
Times, yeah.
Then if one of them is having a shark out on the board, the other can't crest, because that's just ruining the game. So I don't know how they can finish this game in 10 minutes, but let's patiently wait. Maybe they have the
Maybe they surprise us. Maybe they
Yeah.
surprise us. She's taking out the Tipo and passes the turn. Did she ramp actually last turn? No.
I'm looking at the really fast-paced hand movement from Krisztian.
Yeah, he wants to end the game.
He's clearly looking for something, but looking at his list, what do you think he could get his hands on to that can win fast?
An early tomato, maybe quest for 2. Maybe he managed to get some Sisus on board now, the quest for 3 to get quick roar. That could be something he's looking for.
Yeah, one thing that can grant us some enjoyment in this matchup is the players cannot find their let it goes, because then if this happens, then things get a bit quicker. Probably the sharks can play around for a while and stuff.
And Krisztian has actually a very good amount of ink now. He's
Yeah.
at 6 ink, Paola is only at 3.
Yeah.
And maybe Krisztian can have the edge here in this game. He's so far ahead with ink right now.
Both of the players are on 2 win 4 draws, right?
Yeah.
Would you think they can make it, the top cut, if it's a draw?
No, I think with a draw doesn't help anyone.
Oh, okay.
I think a draw doesn't help anyone. I think he's establishing a shark now. Okay. Now the shark games have started.
Yeah. Yeah, from 1 we are going to 3 on the side of Paola because of the Magdakmanar. Do you think that Magdakmanar will actually live long?
If we don't see Maui here at all. Oh, there's a let it go. Of course there is.
No, Krisztian, you're not getting lures.
To answer your question, yes, the Magdakmanar will live another turn.
As long as it's up to Paola.
There's a scar
Yeah.
on Krisztian's side.
As long as it's up to Paola, Krisztian is not getting lures from spells apparently.
Yeah. And now we see a Maui here at all taking out the scar. So the
Same sequences. I could.
Same procedure as last game.
Yeah. I could see that Paola is holding on to B prep, I think, but I mean, she is inking to 6 at, I think it's 5. Yeah, it's 5, so she can ink up to 6 this turn. But it wouldn't.
Goes to the inkwell.
Yeah, Paola is not committed to draw here.
And
she wants to
there's
win.
the second let it go. Okay.
Yeah.
She's
I wonder
she's
how.
ramping Krisztian even more.
I wonder how many.
And there's Maui here at all.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wonder how many cards Krisztian have.
And there's a Magdakmanar.
Yeah. both players want to win so desperately.
I see the scar in Paola's hand.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't be a smart move because he would be exerted.
No.
Now we take him in out.
Yeah, exactly. That's what Paola needs to do right now. Just digging for answers, digging.
And maybe ramping again to keep up with the ink count of Krisztian. She's at 7 now. Krisztian is at 9 already.
No, it's 3, right? Oh, you mean the inks? Okay.
The ink. And now there's the shark. And now actually the board of Krisztian is building up, and I don't know if Paola can keep up here. She already used her two let it goes.
I think the other time was basically the same, where Paola decided to put 3 damage on the Manor and use a prep.
Yeah.
And I think she will repeat this soon.
We saw the B prep in her hand, and 3 damage on the Manor. She exerting 7 ink, and there's the prep. Okay. And we're back to turn 1. Yeah, he's sacrificing the popsicles, getting them back, drawing more cards. I think Krisztian has like 3 or 4 hand cuts now. More ice. We need more ice. There's a conditional win condition, alternative win condition. If you have 4 ice cream on the board, you win the game instantly.
Okay, cool. A Vitali Sphere is getting inked. I don't know if Krisztian's list is having any Vitali Spheres. No, it's Paola's one.
Paola's playing
it's a Paola special Vitali Sphere. It's good with Shark. I mean, it's
exactly. Having immediate use of a Shark can be making a difference in some matchups.
Would you think that it's solemnly up to the time whether Krisztian is not singing this? I think it's just for the time,
it's
right?
just for,
Exactly.
Now he's questing.
Krisztian is just questing like mad at the moment.
But Paola doesn't seem to. She's not in a hurry.
Yeah.
She's like, okay.
But Paola also, like, it's, as you pointed out, it's probably more important for Paola the win is, because you said that it's not possible for Krisztian anymore.
I think with a draw, he's falling
Are
too
you
far
sure?
behind. I don't have the
3 wins and 5 draws. Could it be enough?
Close. We have
Maybe that will be the bubble point?
Probably, yeah. And then it's down to the tiebreakers.
Yeah, but I mean, it makes sense why the players are not like having not the info of the.
There's the Vitali Sphere.
Yeah. So not having the exact info on what points is enough for the top cut. Yeah. Both players are just rushing to victory.
They're taking no
again,
time.
poor Tomato is just collecting points instead of.
Maybe Paola is setting up for a rush Shark next turn.
Yeah, or just waiting for her prep.
Yeah. Krisztian again with another big Tomato.
Yeah.
Playing a popsicle for free.
Yeah,
drawing more cards.
I mean, you have to get the value out of it, right?
And playing another popsicle.
It's a candy shop. Right now,
a candy shop.
It's also a beach, but this time it's not the most.
It's under the sea. The crab is living under the sea, and now he's living in the discard.
Yes. Rest in discard.
Rest in discard. And there's another man. Oh my god. We're going back and forth with manners.
2 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, and we will find out. Oh, Krisztian is going. It's just pushing hard.
He's pushing for lore now. That's what I said. Establishing an Sisu. She's questing for 3. The mana for 2, and in 2 turns it can be over.
I don't think so, if I'm completely honest. Like, we have seen so many comebacks with the Pirates' life, and this is, I think, not really a game where.
There's another Sisu.
See, they will most likely trade each other in some twisted ways.
Oh!
Why?
Now doing 7 damage on the mana.
Yeah. I think this was. It was just Paola saying,
and,
I'm here, come get me, trade with me, because
I
think Paola didn't really want Krisztian to quest with that Sisu.
But now
that Sisu will quest.
Sisu will quest for 3, go to 14, and
we will do overtime. We will do overtime. It is not concluding in a minute.
Yes, 6 low board now.
For the extra turns, there is some actual hope.
There is another half hour ago. She's digging for her answer. She needs to remove either the mana or Sisu, or both characters with a prep.
83 viewers. We have a new record.
We are 83 viewers already. We're going close to the end of round 7. We have a Ruby Sapphire mirror going on. And first game went over 30 minutes. And game 2, they played rather quick.
20 seconds left.
Krisztian has lethal on board now, and Paola needs an answer to the manner to Sisu.
Paola is calculating. Paola is calculating. That can mean. Wow!
Krisztian in 10 minutes.
Krisztian did the magic here.
I've never seen a Ruby Sapphire deck winning that fast.
That was wow! In 10 minutes.
In 10 minutes?
In 10
it's
minutes.
Like Hyper Ruby Sapphire.
Maybe we should give this info to Krisztian to rename the deck.
Yeah, Hyper
Aggro Sharky.
With ice.
With tipo.
It was fun.
It was fun. The second game especially.
The second was a lot of fun, yeah.
We make a break?
We go into a break now. Yeah. And then, do you want to make an interview with Krisztian?
Yes, we can make that. Yeah.
Okay, so guys, we are back in a couple minutes and
Just a sec. Okay. So we've got Krisztian here. How do you feel about the game? It was really intense.
Yeah, it was very tough. So on my first round, I really lost basically due to I had 3 CCs on my hand.
Yeah.
So basically that was the end.
Yeah, we were looking at the first game and we were like, the same sequences are appearing again and again with how the Magduck monarchs were handled, with the let it goes exactly put to the same exact creature. So you were basically playing a real mirror in game 1.
So, absolutely.
And do you have any guess how much was the time when you started the game 2? Do you know?
Yes, it was 70 minutes, I guess.
It was 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
You have won within 10 minutes.
Yeah, because I tried to push as hard as it possible. So
I think we need to do a shout out to Paola for great sportsmanship here, because she is not robbing your time. She lets you play your tempo plays. still, we wouldn't give much about you two being with this matchup, being able to conclude the game in 10 minutes after we have seen the 30-minute game. What are your feelings about this?
Much pressure.
Much pressure.
So on the first round, so the first bell after the popsicle, it was interesting.
Yeah.
So, but what I think basically on my first round, maybe I wouldn't say it's a misplay because I had the pressure on Paola, the main round, because she had the bell already or the tala, but it's free, and I know if she has the Maui. And we don't know about the scar yet, so on the second round it was fine, but I had to risk it, because overall my hand was terrible, so I had to put much pressure on that side at least.
Yeah, so I got the info that I can ask one last question. These session interviews are way more, it's short, it's short. Last question. Would you think that you still got the chance to make it to the top cut?
I hope so, but we will see.
Okay. I still don't know the mathematics about this for today.
Yeah.
It's 3 and 5 can be enough.
3 wins, 3 draw, and 1 loss for me now. So
hopefully it can be enough.
Yeah, we will see. I have to win.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
is the other one?
I think so. Yeah.
We are back with the last Swiss round.
Yeah, final round.
Where we have Dzenan with Emerald Amethyst.
Yeah, basically green-purple discard against, is it another green-purple discard? I think it is. There is a Prince John, and I also
It
see
will be also a mirror.
Yeah,
oh my
I think
god.
it will be a mirror match. Well, yeah.
We are full of mirrors apparently, and more to come in the top cut, I guess.
Yeah, probably. So, yeah, I think it's gonna be harsh for any of them to get like a 2-0 because it's like this mirror match. I think you need to play well, but also you need to draw well. You need to draw your Diablo.
Yeah. Or the players might also just go with the full aggro line and compete for the tempo. That also can gain the early advantage. And since we have seen many cases where the genie quests and with Dzenan enabling, for example, a line of Cricky and good trades can also be decisive.
Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to look at the list. So we have 2 hidden coves in one of the deck, and do you know what we call it in German?
What?
Yeah, here it is. So 1 hidden cove against 2 hidden coves.
Yeah, and guess what? I think Krisztian is having the shift line.
Okay.
And Dzenan is not.
Yeah, but I think Cove can play a crucial role in this matchup.
But Dzenan might not need to do the really heavy mulligan here because I don't know who gets to be on the play because we couldn't see the screen while they were deciding. But the 2-cost Diablo is evasive, so probably it's also can be, I mean, it's not the best, but at least you see the way out, how to get rid of that Diablo.
Yeah. What do you think the win condition in this deck is? Like,
either tempo or card advantage. It's like once you see that your opponent is lacking tempo, you can have all the cards in the world, you're just simply not gonna get there.
Yeah, see, you're not fast enough. Okay.
And now Dzenan has just discovered that
Genie, yeah, the Diablo. I like actually streaming these decks, you know why? Because they show their hands and very clearly and not great.
Exactly.
So Lucifer, the cunning cat, is also there in the deck of Krisztian.
Of course, Krisztian will now shift. Yeah, that was not really.
Yeah. Oh, I think we didn't see this one. Was it a top deck?
Yeah, it was. It was.
Oh, that should hurt. That must hurt. Second Diablo is also here, yeah.
And now probably.
Yeah.
Oh,
Diablo.
Is there no spell?
He doesn't have any actions. No
No spell.
Shift, no.
Wow, but I mean, it's not really that obvious at the moment that all Diablos are gonna be turned sideways for cards because of the and another one.
Okay, you never have enough Diablos, right? It's just like birds, birds. How many Diablos do you see on the board?
I think there are 5 inks and 6 Diablos on the board.
Yeah, six Diablos on the board. It's just crazy. I don't remember all these names of these Diablos, like who is like Maleficent secret agent or whatever. This guy.
Yeah, I totally get what you
Somebody
say.
who you want to just like, I don't know, you want to put some, this one, I think the big Diablo is the one that you want to put in the oven and never see it again.
Did
if you're playing
Dzenan?
against.
No, Dzenan is still not having the action.
No, but he has these like evasive Diablos that can take down the nasty green Diablos. So it's really like the Diablo battle.
I think looking at this table, we can be really happy that the rotation is coming, no?
Yeah, probably. Imagine they will keep the Diablo. Like, imagine they will reprint the Diablo, like out of the blue. Nobody expected. Here we go. He's still here. Deal with it. I think it's quite unlikely to happen, though. Okay, Genie is on the board. Another evasive guy who quests for 2.
And now we can see if Dzenan is finally drawing. Yes, he has just drawn into an action, but
is it that? Yeah, that's the question I'm asking. Maybe he just like needs to keep this card because if he plays a Diablo, he will just most likely get banished immediately because there is a Genie, there is another Diablo. All this like evasive board can attack the other evasive board. So maybe it's better to temporize.
I think it's probably the best to just play the other Diablo again.
You mean the evasive one, the bicolored one? Yeah, probably it's the best play. Yeah, that's what he does. Okay. Happy me! Not so bad with Green Purple. Dzenan does the same thing. Oh my god, with all these Diablos. It's like... there is an Elsa, a Diablo, and the friends on the other side.
Yeah, the last game we were at the beach and now we are at the sky.
Yeah. Yeah, everything is blue and Diablo's like floating around.
Yeah. Also, Genie is fleeting.
Oh my god, Lucifer! Maybe was not that bad. I mean, also when he kept this card, friends on the other side, considering that he knew that Lucifer will be coming because he saw it at the very beginning of the game, and like this, it permitted Dzenan to keep his Elsa, and I think that's also the point of not shifting Diablo because it was like completely useless.
And I think this game is slowly concluding to Krisztian because of the 5 cards in his hand.
Card draw most of all, of course. But I think that Dzenan can still draw some card draw, and maybe he can like come back to the board, come back on the board, and but yeah, of course it hurts being on top deck. It like hurts to top deck.
Yeah, but I guess Krisztian is not gonna questing here with the Lucifer because. That's just but it's a Genie.
Yeah, it's some card draw and a cove. I think is it a
we
cove?
have seen worse, I guess. It's a cove, but probably Dzenan just don't want to at the moment play it because then.
Yeah, it will easily get taken down. Imagine, a fox or a crab, and there is no cove anymore. And like this, you cannot take any advantage of the cove. So I think Krisztian is holding a Genie in his hand.
Yeah, it's a Genie.
Yeah, it's a Genie. So it's again card draw that is also good for Krisztian in that situation. Like, I don't know in which situation having card draw is bad overall. I think in Locana, in general, it is one of the basic principles of the game. You need to draw cards with most decks. Like, there are some aggro decks that don't really use this mechanics, but for most decks it's very important.
Here comes the genie.
Yeah. And so now Krisztian has the second card, the only one in his hand.
It's probably he's holding 2, right?
I didn't see it, to be honest, so I'll just trust you.
I don't know. Don't trust me on that because it was off the screen, I guess. But I can. Yeah, it's
a fox. Yeah, a fox.
That fox will probably be used for removing the cove because Dzenan finally
he has 2 cards because he drew his genie and also for the beginning of his turn. Yeah, the fox. I think it's very dangerous for the cove because it will just take the cove down and.
Yeah, but if Krisztian wants to do this,
he has to ink.
But
I think he actually doesn't need to do this immediately. Maybe he can just wait. I'm not sure that it is like worth inking Elsa.
If he waits, then the small Diablo will take out the Lucifer, and you probably don't want to do that.
That's true. But he will still keep the genie and the second, like the middle Diablo.
I think most of the time you don't want to lose that Lucifer. What is happening?
I think
he's
just looking at his ink and like reflecting.
But does he have 2 free inks yet? I mean, he can use or no?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Because
he played the genie.
Oh, he passed.
Yeah, I think he just passed probably. Yeah, I think he decided not to do it.
Okay, but Dzenan was not drawing for a long time. It was a technical problem, something.
Okay. Yeah, happens sometimes.
Yeah, for a short time we could see the counter turning like a web browser screen or something. I don't know what's going on.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
this
card draw.
This can be hope. This can be hope. In an ideal world, you still have the 1 mana to take out the Lucifer with the bird.
Yeah, and I think you want to do this because Lucifer is a card that can also sing. Like we don't talk about Bruno.
Yeah. Exactly. That's just the thing you want.
Yeah, you do want to take Lucifer down. Exactly. And the last card, is it Elsa, I think?
It's an Elsa and a fox in Krisztian hand, and Dzenan
has Elsa too.
I think Dzenan has a crab.
Maybe it was a crab, yeah. I remember that Krisztian has a fox and an Elsa. Okay, yeah, Lucifer is taken down indeed. And so we have 2 genies and a cove for Dzenan. I can't say that it looks that bad that it did like a few minutes ago.
Exactly, but I don't exactly know if it was a good call to not ink and play, but I'm still not sure about what happened to the inks because we could see that he still have 2 inks left to use.
I think so.
But then maybe it was just Krisztian saying, okay, I concluded my turns.
Probably it was just this. Yeah, so Mother Knows Best is here and
it's just not really useful at the moment.
No. You don't want to to send the genies back. It doesn't make any sense. So in this case, I think you still want to get rid of the cove because otherwise you will have this like value trades coming. But no, here he doesn't. He's still keeping
the genies also mean a great threat.
It is indeed. But cove is also quite dangerous, and the more it stays, it is not getting any better, let's say so. It's always the case with locations in Locana. You always think, okay, it's just like a location, it's just a building, it is not doing anything, we don't care, and then it's still here. He's still here doing his job, whatever this job is. Alright, so yeah, players are looking at... No, I think it's just Dzenan looking at his opponent's discard. A lot of Diablos in this discard pile, indeed.
It's the discard of Diablo.
Yeah.
Yeah, that Cricky was perfectly timed.
Yeah, and that's such a strong card because also it quests for 3 and it can sing Bruno, it can sing friends on the other side, whatever. So I think that now, like at that moment, I have the feeling that Dzenan's position on the board is even better than Krisztian's.
Yeah.
So he actually managed to draw very good cards, to draw even more cards, and like this, he's trying to come back to the game.
Yeah, Krisztian's last 2 cards was one Prince John and one Mother Knows Best, and that is not exactly what you want to see in this moment.
No, that's not a
and Dzenan reveals the fox.
The fox.
Exactly.
And Krisztian is not getting any cards from his Prince John.
Yeah.
So the call is finally destroyed. Creaky, Genie, a top.
Dzenan is having 5 inks?
Yeah, probably.
Because of the black sleeves, I cannot exactly
I would
tell.
say 5 or 6, probably 5. He played Creaky, so he definitely has 5 at least.
I mean, I don't think that Dzenan at the moment would like to get use of. It's 6. We got the info that it's 6.
Thank you.
So, and the crab is there, right?
Is it?
I think the
Wasn't
crab
it
is
a fox?
a fox and a crab, no?
A fox and a crab.
Dzenan
I
has.
think if it's a crab, you want to trade the genie.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
I don't know what he's thinking about. So
Because there is a world where you also. No, it's not a crab then. Or Dzenan has 3 cards?
Yeah. It's Bruno. No, 2 cards. 2 cards.
The crab was inked? Or? I don't know. Okay.
Oh,
So,
the genie
yeah.
will be coming back. It's not the card you wanted to discard
No.
in this situation. Really
No,
not.
probably Krisztian is happy about this play at the moment. But Dzenan couldn't have known like...
No, it's 50-50, you never know, and like I don't think that he saw this card.
Yeah, and most likely it's like a super deck for like the tempo, I don't know.
Okay, no, there aren't any crabs, just a fox, yeah.
It's also, I mean, Dzenan's situation is still not hopeless at all. It's just that...
It's just that it's still difficult.
Yeah.
It's not that he's winning the game.
Yeah.
He's just like still playing the game,
Yeah.
hoping to draw something useful. I think also when you are both top decking, that also like makes sense that you need to top deck better than your opponent does.
There is a...
Do you know any schools of top decking, like where they teach you?
Yeah, at Roxford. Hogwarts. Yeah.
Alright, so here comes a fox. And Dzenan is a... Yeah.
Discard the discard.
Yeah, discard the discard. Could he have possibly inked Sudden Chill instead of keeping it? That hurts. This Elsa plus Genie.
This might be the decisive.
Yeah, the
play.
decisive moment of the game. Yeah, true. The key moment of this match.
Maybe Krisztian had the crab. I'm
Krisztian
sure.
had the crab. Somebody had the crab.
I have some crabception.
Probably somebody just inked the crab and...
There is the crab, no? Under the rock. The crab is under the rock.
The crab is under the rock. Okay, it's hiding. All right. Another crab. Okay. Dzenan literally just uses his crab as a 3/3 body questing for 1, and he still has this creaky Yes, and he doesn't have his cricket anymore, sorry.
And the Prince John is finally online.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I know that it looks close because Dzenan is on 16, but in reality it's really, really far away at the moment.
It's really far away, I agree with you. Because I'm just looking at Dzenan's deck, searching for any
That fox is a good top deck though. He could go up to 17.
Yeah, indeed. But does he play anything that can permit him to gain some lore points?
Yeah, I mean, if Krisztian gets there before, because he's also at 13.
Yeah, I think it's over for Dzenan here, because I don't see him playing any Gaus, anything that like can help him make it. I think it's over.
I think it's over, yeah. So the thing is, we are asking the questions again and again. Is it enough for Dzenan to make a draw, or only win is acceptable for both?
I think probably only the win is acceptable, but I did not dig into this tip.
Yeah.
So that's also this key moment, that always come during any big tournament like the one we are casting now, the Enchanted Tour. You want to win your last round most of the time, because most of the time, if you can draw and it is enough, you just do the intentional draw because it's permitted by the official Locana rules. Also, it's a very touchy subject, but also like one player can concede to another. If, for example, you want to give a victory to your opponent, basically you can concede. Usually people don't do this on stream because they want to play, they want to show themselves. But basically sometimes during some set champs, I saw people just conceding, saying you have the card for the set champs.
We are back, and Krisztian is having the shift line again, and Dzenan is not having it again.
Yeah.
That's it. It will be too harsh to keep all the hand, right?
Who is starting this game, by the way? Who will start this game?
Sorry?
Who starts?
I don't know. It was probably Krisztian,
It was probably Krisztian who starts, because I remember him probably playing this Diablo turn 1, and then he shifted the Diablo, and then he played the same turn, this bicolored Diablo. So I think Dzenan starts now.
And Dzenan was looking at what he could expect, like the Diablo shift with the 1, because Diablo probably Dzenan is going first this game.
Yeah, indeed. So
still no shift for Dzenan, but he has 3 Peter Pan shadows.
3 Peter Pans! Oh my god, it's a full house of Peter Pans.
Yeah. But I think after...
What about Yagas, by the way? How many Yagas do they play? 4 Yagas?
4
Yagas. You didn't see any Yagas, right? 4 Yagas for Dzenan?
The chat says that it was inked once,
okay.
so there was minimum 1.
Okay.
But they did not have any particular role in the game so far.
I think it's a good card actually in this mirror matchup, because some decks play improvise and it actually can work as a killer for Yaga. But in the list we have, I don't see any improvises at the moment. No, there is hypnotize, but I don't think that there are any improvises.
Yeah, Krisztian did not have the opportunity to see Dzenan's hand, and he will fall into the Peter Pan trap.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
But
But
he will not be sad about it.
Yeah, he will draw a lot of cards. He will be just loaded with cards. So yeah.
We can hope that Dzenan is not breaking with the free Peter Pans.
Because it's still complicated because it's an inkable and you don't always want to play this because it has great synergy with some other evasive cards, with Jakob for example, but like the card itself is not very strong. If it was not for the synergies, like what do you do with this? I think he just discards one of his Peter Pans. Here Dzenan draws another card.
Compared to the intensity of the first game, this is just like...
oh my god, such a choice.
Yeah.
Three songs and an action card. So, Bruno or Mother Knows Best? I don't know really.
Bruno.
I think it's Bruno because Mother Knows Best is
It's worthless
and it's worthless. I don't see when you play this card like in this matchup. Like most of the time, I think you want to discard your opponent. You don't want to just like get rid of their cards. That will come back the next turn, right?
Krisztian is taking a bit back from the tempo, going slowly towards the card advantage.
Yeah. Jago is here.
Yeah.
Jago. But actually, if you use Mother Knows Best on Jago,
true. It will be killed. Exactly? Yeah, it dies.
Is it banished so it doesn't come back to your hand? I think it comes back to your hand.
It comes back to the hand because first resolves the card,
I think, and also Dzenan should perfectly know about this. That's why he played it, because otherwise there is no sense, that it's banished and you have just seen like best. Yeah, that's...
So for those of the players that didn't meet this situation, if you target Jago with either Mother Knows Best or Bruno, because of the card effect resolves first, it is not vanishing, but it will go straight back to the hand.
Yeah. It doesn't, Okay, so quite a huge board for Dzenan here. He's accumulating, quite a lot of characters. Alright, so a crab to take down the Ursula. And there are some rare decks that play this big Ursula, but I don't think that's the case.
See, anytime the game can just fully, every plan is collapsing, other horizons appear, and somebody like Dzenan just did like, I don't know, 9 lures within like 3 minutes.
It was so fast. But I think that's what is like great about Lacana. But because I think it's very boring when the match is just one-sided. It's like genuinely great to see some like the sands shifting, right?
And it needs a sort of bravery to use the 4 Jagos in this tier song meta. But on the other hand, we can see clearly that it's really strong at the moment. Like if you don't have cards in the deck, like this matchup is not really famous for the target creature cards. So then it's just not vanishing, it's just there.
It's a super strong card, Jakob. And also in red-purple matchup, I mean, if you're playing against red-purple, it is just so strong. So they cannot target it. Well, they can target with like Dragonfire, but you don't care in this case. So I think it's a great card.
And I have the same question. Is it enough for the guys for the top cut or not?
I don't know. I actually think that it also depends on the other players.
Like, are there many people who will 2-0 their opponents and like this they made it to the top cut? Or like if everybody draws, that's a different perspective?
I mean, I think you should do an interview with one of the guys, okay?
Yeah, okay. I think... Yeah. Yeah, I think we'll ask Dzenan about the deck, and yes.
Make a fly.
Okay.
So yeah, the interview can be made.
Okay.
Okay. I think I can just talk here.
As you prefer. I think it's, I think probably it's visible.
Yeah.
Okay, so how do you feel about this matchup?
It was a bit weird because at the first game I didn't get the Peter Pan, and I think Peter Pan is like the most important tool in this matchup because in turn 3 he can't quest with his Diablo, he can't really do anything with him, and you also like automatically give a Yago rush, which is also really, really good in this matchup because it's an evasive war, basically. And I think, at the second game I just got like 3 Peter Pans, and this was like the worst start, but I was actually happy that my opponent started to discard my hand and not to create board.
Yeah.
And I think that saved me the second game here,
Okay, and so overall, how long have you been playing this deck?
I started playing this deck, I think, like 3 months ago, something like that. I thought like Emerald Steel is like still in my heart. I love this deck, but at the moment I just enjoy to like play a bit about bounce and to discard, bounce back, and so on. So I really appreciate, I really like the mechanic from bounce, and to combine it with discard is also really cool. And I got all my discard tools in that deck. I got all those bounce tools in that deck.
Draw engines, bounce tools.
It's so good.
Let me try to guess your favorite Lacana card. Is it Green Diablo?
Yeah, it could be Green Diablo. Yeah, I really like that card.
There were so many Diablos on the board during the first game. It was like the birds,
Diablo, but the thing is, I actually played him like 3 times. So I actually cut one, and he came 3 times in the first game, and I was like, what is happening here?
Yeah.
So maybe the 2 games were a bit cursed, I have to say. I think also from my opponent's side, he also didn't have the perfect hand. When you saw like 2, we don't talk about Runde, 1 hypnotized, a lot of songs, but no real threat on the board. It was a bricky game, let's say.
Okay.
Yeah.
What advice can you give to players who want to play this deck? Do you think it will be like playable set 8?
I think it will be playable at set 8. There are like cool new tools coming, but I also think that other discard decks also got another cool tool, so I wouldn't like just stay on these decks. I would try all discard decks because they all got new support. Lemon Lime got a lot of new sync togethers where they can like remove characters from the board to the hand and so on, and I think
can you describe us the gameplay of this deck, because it's more or less recent, let's say so, and like what are the key cards? Well,
so
except for Diablo, because everybody knows.
Diablo is the key card. Like I was playing it after the Hiram ban, and I was expecting a lot of discard, a lot of Diablo, and a lot of evasives. So I started to build around that, and first of all, Peter Pan was in my mind, Yago was in my mind, and I was like, okay, I'll just put the deck with all evasives I know and I like into the deck, and then I also was like, Diablo is also evasive, so I can combine it with this card. So
all right.
And,
so, and what are...
One question.
Okay. What is the best and what is the worst matchup
I think this deck doesn't have any good, bad matchups. They're like, if you're skilled enough, you can like at least draw every game. But you can also win. Like for example, I played against Steel Song today a lot, so I had a lot of draws because of that. But I won games where my opponent was like on 18 lore, and I still was able to pull it off. And also when my opponent played like 2-3 Whole New Worlds, I was able to to come back after this.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for this insights.